Khaled Hosseini, taking us from Afghanistan in the final days of the monarchy to the present. The Kite Runner is the unforgettable, beautifully told story of the friendship between two boys growing up in Kabul, raised in the same household and sharing the same wet nurse. Amir and Hassan nonetheless grow up in different worlds. Amir is the son of a prominent and wealthy man, while Hassan, the son of Amir's father's servant, is a Hazara member of a shunned ethnic minority. Their intertwined lives and their fates reflect the eventual tragedy of the world around them when the Soviets invade and Amir and his father fly the country for a new life in California. Amir thinks that he has escaped his past, and yet he cannot leave the memory of Hassan behind him. The Kite Runner is a novel about friendship, betrayal, and the price of loyalty. It is about the bonds between fathers and sons and the power of fathers over sons, their love, their sacrifices, and their lies, written against a backdrop of history that has not been told in fiction before. The Kite Runner describes the rich culture and beauty of a land in the process of being destroyed, but with the devastation. Khaled Hosseini also gives us hopes through the novel's faith in the power of reading and storytelling, and in the possibilities he shows for redemption. The Kite Runner. Khaled Hosseini. 1. December 2001. I became what I am today at the age of 12, on a frigid, overcast day. In the winter of 1975, remember the precise moment, crouching behind a crumbling mud wall, peeking into the alley near the frozen creek. That was a long time ago, but it's wrong what they say about the past. I've learned about how you can bury it, because the past claws its way out. Looking back now, I realize I have been peeking into that deserted alley for the last 26 years. One day last summer, my friend Rahim Khan called from Pakistan. He asked me to come see him, standing in the kitchen with the receiver. To my ear, I knew it wasn't just Rahim Khan on the line. It was my past of unatoned sins. After I hung up, I went for a walk along Spreckles Lake on the northern edge of Golden Gate Park. The early afternoon sun sparkled on the water where dozens of miniature boats sailed, propelled by a crisp breeze. Then I glanced up and saw a pair of kites, red, with long blue tails, soaring in the sky. They danced high above the trees on the west end of the park, over the windmills, floating side by side like a pair of eyes looking down on San Francisco, the city now. Call home. And suddenly Hassan's voice whispered in my head, "For you." 1,000 times over, Hassan, the hair-lipped Kite Runner. Khaled Hosseini. I sat on a park bench near a willow tree. I thought about something Rahim Khan said just before he hung up, almost as an afterthought. There's a way to be good again. I looked up at those twin kites. I thought about Hassan, thought about Baba, Ali, Kabul. I thought of the life I had lived until the winter of 1975 came along and changed everything, and made me what I am today. 2. When we were children, Hassan and I used to climb the poplar trees in the driveway of my father's house and annoy our neighbors by reflecting sunlight into their homes with a shard of mirror. We would sit across from each other on a pair of high branches, our naked feet dangling, our trouser pockets filled with dried mulberries and walnuts. We took turns with the mirror as we ate mulberries, pelted each other with them, giggling, laughing. I can still see Hassan up on that tree, sunlight flickering through the leaves on his almost perfectly round face, a face like a Chinese doll chiseled from hardwood, his flat, broad nose and slanting, narrow eyes like bamboo leaves, eyes that looked depending on the light, gold, green, even sapphire. I can still see his tiny low-set ears and that pointed stub of a chin, a meaty appendage that looked like it was added as a mere afterthought, and the cleft lip just left of mid-line where the Chinese doll maker's instrument may have slipped, or Perhaps he had simply grown tired and careless. Sometimes, up in those trees, I talked Hassan into firing walnuts. With his slingshot at the neighbor's one-eyed German shepherd, Hassan. Never wanted to, but if I asked, really asked, he wouldn't deny me. Khaled Hosseini. San never denied me anything, and he was deadly with his slingshot. Hassan's father, Ali, used to catch us and get mad, or as mad as some. One as gentle as Ali could ever get, he would wag his finger and wave us. Down from the tree, he would take the mirror and tell us what his mother had told him, that the devil shone mirrors too, shown them too. Distract Muslims during prayer, and he laughs while he does it, he always added, scowling at his son. Yes, father, Hassan would mumble, looking down at his feet, but he never told on me, never told that the mirror, like shooting walnuts at the neighbor's dog, was always my idea. The poplar tea. Reese lined the red brick driveway, which led to a pair of wrought iron gates. They in turn opened into an extension of the drive. Way into my father's estate, the house sat on the left side of the brick, past the backyard at the end of it. Everyone agreed that my father, my Baba, had built the most beautiful house in the Wazir Akbar Khan district, a new and affluent neighborhood in the northern part of Kabul. Some thought it was the prettiest house in all of Kabul. A broad entryway flanked by rose bushes led to the sprawling house of marble floors and wide windows, intricate mosaic tiles hand-picked by Baba in Isfahan covered the floors of the 4 bathrooms, gold-stitched tapestries, which Baba had bought. Calcutta lined the walls, a crystal chandelier hung from the vaulted ceiling. Upstairs was my bedroom, Baba's room, and his study, also known as the smoking room, which perpetually smelled of tobacco and sin. Naman, Baba and his friends reclined on black leather chairs there after Ali had served dinner. They stuffed their pipes, except Baba always called it fattening the pipe, and discussed their favorite 3 topics: politics, business, soccer. Sometimes I asked Baba if I could sit with them, but Baba would stand in the doorway. Go on now, he'd say. This is grown-ups' time. Why don't you go read one of those books of yours? He'd close the door, leave me to wonder why it was always grown-ups' time with him. I'd sit by the door, knees drawn to my chest. The Kite runner. Sometimes I sat there for an hour, sometimes 2, listening to their laughter, their chatter. The living room downstairs had a curved wall with custom-built cabinets. Inside sat framed family pictures, an old, grainy photo of my grandfather and King Nader Shah taken in 1931, 2 years before the king's assassination. They are standing over a dead deer, dressed in knee-high boots, rifles slung over their shoulders. There was a picture of my parents' wedding night, Baba dashing in his black suit and my mother, smiling young princess in white. Here was Baba and his best friend and business partner Rahim Khan standing outside our house, neither one smiling. I am a baby in that photograph and Baba is holding me, looking tired and grim. I'm in his arms, but it's Rahim Khan's pinky. My fingers are curled around. The curved wall led into the dining room, at the center of which was a mahogany table that could easily sit 30 guests, and given my father's taste for extravagant parties, it did just that almost every week. On the other end of the dining room was a tall marble fireplace, always lit by the orange glow of a fire in the wintertime. A large sliding glass door opened into a semicircular terrace that overlooked 2 acres of backyard and rows of cherry trees. Baba and Ali had planted a small vegetable garden along the eastern wall, tomatoes, mint, peppers, and a row of corn that never really took. Hassan and I used to call it the wall of ailing corn. On the south end of the garden, in the shadows of a loquat tree, was the servant's home, a modest little mud hut where Hassan lived with his father. It was there, in that little shack, that Hassan was born in the winter of 1964, just 1 year after my mother died giving birth to me. In the 18 years that I lived in that house, I stepped into Hassan's San and Ali's quarters only a handful of times, when the sun dropped low behind the hills and we were done playing for the day, Hassan and I parted ways. I went past the rose bushes to Baba's mansion, Hassan too. The mud shack where he had been born, where he'd lived his entire life. Khaled Hosseini. I remember it was spare, clean, dimly lit by a pair of kerosene lamps. There were 2 mattresses on opposite sides of the room, a worn Harati rug with frayed edges in between, a 3-legged stool, and a wooden table in the corner where Hassan did his drawings. The walls stood bare save for a single tapestry with sewn-in beads forming the words Aliyu Akbar. Baba had bought it for Ali on one of his trips to Mashhad. It was in that small shack that Hassan's mother, Sanabar, gave birth to him one cold winter day in 1964, while my mother, Hemer, raged to death during childbirth. Hassan lost his less than a week after he was born, lost her to a fate most Afghans considered far worse than death. She ran off with a clan of traveling singers and dancers. Hassan never talked about his mother, as if she'd never existed. Ways wondered if he dreamed about her, about what she looked like. Where she was, I wondered if he longed to meet her. Did he ache for her the way I ached for the mother I had never met? One day we were walking from my father's house to Cinema Zainab for a new Iranian movie, taking the shortcut through the military barracks near Istiklal Middle School. Baba had forbidden us to take that shortcut, but he was in Pakistan with Rahim Khan at the time. We hopped the fence that surrounded the barracks, skipped over a little creek and broke into the open dirt field where old, abandoned tanks collected dust. A group of soldiers huddled in the shade of one of those tanks, smoking cigarettes and playing cards. One of them saw us, elbowed the guy next to him, and called Hassan. "Hey you," he said, "I know you." We had never seen him before. He was a squatty man with a shaved head and black stubble on his face. The way he grinned at us, leered, scared me. "Just keep walking," I muttered to Hassan. "You the Hazara, look at me when I'm talking to you," the soldier barked. He handed his cigarette to the guy next to him, made a circle with the thumb and index finger of one hand, poked the middle finger of his other hand through the circle, poked it in and out, in and out. "I knew your mother, did you know that? I knew her real good. I took her from behind by that creek over there." The Kite runner. The soldiers laughed. One of them made a squealing sound. I told Hassan to keep walking, keep walking. "What a tight little sugary cunt she had," the soldier was saying, shaking hands with the others, grinning. Later, in Thedark, after the movie had started, I heard Hassan next to me, croaking. Tears were slid down his cheeks. I reached across my seat, slung my arm around him, pulled him close. He rested his head on my shoulder. "He took you for someone else," I whispered. "He took you for someone else." I'm told no one was really surprised when Sanabar eloped. People had raised their eyebrows when Ali, a man who had memorized the Ran married Sanabar, a woman 19 years younger, a beautiful but notoriously unscrupulous woman who lived up to her dishonorable reputation. Like Ali, she was a Shia Muslim and an ethnic Hazara. She was also his first cousin and therefore a natural choice for a spouse. But beyond those similarities, Ali and Sanabar had little in common, least of all their respective appearances. While Sanabar's brilliant green eyes and impish face had, rumor has it, tempted countless men into sin, Ali had a congenital paralysis of his lower facial muscles, a condition that rendered him unable to smile and left him perpetually grim-faced. It was an odd thing to see the stone-faced Ali happy or sad, because only his slanted brown eyes glinted with a smile or welled with sorrow. People say that eyes are windows to the soul. Never was that more true than with Ali, who could only reveal himself through his eyes. I have heard that Sanabar's suggestive stride and oscillating hips sent men to reveries of infidelity, but polio had left Ali with a twisted, atrophied right leg that was sallow skin over bone with little in between. Except a paper-thin layer of muscle. I remember one day when I was 8, Ali was taking me to the bazaar to buy some naan. I was walking behind him, humming, trying to imitate his walk, watched him swing his scraggy leg in a sweeping arc, watched his whole body tilt impasse. Bly to the right every time he planted that foot. It seemed a minor mere. Ekly he didn't tip over with each step. When I tried it, I almost fell into the gutters. That got me giggling. Ali turned around, caught me aping. He didn't say anything. Not then, not ever. He just kept walking. Khaled Hosseini. Ali's face and his walk frightened some of the younger children in the neighborhood, but the real trouble was with the older kids. They chased him on the street and mocked him when he hobbled by. Some had taken to calling him Babalu or Boogeyman. Hey, Babalu, who did you eat today? They barked to a chorus of laughter. Who did you eat? You flat-nosed Babalu. They called him flat-nosed because of Ali and Hassan's character. Istik Hazara Mongoloid features. For years, that was all I knew about the Hazaras, that they were Mughal descendants and that they looked a little like Chinese people. School textbooks barely mentioned them and referred to their ancestry only in passing. Then one day, I was in Baba's study looking through his stuff when I found one of my mother's old history books. It was written by an Iranian named Khorrami. I blew the dust off it, sneaked it into bed with me that night, and was stunned to find an entire chapter on Hazara history, an entire chapter dedicated to Hassan's people. In it, I read that my people, the Pashtuns, had persecuted and oppressed the Hazaras. It said the Hazaras had tried to rise against the Pashtuns in the 19th century, but the Pashtuns had quelled them with unspeakable violence. The book said that my people had killed the Hazaras, driven them from their lands, burned their homes, and sold their women. The book said part of the reason Pashtuns had oppressed the Hazaras was that Pashtuns were Sunni Muslims while Hazaras were Shia. The book said a lot of things I didn't know, things my teachers hadn't mentioned, things Baba hadn't mentioned either. It also said some things I did know, like that people called Hazaras my seeding, flat-nosed, load-carrying Onkis had heard some of the kids in the neighborhood yell those names to Hassan. The following week after class, showed the book to my teacher and pointed to the chapter on the Hazaras. He skimmed through a plea of pages, snickered, handed the book back. That's the one thing Shia people do well, he said, picking up his papers, passing them selves as martyrs. He wrinkled his nose when he said the word Shia, like it was some kind of disease. The Kite ruiner. But despite sharing ethnic heritage and family blood, Sanabar joined the neighborhood kids in taunting Ali. I have heard that she made no secret of her disdain for his appearance. This is a husband, she would sneer. I have seen en donkeys bet Tur suited to be a husband. In the end, most people suspected the marriage had been an arrangement of sorts between Ali and his uncle, Sanabar's father. They said Ali had married his cousin to help restore some honor to his uncle's blemished name, even though Ali, who had been orphaned at the age of 5, had no worldly possessions or inheritance to speak of. Ali never retaliated against any of his tormentors, I suppose partly because he could never catch them with that twisted leg dragging behind him, but mostly because Ali was immune to the insults of his assailants. He had found his joy, his antidote, the moment Sanabar had given birth to Hassan. It had been a simple enough affair, no obstetry science, no anesthesiologists, no fancy monitoring devices, just Sanabar lying on a stained, naked mattress with Ali and a midwife helping her. She hadn't needed much help at all, because even in birth, Hassan was true to his nature. He was incapable of hurting anyone. A few grunts, a couple of pushes, and out came Hassan. Out he came smiling, as confided to a neighbor's servant by the garrulous midwife, who had then in turn told anyone who would listen Sanabar had taken one glance at the baby in Ali's arms, seen the cleft lip, and barked a bitter laughter. There, she had said, now you have your own idiot child to do all. You're smiling for you. She had refused to even hold Hassan, and just 5 days later, she was gone. Baba hired the same nursing woman who had fed me to nurse Ali told us she was a blue-eyed Hazara woman from Bamiyan, the city of the giant Buddha statues. What a sweet singing voice she had. He used to say to us, what did she sing? Hassan and I always asked, though we already knew. Ali had told us countless times. We just wanted to hear Ali sing. Khaled Hosseini. He'd clear his throat and begin. On a high mountain I stood and cried the name of Ali, Lion of God. O Ali's Lion of God, King of men, bring joy to our sorrowful hearts. Then he would remind us that there was a brotherhood between people who had fed from the same breast, a kinship that not even time could break. Hassan and I fed from the same breasts. We took our first steps on the same lawn in the same yard, and under the same roof we spoke our first words. Mine was Baba. His was Amir, my name. Looking back on it now, I think the foundation for what happened in the winter of 1975 and all that followed was already laid in those first words. 10. 3. Lore has it my father once wrestled a black bear in Baluchistan with his bare hands. If the story had been about anyone else, it would have been dismissed as loaf, that Afghan tendency to exaggerate, sadly, almost a national affliction. If someone bragged that his son was a doctor, chances were the kid had once passed a biology test in high school. But no one ever doubted the veracity of any story about Baba, and if they did, well, Baba did have those 3 parallel scars coursing a jagged path down his back. I have imagined Baba's wrestling match countless times, even dreamed about it, and in those dreams I can never tell Baba from the bear. It was Rahim Khan who first referred to him as what eventually became Baba's famous nickname, Tufan Agha, or Mr. Hurricane. It was an apt enough nickname. My father was a force of nature, a towering Pashtun specimen with a thick beard, a wayward crop of curly brown hair as unruly as the man himself, hands that looked capable of uprooting a willow tree, and a black glare that would drop the devil to his knees begging for mercy, as Rahim Khan used to say, at parties when all 6'5" of him thundered into the room. Attention shifted to him like sunflowers turning to the sun. 11. Khaled Hosseini. Baba was impossible to ignore, even in his sleep. I used to bury ton wisps in my ears, pull the blanket over my head, and still the sounds of Baba's snoring, so much like a growling truck engine, penetrated the walls, and my room was across the hall from Baba's bedroom. How my mother ever managed to sleep in the same room as him is a mystery. To me, it's on the long list of things I would have asked my mother if I had ever met her. In the late 1960s, when I was 5 or 6, Baba decided to build an orphanage. I heard the story through Rahim Khan. He told me Baba had drawn the blueprints himself, despite the fact that he'd had no architectural experience at all. Skeptics had urged him to stop his foolishness and hire an architect. Of course, Baba refused, and everyone shook their heads in dismay at his obstinate ways. Then Baba succeeded, and everyone shook their heads in awe at his triumphant ways. Baba paid for the construction of the 2-story orphanage, just off the main strip of Jade Maywan, south of the Kabul River, with his own money. Rahim Khan told me Baba had personally funded the entire project, paying for the engineers, electricians, plumbers, and laborers, not to mention the city officials whose mustaches needed oiling. It took 3 years to build the orphanage. I was 8 by then. I remember the day before the orphanage opened. Baba took me to Garga Lake, a few miles north of Kabul. He asked me to fetch San too, but I lied and told him Hassan had the runs. I wanted Baba all to myself, and besides, one time at Garga Lake, Hassan and I were skimming stones and Hassan made his stone skip 8 times, the most I managed was 5. Baba was there watching and he patted Hassan on the back, even put his arm around his shoulder. We sat at a picnic table on the banks of the lake, just Baba and me, eating boiled eggs with kofta sandwiches, meatballs and pickles wrapped in naan. The water was a deep blue and sunlight glittered on its looking glass-clear surface. On Fridays, the lake was bustling with families out for a day in the sun, but it was midweek and there was only Baba and me, us and a couple of long-haired, bearded tourists, hippies, eyed 12. The Kite runner. Heard them called. They were sitting on the dock, feet dangling in the water, fishing poles in hand. I asked Baba why they grew their hair long. But Baba grunted, didn't answer. He was preparing his speech for the next day, flipping through a havoc of handwritten pages, making notes here and there with a pencil. I bit into my egg and asked Baba if it was true what a boy in school had told me, that if you ate a piece of eggshell, you'd have to pee it out. Baba grunted again. I took a bite of my sandwich. One of the yellow-haired tourists laughed and slapped the other one on the back. In the distance, across the lake, a truck lumbered around a corner on the hill, sunlight twin, clad in its side view mirror. I think I have Saraton, I said, cancer. Baba lifted his head from the pages flapping in the breeze, told me I could get the soda myself. All I had to do was look in the trunk of the car. Outside the orphanage the next day, they ran out of chairs. A lot of people had to stand to watch the opening ceremony. It was a windy day, and I sat behind Baba on the little podium just outside the main entrance of the new building. Baba was wearing a green suit and a kara kull hat. Midway through the speech, the wind knocked his hat off and everyone laughed. He motioned to me to hold his hat for him, and I was glad too, because then everyone would see that he was my father, my Baba. He turned back to the microphone and said he hoped the build Ing was sturdier than his hat, and everyone laughed again. When Baba ended his speech, people stood up and cheered. They clapped for a long time. Afterward, people shook his hand. Some of them tousled my hair and shook my hand too. I was so proud of Baba, of us. But despite Baba's successes, people were always doubting him. They told Baba that running a business wasn't in his blood, and he should study law like his father. So Baba proved them all wrong by not only running his own business, but becoming one of the richest merchants in Kabul. Baba and Rahim Khan built a wildly successful carpet exporting business, 2 pharmacies, and a restaurant. When people scoffed that Baba would never marry well after all, 13. Khaled Hosseini. He was not of royal blood. He wedded my mother, Sophia Akrami, highly educated woman, universally regarded as one of Kabul's most respected, beautiful, and virtuous ladies. And not only did she teach class Sikh Farsi literature at the university, she was a descendant of the royal family, a fact that my father playfully rubbed in the skeptics' faces by referring to her as my princess. With me as the glaring exception, my father molded the world around him to his liking. The problem, of course, was that Baba saw the world in black and white, and he got to decide what was black and what was white. You can't love a person who lives that way without fearing him too, maybe even hating him a little. When I was in 5th grade, we had a mullah who taught us about Islam. His name was Mullah Fadiullah Khan, a short, stubby man with a face full of acne scars and a gruff voice. He lectured us about the virtues of zakat and the duty of hajj. He taught us the intricacies of performing the 5 daily namaz prayers and made us memorize verses from the Quran. And though he never translated the words for us, he did stress, sometimes with the help of a stripped willow branch, that we had to pronounce the Arabic words correctly so God would hear us better. He told us one day that Islam considered drinking a terrible sin. Those who drank would answer for their sin on the day of Qiyamah, Judgment Day. In those days, drinking was fairly common in Kabul. No one gave you a public lashing for it, but those Afghans who did drink did so in private. Out of respect, people bought their scotch as medicine in brown paper bags from selected pharmacies. They would leave with the bag tucked out of sight, sometimes drawing furtive, disapproving glances from those who knew about the store's reputation for such transactions. We were upstairs in Baba's study, the smoking room, when I told him what Mullah Fadi Ali Khan had taught us in class. Baba was poor. Ing himself a whiskey from the bar he had built in the corner of the room. He listened, nodded, took a sip from his drink, then he lowered himself into the leather sofa, put down his drink, and propped me up on his lap. I felt as if I were sitting on a pair of tree trunks. He took a deep 14. The Kite ruiner. Breath and exhaled through his nose, the air hissing through his muse. Tash for what seemed an eternity. I couldn't decide whether I wanted to hug him or leap from his lap in mortal fear. I see you've confused what you're learning in school with actual education, he said in his thick voice. But if what he said is true, then does it make you a sinner, Baba? Baba crushed an ice cube between his teeth. Do you want to know what your father thinks about sin? Yes. Then I'll tell you, Baba said, but first understand this and stand it now, Amir. You'll never learn anything of value from those bearded idiots. You mean Mullah Fadi Ali Khan? Baba gestured with his glass. The ice clinked. I mean all of them. Piss on the beards of all those self-righteous monkeys. I began to giggle. The image of Baba pissing on the beard of any monkey, self-righteous or otherwise, was too much. They do nothing but thumb their prayer beads and recite a book written in a tongue they don't even understand. He took a sip. God help us all if Afghanistan ever falls into their hands. But Mullah Fadi Ali Khan seems nice, I managed between bursts of tittering. So did Genghis Khan, Baba said, but enough about that. You asked about sin and want to tell you. Are you listening? Yes, I said, pressing my lips together, but a chortle escaped through my nose and made a snorting sound. That got me giggling again. Baba's stony eyes bore into mine, and just like that, one wasn't laugh anymore. I mean to speak to you man to man. Do you think you can handle that for once? Yes, Baba Jan, I muttered, marveling, not for the first time, at how badly Baba could sting me with so few words. We had a fleeting good moment. It wasn't often Baba talked to me, let alone on his lap, and I'd been a fool to waste it. Khaled Hosseini. Good, Baba said, but his eyes wondered. Now, no matter what the mullah teaches, there is only one sin, only one, and that is theft. Every other sin is a variation of theft. Do you understand that? No, Baba Jan, I said, desperately wishing I did. I didn't want to disappoint him again. Baba heaved a sigh of impatience. That stung too, because he was not an impatient man. I remembered all the times he didn't come home until after dark, all the times I ate dinner alone. I'd ask Ali where Baba was when he was coming home, though I knew full well he was at the construction site overlooking this, supervising that. Didn't that take Pa Tints? I already hated all the kids he was building the orphanage for. Sometimes I wished they'd all died along with their parents. When you kill a man, you steal a life, Baba said. You steal his wife's right to a husband, rob his children of a father. When you tell a lie, you steal someone's right to the truth. When you cheat, you steal the right to fairness. Do you see? I did. When Baba was 6, a thief walked into my grandfather's house in the middle of the night. My grandfather, a respected judge, confronted him, but the thief stabbed him in the throat, killing him instantly and robbing Baba of a father. The townspeople caught the killer just before noon the next day. He turned out to be a wanderer from the Kunduz region. They hanged him from the branch of an oak Tree with still 2 hours to go before afternoon prayer. It was Rahim Khan, not Baba, who had told me that story. I was always learning things about Baba from other people. There is no act more wretched than stealing a mere, Baba said. A man who takes what's not his to take, be it a life or a loaf of naan. I spit on such a man, and if I ever cross paths with him, God help him. Do you understand? I found the idea of Baba clobbering a thief both exhilarating and terribly frightening. Yes, Baba. If there's a God out there, then I would hope he has more important things to attend to than my drinking scotch or eating pork. Now, hop down. All this talk about sin has made me thirsty again. 16. The Kite Runner. I watched him fill his glass at the bar and wondered how much time would pass before we talked again the way we just had, because the truth of it was I always felt like Baba hated me a little, and why not? After all, I had killed his beloved wife, his beautiful princess, hadn't I? The least I could have done was to have had the decency to have turned out a little more like him, but I hadn't turned out like him, not at all. In school, we used to play a game called Shurjangi, or Battle of the Poems. The Farsi teacher moderated it, and it went something like this. You recited a verse from a poem, and your opponent had 60 seconds to reply with a verse that began with the same letter that ended yours. Everyone in my class wanted me on their team, because by the time I was 11, I could recite dozens of verses from Khayyam, Hafez, or Rumi's famous Masnawi. One time I took on the whole class in one. I told Baba about it later that night, but he just nodded, muttered, "Good." That was how I escaped my father's aloofness, in my dead mother's books. That and Hassan, of course. I read everything: Rumi, Hafez, Sadi, Victor Hugo, Jules Verne, Mark Twain, Lan Fleming. When I had finished my mother's books, not the boring history ones, was never much into those, but the novels, the epics, I started spending my allowance on books. I bought one a week from the bookstore near Cinema Park and stored them in cardboard boxes when I ran out of shelf room. Of course, marrying a poet was one thing, but fathering a son who preferred burying his face in poetry books to hunting, well, that wasn't how Baba had envisioned it, I suppose. Real men didn't read Poe. It try, and God forbid they should ever write it. Real men, real boys, played soccer just as Baba had when he had been young. Now that was something to be passionate about. In 1970, Baba took a break from the construction of the orphanage and flew to Tehran for a month to watch the World Cup games on television, since at the time Afghanistan did have TVs yet. He signed me up for soccer teams to stir the same passion in me, but I was pathetic, a blundering liability to my own team, always in the way of an opportune pass or unwittingly blocking an open lane. U7, Khaled Hosseini, shambled about the field on scraggy legs, squalled for passes that never came my way, and the harder I tried, waving my arms over my head frantically and screeching, I'm open, the more I went ignored. But Baba wouldn't give up. When it became abundantly clear that I hadn't inherited a shred of his athletic talents, he settled for trying to turn me into a passionate spectator. Certainly I could manage that, couldn't I? I faked interest for as long as possible. I cheered with him when Kabul's team scored against Kandahar and yelped insults at the referee when he called a penalty against our team, but Baba sensed my lack of genuine interest and resigned himself to the bleak fact that his son was never going to either play or watch soccer. I remember one time, Baba took me to the yearly Bushkashi tournament that took place on the first day of spring, New Year's Day. Bushkashi was and still is Afghanistan's national passion, a chapandaz, a highly skilled horseman usually patronized by rich aficionados, has to snatch a goat or cattle carcass from the midst of a melee, carry that carcass with him around the stadium at full gallop, and drop it in a scoring circle, while a team of other chapandaz chases him and does everything in its Power kick, claw, whip, punch to snatch the carcass from him. That day the crowd roared with excitement as the horsemen on the field bell load their battle cries and jostled for the carcass in a cloud of dust. The earth trembled with the clatter of hooves. We watched from the up per bleachers as riders pounded past us at full gallop, yipping and yelling, foam flying from their horses' mouths. At one point Baba pointed to someone. "Amir, do you see that man sitting up there with those other men around him?" "I did. That's Henry Kissinger." "Oh," I said. I didn't know who Henry Kissinger was, and I might have asked, but at the moment I watched with horror as one of the Chapandaz fell off his saddle and was trampled under a score of hooves. His body was tossed and hurled in the stampede like a rag doll, finally rolling to a stop when the melee moved on. He twitched once and lay. "18. The Kite ruiner." Motionless, his legs bent at unnatural angles, a pool of his blood soak ing through the sand. I began to cry. I cried all the way back home. I remember how Baba's hands clenched around the steering wheel, clenched and unclenched. Mostly I will never forget Baba's valiant efforts to conceal the disgusted look on his face as he drove in silence. Later that night, I was passing by my father's stud. When I heard him speaking to Rahim Khan, I pressed my ear to the closed door. "Grateful that he's healthy," Rahim Khan was saying. I know, but he's always buried in those books or shuffling around the house like he's lost in some dream." And it wasn't like that. Baba sounded frustrated, almost angry. Rahim Khan laughed. "Children aren't coloring books. You don't get to fill them with your favorite colors." "I'm telling you," Baba said, "I wasn't like that at all, and neither were any of the kids I grew up with. You know, sometimes you are the most self-centered man I know." Rahim Khan said. He was the only person I knew who could get away with saying something like that to Baba. "It has nothing to do with that." Nay. Then what?" I heard the leather of Baba's seat creaking as he shifted on it. I closed my eyes, pressed my ear even harder against the door, wanting to hear, not wanting to hear. Sometimes I look out this window and I see him playing on the street with the neighborhood boys. I see how they push him around, take his toys from him, give him a shove here, a whack there, and you know he never fights back. Never. He just drops his head and... So he's not violent, Rahim Khan said. 19. Khaled Hosseini. That's not what I mean, Rahim, and you know it, Baba shot back. There is something missing in that boy. Yes, a mean streak. Self-defense has nothing to do with meanness. You know what Al Ways happens when the neighborhood boys tease him. Hassan steps in and fends them off. I've seen it with my own eyes, and when they come home, I say to him, how did Hassan get that scrape on his face? And he says he fell down. I'm telling you, Rahim, there's something missing in that boys. You just need to let him find his way, Rahim Khan said. And where is he headed? Baba said. A boy who won't stand up for himself becomes a man who can't stand up to anything. As usual, you're oversimplifying. Don't think so. You're angry because you're afraid he'll never take over the Busey. Ness for you. Now who's oversimplifying? Baba said. Look, I know there's a fondness between you and him, and I'm happy about that. Envious, but happy. I mean that. He needs someone who understands him. Cause God knows I don't, but something about Amir troubles me in a way that I can't express. It's like I could see him searching, reaching for the right words. He lowered his voice, but I heard him anyway. If I hadn't seen the doctor pull him out of my wife with my own eyes, I'd never believe he's my son. The next morning, as he was preparing my breakfast, Hassan asked if something was bothering me. I snapped at him, told him to mind his own business. Rahim Khan had been wrong about the mean streak thing. 24. In 1933, the year Baba was born and the year Zahir Shah began his 40-year reign of Afghanistan, two brothers, young men from a wealthy and reputable family in Kabul, got behind the wheel of their There's Ford Roadster, high on hashish and massed on French wine. They struck and killed a Hazara husband and wife on the road to Pagman. The police brought the somewhat contrite young men and the dead couple's 5-year-old orphan boy before my grandfather, who was a highly regarded judge and a man of impeccable reputation, after hearing the brothers' account and their father's plea for mercy. My grandfather ordered the two young men to go to Kandahar at once and enlist in the army for 1 year, this despite the fact that their family had somehow managed to obtain them exemptions from the draft. Their father argued, but not too vehemently, and in the end, everyone agreed that the punishment had been perhaps harsh but fair. As for the orphan, my grandfather adopted him into his own household and told the other servants to tutor him but to be kind to him. That boy was Ali. Ali and Baba grew up together as childhood playmates, at least, until polio crippled Ali's leg, just like Hassan and I grew up a genera. 21. Khaled Hosseini. Tian later, Baba was always telling us about the mischief he and Ali used to cause, and Ali would shake his head and say, "But Agha Sahib, tell them who was the architect of the mischief and who the poor laborer." Baba would laugh and throw his arm around Ali. But in none of his stories did Baba ever refer to Ali as his friend. The curious thing was, I never thought of Hassan and me as friends. Either, not in the usual sense anyhow, never mind that we taught each other to ride a bicycle with no hands or to build a fully functional homemade camera out of a cardboard box, never mind that we spent entire winters flying kites, running kites, never mind that to me the face of Afghanistan is that of a boy with a thin-boned frame, a shaved head and low-set ears, a boy with a Chinese doll face perpetually lit by a hair-lipped smile. Never mind any of those things, because history isn't easy to overcome, neither is religion. In the end, as a Pashtun and he was a Hazara, I was Sunni and he was Shia, and nothing was ever going to change that, nothing. But we were kids who had learned to crawl together, and no history, ethnicity, society, or religion was going to change that either. I spent most of the first 12 years of my life playing with Hassan. Sometimes my entire childhood seems like one long lazy summer day with Hassan chasing each other between tangles of trees in my father's yard, playing hide-and-seek, cops and robbers, cowboys and Indians, insect torture, with our crowning achievement, undeniably the time we plucked the stinger off a bee and tied a string around the poor thing to yank it back every time it took flight. We chased the Kochi, the nomads who passed through Kabul on their way to the mountains of the north. We would hear their caravans approaching our neighborhood, the mewling of their sheep, the baaing of their goats, the jingle of bells around their camels' necks. We'd run outside to watch the caravan plod through our street, men with dusty, weather-beaten faces and women dressed in long, colorful shawls, beads and silver bracelets around their wrists and ankles. We hurled pebbles at their goats. We squirted water on their mules. I'd make 22. The Kite run on her. Sand sit on the wall of ailing corn and fire pebbles with his slingshot at the camel's rears. We saw our first Western together, Rio Bravo with John Wayne, at the cinema park across the street from my favorite bookstore. I remember begging Baba to take us to Iran so we could meet John Wayne. Baba burst out in gales of his deep-throated laughter, a sound not unlike a truck engine revving up, and when he could talk again, plain to us the concept of voice dubbing. Hassan and I were stunned. Dazed, John Wayne didn't really speak Farsi and he wasn't Iranian. He was American, just like the friendly, long-haired men and women we always saw hanging around in Kabul, dressed in their tattered, brightly colored shirts. We saw Rio Bravo 3 times, but we saw our favorite Western, The Magnificent Seven, 13 times. With each viewing we Cried at the end when the Mexican kids buried Charles Bronson, who, as it turned out, wasn't Iranian either. We took strolls in the musty-smelling bazaars of the Sharinau section of Kabul, or the new city, west of the Wazir Akbar Khan district. We talked about whatever film we had just seen and walked amid the bustling crowds of bazaars. We snaked our way among the merchants, and the beggars wandered through narrow alleys cramped with rows of tiny, tightly packed stalls. Baba gave us each a weekly allowance of 10 Afghanis, and we spent it on warm Coca-Cola and rosewater ice cream, topped with crushed pistachios. During the school year, we had a daily routine. By the time I dragged myself out of bed and lumbered to the bathroom, Hassan had already washed up, prayed the morning namaz with Ali, and prepared my breakfast: hot black tea with 3 sugar cubes and a slice of toasted naan topped with my favorite sour cherry marmalade, all neatly placed on the dining table. While I ate and complained about homework, Hassan made my bed, polished my shoes, ironed my outfit for the day, packed my books and pencils. I'd hear him singing to himself in the foyer as he ironed, singing old Hazara songs in his nasal voice. Then Baba and I drove off in his black Ford Mustang, a car that drew envy. O's looks everywhere because it was the same car Steve McQueen had. 23. Khaled Hosseini. Driven in Bullet, a film that played in one theater for 6 months. Hassan stayed home and helped Ali with the day's chores: hand-washing dirty clothes and hanging them to dry in the yard, sweeping the floors, buying fresh naan from the bazaar, marinating meat for dinner, watering the lawn. After school, Hassan and I met up, grabbed a book, and trotted up a bowl-shaped hill just north of my father's property in Wazir Akbar Khan. There was an old abandoned cemetery atop the hill with rows of unmarked headstones and tangles of brushwood clogging the aisles. Seasons of rain and snow had turned the iron gate rusty and left the cemetery's low white stone walls in decay. There was a pomegranate tree near the entrance to the cemetery. One summer day, I used one of Ali's kitchen knives to carve our names on it: Amir and Hassan, the Sultans of Kabul. Those words made it formal. The tree was ours. After school, Hassan and I climbed its branches and snatched its blood-red pomegranates. After we'd eaten the fruit and wiped our hands on the grass, would read to Hassan, sitting cross-legged, sunlight and shadows of pomegranate leaves dancing on his face. Hassan absently plucked blades of grass from the ground as I read him stories he couldn't read for himself. That Hassan would grow up illiterate like Ali and most Hazaras had been decided the minute he had been born, perhaps even the moment he had been conceived in Sanabar's unwelcoming womb. After all, what use did a servant have for the written word? But despite his illiteracy, or maybe because of it, Hassan was drawn to the mystery of words, seduced by a secret world forbidden to him. I read him poems and stories, sometimes riddles, though I stopped reading those when I saw he was far better at solving them than I was. So I read him unchallenging things like the misadventures of the bumbling Mullah Nasruddin and his donkey. We sat for hours under that tree, sat there until the sun faded in the west. And still Hassan insisted we had enough daylight for one more story. One more chapter. My favorite part of reading to Hassan was when we came across a big word that he did know. I'd tease him, expose his ignorance. 24. The Kite Ruiner. Time I was reading him a Mullah Nasruddin story, and he stopped me. What does that word mean? Which one? Imbecile. You don't know what it means, I said, grinning. Nay, the mere agha. But it's such a common word. Still, one don't know it. If he felt the sting of my tease, his smiling face didn't show it. Well, everyone in my school knows what it means, I said. Let's see. Imbecile, it means smart, intelligent. I'll use it in a sentence for 9. You, when it comes to words, Hassan is an imbecile. Aiwa, he said, nodding. I would always feel guilty about it later, so I'd try to make up for it. By giving him one of my old shirts or a broken toy, I would tell myself, that was amends enough for a harmless prank. Hassan's favorite book by far was the Shahnameh, the 10th century. Epic of ancient Persian heroes, he liked all of the chapters, the Shahs. Of old Feridoun, Zal, and Rudaybe, but his favorite story, and mine, was Rostam and Sohrab, the tale of the great warrior Rostam and his fleet-footed horse, Raksh. Rostam mortally wounds his valiant Neem. Sohrab in battle, only to discover that Sohrab is his long-lost son. Stricken with grief, Rostam hears his son's dying words. If thou art indeed my father, then hast thou stained thy sword in the lifeblood of thy son, and thou didst it of thine obstinacy. 4. I sought to turn thee unto love, and I implored of thee thy name. For I thought to behold in thee the tokens recounted of my mother, but I appealed unto thy heart in vain, and now is the time gone for meeting. Right. It again, please. Amir. Agha Hassan would say, sometimes, tears pooled in Hassan's eyes as I read him this passage, and I always wondered whom he wept for, the grief-stricken Rostam who tears his 25 Khaled Hosseini clothes and covers his head with ashes, or the dying Sohrab who only longed for his father's love. Personally, I couldn't see the tragedy in Rose Tam's fate. After all, didn't all fathers in their secret hearts harbor a desire to kill their sons? One day in July 1973, I played another little trick on Hassan. I was reading to him, and suddenly I strayed from the written story. I pretended I was reading from the book, flipping pages regularly, but I had abandoned the text altogether, taken over the story, and made up my own. Hassan, of course, was oblivious to this. To him, the words on the page were a scramble of codes, indecipherable, mysterious. Words were secret doorways, and I held all the keys. After, I started to ask him if he'd liked the story, a giggle rising in my throat, when Hassan began to clap. What are you doing? I said. That was the best story you've read me in a long time, he said, still clapping. I laughed. Really? Really? That's fascinating, I muttered. I meant it too. This was wholly unexpected. Are you sure, Hassan? He was still clapping. It was great, Amir Agha. Will you read me more of it tomorrow? Fascinating, I repeated, a little breathless, feeling like a man who discovers a buried treasure in his own backyard, walking down the hill. Thoughts were exploding in my head like the fireworks at Chaman. Best story you've read me in a long time, he'd said. I had read him a lot of Stowe. Rise, Hassan was asking me something. What? I said. What does that mean, fascinating? I laughed, clutched him in a hug, and planted a kiss on his cheek. What was that for? He said, startled, blushing. I gave him a friendly shove, smiled. You're a prince, Hassan, you're a prince, and I love you. That same night I wrote my first short story. It took me 30 men, 26. The Kite Ruiner. Youth. It was a dark little tale about a man who found a magic cup and learned that if he wept into the cup, his tears turned into pearls. But even though he had always been poor, he was a happy man and rarely shed a tear. So he found ways to make himself sad so that his tears could make him rich as the pearls piled up. So did his great grow. The story ended with the man sitting on a mountain of pearls, knife in hand, weeping helplessly into the cup with his beloved wife's slain body in his arms. That evening, I climbed the stairs and walked into Baba's smoking room, in my hands the 2 sheets of paper on which I had scribbled. The story. Baba and Rahim Khan were smoking pipes and sipping brandy. When I came in, "What is it, Amir?" Baba said, reclining on the sofa and lacing his hands behind his head. Blue smoke swirled around his face. His glare made my throat feel dry. I cleared it and told him I'd written a story. Baba nodded and gave a thin smile that conveyed little more than feigned interest. "Well, that's very good, isn't it?" he said, then nothing more. He just looked at me through the cloud of smoke. I probably stood there for under a minute, but to this day it was one of the longest minutes of my life. Seconds plodded by, each sepa rated from the next by an eternity. Air grew heavy, damp, almost solid. I was breathing bricks. Baba went on staring me down and didn't offer to raid. As always, it was Rahim Khan who rescued me. He held out his hand and favored me with a smile that had nothing feigned about it. "May I have it, Amir Jan? I would very much like to read it." Baba hardly ever used the term of endearment Jan when he addressed me. Baba shrugged and stood up. He looked relieved, as if he too had been rescued by Rahim Khan. "Yes, give it to Kaka Rahim. I'm going up stairs to get ready," and with that he left the room. Most days I were shipped Baba with an intensity approaching the religious, but right then one wished I could open my veins and drain his cursed blood from my body. 27. Khaled Hosseini. An hour later, as the evening sky dimmed, the 2 of them drove off in my father's car to attend a party. On his way out, Rahim Khan Hun curd before me and handed me my story and another folded piece of paper. He flashed a smile and winked. "For you, read it later." Then he paused and added a single word that did more to encourage me to pursue writing than any compliment any editor has ever paid me. That word was bravo. When they left, I sat on my bed and wished Rahim Khan had been my father. Then I thought of Baba and his great big chest and how good it felt when he held me against it, how he smelled of brute in the morning, and how his beard tickled my face. I was overcome with such sudden guilt that I bolted to the bathroom and vomited in the sink. Later that night, curled up in bed, I read Rahim Khan's note over and over. It read like this: "Amir Jan, I enjoyed your story very much. Mashallah, God has granted you a special talent. It is now your duty to hone that talent, because a person who wastes his God-given talents is a donkey. You have writ 10 your story with sound grammar and interesting style, but the most impressive thing about your story is that it has irony. You may not even know what that word means, but you will someday. It is something that some writers reach for their entire careers and never attain. You have achieved it with your first story. My door is and always will be open to you, Amir Jan. I shall hear any story you have to tell. Bravo. Your friend, Rahim." Buoyed by Rahim Khan's note, I grabbed the story and hurried downstairs to the foyer where Ali and Hassan were sleeping on a mat. That was the only time they slept in the house when Baba was 28. The Kite ruiner away and Ali had to watch over me. I shook Hassan awake and asked him if he wanted to hear a story. He rubbed his sleep-clogged eyes and stretched. "Now, what time is it?" "Never mind the time, this story's special. I wrote it myself." I purred, hoping not to wake Ali. Hassan's face brightened. Then I have to hear it, he said, already pulling the blanket off him. I read it to him in the living room by the marble fireplace. No play. Full straying from the words this time, this was about me, Hassan was. The perfect audience in many ways, totally immersed in the tale, his face shifting with the changing tones in the story. When I read the last sentence, he made a muted clapping sound with his hands. Mashallah Amir Agha, bravo, he was beaming. You liked it, I said, getting my second taste, and how sweet it was of a positive review. Someday, inshallah, you will be a great writer, Hassan said, and people all over the world will read your stories. You exaggerate, Hassan, I said, loving him for it. No, you will be great and famous, he insisted. Then he paused as if on the verge of adding something. He weighed his words and cleared his throat. But will you permit me to ask a question about the story? He said shyly. Of course. Well, he started, broke off. Tell me, Hassan, I said. I smiled, though suddenly the insecure writer in me wasn't so sure he wanted to hear it. Well, he said, if I may ask, why did the man kill his wife? In fact, why did he ever have to feel sad to shed tears? Couldn't he have just smelled an onion? One was stunned, that particular point, so obvious it was utterly stew. Pid hadn't even occurred to me. I moved my lips soundlessly. It paired that on the same night I had learned about one of writing's objectives. Irony would also be introduced to one of its pitfalls. The 29. Khaled Hosseini plot hole taught by Hassan of all people, Hassan who couldn't read and had never written a single word in his entire life. A voice, cold and dark, suddenly whispered in my ear, what does he know, that illiterate Hazara? He'll never be anything but a cook. How dare he criticize you? Well, I began, but I never got to finish that sentence. Because suddenly Afghanistan changed forever. 35. Something roared like thunder. The earth shook a little and we heard the rat-a-tat-tat of gunfire. Father, Hassan cried. We sprung to our feet and raced out of the living room. We found Ali hobbling frantically across the foyer. Father, what's that sound? Hassan yelped, his hands outstretched toward Ali. Ali wrapped his arms around us. A white light flashed, lit the sky. In silver, it flashed again and was followed by a rapid staccato of gunfire. They're hunting ducks, Ali said in a hoarse voice. They hunt ducks at night, you know, don't be afraid. A siren went off in the distance. Somewhere glass shattered and someone shouted. I heard people on the street, jolted from sleep and probably still in their pajamas, with ruffled hair and puffy eyes. Hassan was crying. Ali pulled him close, clutched him with tenderness. Later I would tell myself I hadn't felt envious of Hassan, not at all. We stayed huddled that way until the early hours of the morning. The shootings and explosions had lasted less than an hour, but they had frightened us badly because none of us had ever heard gunshots in the streets. They were foreign sounds to us then, the generation of Afghan 31. Khaled Hosseini. Children whose ears would know nothing but the sounds of bombs and gunfire was not yet born, huddled together in the dining room and waiting for the sun to rise. None of us had any notion that a way of life had ended. Our way of life, if not quite yet, then at least it was the beginning of the end. The official end, would come first in April 1978 with the communist coup d'etat, and then in December 1979, when Russian tanks would roll into the very same streets where Hassan and I played, bringing the death of the Afghanistan I knew and marking the start of a still ongoing era of bloodletting. Just before sunrise, Baba's car peeled into the driveway. His door slammed shut and his running footsteps pounded the stairs. Then he appeared in the doorway and I saw something on his face, something I didn't recognize right away because I'd never seen it before. Fear. Amir. Hassan, he exclaimed as he ran to us, opening his arms wide. They blocked all the roads and the telephone didn't work. I was so worried. We let him wrap us in his arms and for a brief insane moment, I was glad about whatever had happened that night. They shooting ducks after all. As it turned out, they hadn't shot much of anything that night of July 17, 1973. Kabul awoke the next morning to find that the monarchy was a thing of the past. The King Zahir Shah was away in Italy. In his absence, his cousin Daud Khan had ended the king's 40-year reign with a bloodless coup. I remember Hassan and I crouching that next morning outside my father's study as Baba and Rahim Khan sipped black tea and listened to breaking news of the coup on Radio Kabul. Amir Agha, Hassan whispered. What's a republic? I shrugged. I don't know. On Baba's radio, they were saying that word republic over and over again. Lamir Aghas, 32. The Kite runner. What does republic mean, father, and I will have to move away? T don't think so, I whispered back. Hassan considered this. Amir Agha. What? I don't want them to send me and father away. I smiled. Baz, you donkey, no one's sending you away. Lamir Aghas. What? Do you want to go climb our tree? My smile broadened. That was another thing about Hassan. He always knew when to say the right thing. The news on the radio was get ting pretty boring. Hassan went to his shack to get ready and I ran upstairs to grab a book. Then I went to the kitchen, stuffed my pockets with handfuls of pine nuts, and ran outside to find Hassan waiting for me. We burst through the front gates and headed for the hill. We crossed the residential street and were trekking through a ren patch of rough land that led to the hill when, suddenly, a rock struck Hassan in the back. We whirled around and my heart dropped. Asef and two of his friends, Wally and Camel, were approaching us. Asef was the son of one of my father's friends, Mahmoud, an airline pilot. His family lived a few streets south of our home, in a posh, high-walled compound with palm trees. If you were a kid living in the Wazir Akbar Khan section of Kabul, you knew about Asef and his Mu's stainless steel brass knuckles, hopefully not through personal experience. Born to a German mother and Afghan father, the blonde, blue-eyed Asef towered over the other kids. His well-earned reputation for savagery preceded him on the streets, flanked by his bellying friends. He walked the neighborhood like a Khan strolling through his land with his eager-to-please entourage. His word was law, and if you needed a little legal education, then those brass knuckles were just the right teaching tool. I saw him use those knuckles once on a kid from the Kardechar district. I will never forget how Asef's blue eyes glinted. Bay, called Hosseini, with a light not entirely sane, and how he grinned as he pummeled that poor kid unconscious. Some of the boys in Wazir Akbar Khan had nicknamed him Asef Goshkar, or Asef the Ear-Eater. Of course, none of them dared utter it to his face, unless they wished to suffer the same fate as the poor kid who had unwittingly inspired that nickname when he had fought Asef over a kite and ended up fishing his right ear from a muddy gutter. Years later, I learned an English word for the creature that Asef was, a word for which a good Farsi equivalent does not exist: sociopath. Of all the neighborhood boys who tortured Ali, Asef was by far the most relentless. He was, in fact, the originator of the Babalu jeer. Hey, Babalu, who did you eat today? Huh, come on, Babalu, give us a smile. And on days when he felt particularly inspired, he spiced up his bad. During a little, hey, you flat-nosed Babalu, who did you eat today? Tell us. You slant-eyed donkey. Now he was walking toward us, hands on his hips, his sneakers kicking up little puffs of dust. Good morning, Coonies, Asef exclaimed, waving. Fag, that was another of his favorite insults. Hassan retreated behind me as the three older boys closed in. They stood before us, three tall boys dressed in jeans and t-shirts, towering over us all. Asef crossed his thick arms on his chest, a savage sort of grin on his lips. not for the first time, it occurred to me that Asef might not be entirely sane. It also occurred to me how lucky I was to have Baba as my father, the sole reason, I believe. Asef had mostly refrained from harassing me too much. He tipped his chin to Hassan. "Hey, flat nose," he said, "how is Babalu?" Hassan said nothing and crept another step behind me. "Have you heard the news, boys?" Asef said, his grin never falter. "The king is gone, good riddance, long live the president, my father knows Dayud Khan, did you know that, Amir?" "So does my father," I said. "In reality, I had no idea if that was true or not." 34. The Kite Ruiner. "So does my father," Asef mimicked me in a whining voice. "Camel." And Wali cackled in unison. I wished Baba were there. "Well, Dayud Khan dined at our house last year," Asef went on. "How do you like that, Amirs?" I wondered if anyone would hear us scream in this remote patch. Land. Baba's house was a good kilometer away. I wished we'd stayed at the house. "Do you know what I will tell Dayud Khan the next time he comes to our house for dinner?" Asef said. "I'm going to have a little chat with him man to man, mard to mard, tell him what I told my mother about Hitler. Now there was a leader, a great leader, a man with vision, I'll tell Dayud Khan to remember that if they had let Hitler finish what he had started, the world be a better place now. Baba says Hitler was crazy, that he ordered a lot of innocent people killed," I heard myself say before I could clamp a hand on my mouth. Asef snickered. "He sounds like my mother, and she's German. She should know better, but then they want you to believe that, don't they? They don't want you to know the truth." I didn't know whose they were or what truth they were hiding, and I didn't want to find out. I wished I hadn't said anything. I wished again I'd look up and see Baba coming up the hill. "But you have to read books they don't give out in school," Asef said. "I have, and my eyes have been opened. Now I have a vision, and I'm going to share it with our new president. Do you know what it is?" I shook my head. "He'd tell me anyway." Asef always answered his own questions. His blue eyes flicked to Hassan. "Afghanistan is the land of Pash. Tons, it always has been, always will be. We are the true Afghans, the pure Afghans, not this flat nose here. His people pollute our homeland. Our Watan, they dirty our blood." He made a sweeping, grandiose gesture with his hands. "Afghanistan for Pashtuns, I say, that's my vision." Asef shifted his gaze to me again. He looked like someone coming out of a good dream, too. "Late for Hitler," I said, "but not for us." 35. Khaled Hosseini. He reached for something from the back pocket of his jeans. "I'll ask the president to do what the king didn't have the Quwwat to do, to rid Afghanistan of all the dirty, Kasif Hazaras." "Just let us go, Asef," I said, hating the way my voice trembled. "We're not bothering you." "Oh, you're bothering me," Asef said, and I saw with a sinking heart what he had fished out of his pocket. Of course, his stainless steel brass knuckles sparkled in the sun. "You're bothering me very much. In fact, you both are me more than this Hazara here. How can you talk to him, play with him, let him touch you?" he said, his voice drip ping with disgust. Wali and Camel nodded and grunted in agreement. Asef narrowed his eyes, shook his head. When he spoke again, he sounded as baffled as he looked. "How can you call him your friend?" "But he's not my friend," almost blurted. "He's my servant. Had I really thought that? Of course I hadn't. I treated Hassan well, just like a friend, better, even more like a brother. But if so, then why, when Baba's friends came to visit with their kids, didn't I ever include Hassan in our games? Why did I play with Hassan only when no one else was around?" Asef slipped on the brass knuckles, gave me an icy look. "You're part of the problem, Amir. If idiots like you and your father didn't take these people in, we'd be rid of them by now. They'd all just go rot in Hazarajat where they belong. you're a disgrace to Afghanistan." I looked in his crazy eyes and saw that he meant it. He really meant. To hurt me, Asef raised his fist and came for me. There was a flurry of rapid movement behind me, out of the corner. Of my eye, I saw Hassan bend down and stand up quickly. Asef's eyes flicked to something behind me and widened with surprise. I saw that same look of astonishment on Camel and Wali's faces as they too saw what had happened behind me. I turned and came face to face with Hassan's slingshot. Hassan had pulled the wide elastic band all the way back. In the cup was a rock this size of a walnut. Hassan held the slingshot pointed directly at Asef's 36. The kite runner face, his hand trembled with the strain of the pulled elastic band, and beads of sweat had erupted on his brow. "Please leave us alone, Agha," Hassan said in a flat tone. He'd referred to Asef as Agha, and I wondered briefly what it must be like to live with such an ingrained sense of one's place in a hierarchy. Asef gritted his teeth. "Put it down, you motherless Hazara." "Please leave us be, Agha," Hassan said. Asef smiled. "Maybe you didn't notice, but there are 3 of us. And 2 of you." Hassan shrugged. To an outsider, he didn't look scared, but Hassan's face was my earliest memory, and I knew all of its subtle nuances. Knew each and every twitch and flicker that ever rippled across it, and I saw that he was scared. He was scared plenty. "You are right, Agha, but perhaps you didn't notice that I'm the one holding the slingshot. If you make a move, they'll have to change your nickname from Asef, the ear-eater, to One-Eyed Asef, because I have this rock pointed at your left eye." He said this so flatly that even I had to strain to hear the fear that I knew hid under that calm voice. Asef's mouth twitched. Wali and Camel watched this exchange with something akin to fascination. Someone had challenged their god, humiliated him, and worst of all, that someone was a skinny Hazara. Asef looked from the rock to Hassan. He searched Hassan's face intently. What he found in it must have convinced him of the seriousness of Hassan's intentions, because he lowered his fist. "You should know something about me, Hazara," Asef said gravely. "I'm a very patient person. This doesn't end today, believe me." He turned to me. "This isn't the end for you either, Amir. Someday I'll make you face me one-on-one." Asef retreated a step. His disciples followed. "Your Hazara made a big mistake today, Amir," he said. They then turned around, walked away. I watched them walk down the hill and disappear behind a wall. Hassan was trying to tuck the slingshot in his waist with a pair of trembling hands, his mouth curled up into something that was sup. 37. Khaled Hosseini posed to be a reassuring smile. It took him 5 tries to tie the string of his trousers. Neither one of us said much of anything as we walked home in trepidation, certain that Asef and his friends would ambush us every time we turned a corner. They didn't, and that should have comforted us a little, but it didn't, not at all. For the next couple of years, the words economic development and reform danced on a lot of lips in Kabul. The constitutional monarchy had been abolished, replaced by a republic led by a president of the republic. For a while, a sense of rejuvenation and purpose swept across the land. People spoke of women's rights and modern technology. And for the most part, even though a new leader lived in the royal palace in Kabul, life went on as before. People went to work Saturday through Thursday and gathered for picnics on Fridays in parks, on the banks of Garga Lake, in the gardens of Pagman, Multikal. Or buses and lorries, filled with passengers, rolled through the narrow streets of Kabul, led by the constant shouts of the driver, assistants who straddled the vehicles, rear bumpers, and yelped directions to the driver. In their thick Kabuli accent, on Eid, the 3 days of celebration after the holy month of Ramadan, Kabulis dressed in our best and newest clothes and visited their families. People hugged and kissed and greeted each other with Eid Mubarak, Happy Eid. Children opened gifts and played with dyed hard-boiled eggs. Early that following winter of 1974, Hassan and I were playing in the yard one day building a snow fort when Ali called him in. Hassan, Agha Sahib wants to talk to you. He was standing by the front door. Dressed in white, hands tucked under his armpits, breath puffing from his mouth. Hassan and I exchanged a smile. We'd been waiting for his call all day. It was Hassan's birthday. What is it, Father? Do you know? Will you tell us? Hassan said. His eyes were gleaming. Ali shrugged. Agha Sahib hasn't discussed it with me. 38. The Kite runner. Come on, Ali, tell us, I pressed. Is it a drawing book, maybe a new pistol? Like Hassan, Ali was incapable of lying. Every year he pretended not to know what Baba had bought Hassan or me for our birthdays, and every year his eyes betrayed him and we coaxed the goods out of him. This time, though, it seemed he was telling the truth. Baba never missed Hassan's birthday. For a while he used to ask Hassan what he wanted, but he gave up doing that because Hassan was always too modest to actually suggest a present, so every winter Baba picked something out himself. He bought him a Japanese toy truck one year, an electric locomotive and train tracks set another year, the Previ. O's year, Baba had surprised Hassan with a leather cowboy hat just like the one Clint Eastwood wore in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, which had unseated The Magnificent Seven as our favorite Western. That whole winter, Hassan and I took turns wearing the hat and belted out the film's famous music as we climbed mounds of snow and shot each other dead. We took off our gloves and removed our snow-laden boots at the front door. When we stepped into the foyer, we found Baba sitting by the wood-burning cast-iron stove with a short, balding Indian man, dressed in a brown suit and red tie. Hassan, Baba said, smiling coyly, meet your birthday present. Hassan and I traded blank looks. There was no gift-wrapped box in sight, no bag, no toy, just Ali standing behind us and Baba with this slight Indian fellow who looked a little like a mathematics teacher. The Indian man in the brown suit smiled and offered Hassan his hand. I am Dr. Kumar, he said. It's a pleasure to meet you, he spoke Farsi with a thick, rolling Hindi accent. Salam alaikum, Hassan said uncertainly. He gave a polite tip of the head, but his eyes sought his father behind him. Ali moved closer and set his hand on Hassan's shoulder. Baba met Hassan's wary and puzzled eyes. I have summoned Dr. Kumar from New Delhi. Dr. Kumar is a plastic surgeon. Boo, called Hosseini. Do you know what that is? The Indian man, Dr. Kumar said. Hassan shook his head. He looked to me for help, but I shrugged. All I knew was that you went to a surgeon to fix you when you had a appendicitis. I knew this because one of my classmates had died of it the year before, and the teacher had told us they had waited too long to take him to a surgeon. We both looked to Ali, but of course with him you could never tell. His face was impassive as ever, though something sober had melted into his eyes. Well, Dr. Kumar said, my job is to fix things on people's bodies. Sometimes their faces. Oh, Hassan said. He looked from Dr. Kumar to Baba to Ali. His hand touched his upper lip. Oh, he said again. It's an unusual present, I know, Baba said, and probably not what you had in mind, but this present will last you forever. Oh, Hassan said. He licked his lips, cleared his throat. Agha Sahib, will it? Nothing doing, Dr. Kumar intervened, smiling kindly. It will not hurt you one bit. In fact, I will give you a medicine and you will not remember a thing. Oh, Hassan said. He smiled back with relief, a little relief anyway. I wasn't scared, Agha Sahib, Hassan might have been fooled. But I knew that when doctors said it wouldn't hurt, that's when you knew you were in trouble. With dread, I remembered my circumci. On the year prior, the doctor had given me the same line, reassured me it wouldn't hurt one bit, but when the numbing medicine wore off later that night, it felt like someone had pressed a red-hot coal to my Loins, why Baba waited until I was 10 to have me circumcised was B. Yawned me, and one of the things I will never forgive him for. I wished I too had some kind of scar that would beget Baba's sim. Pathy, it wasn't fair. Hassan hadn't done anything to earn Baba's affect. Tian's, he'd just been born with that stupid hairlip. The surgery went well. We were all a little shocked when they first removed the bandages, but kept our smiles on just as Dr. Kumar had in. 40. The kite ruiner. Struck at us, it wasn't easy, because Hassan's upper lip was a grotesque mesh of swollen, raw tissue. I expected Hassan to cry with horror when the nurse handed him the mirror. Ali held his hand as Hassan took a long, thoughtful look into it. He muttered something I didn't understand. I put my ear to his mouth. He whispered it again. Tashakar, thank you. Then his lips twisted, and that time I knew just what he was doing. He was smiling, just as he had, emerging from his mother's womb. The swelling subsided, and the wound healed with time. Soon it was just a pink, jagged line running up from his lip. By the following winter, it was only a faint scar, which was ironic, because that was the winter that Hassan stopped smiling. 41. Zix. Winter. Here is what I do on the first day of snowfall every year. I step out of the house early in the morning, still in my pajamas, hugging my arms against the chill. I find the driveway, my father's car, the walls, the trees, the rooftops, and the hills buried under a foot of snow. I smile. The sky is seamless and blue, the snow so white my eyes burn. I shovel a hand full of the fresh snow into my mouth. Listen to the muffled stillness, bro. Ken only by the cawing of crows. I walk down the front steps, barefoot, and call for Hassan to come out and see. Winter was every kid's favorite season in Kabul, at least those whose fathers could afford to buy a good iron stove. The reason was simple. They shut down school for the icy season. Winter to me was the end of long division and naming the capital of Bulgaria, and the start of 3 months of playing cards by the stove with Hassan, free Russian movies. On Tuesday mornings at Cinema Park, sweet turnip gurma over rice for lunch after a morning of building snowmen. And kites, of course, flying kites and running them. For a few unfortunate kids, winter did not spell the end of the 42. The kite running honor school year. There weren't the so-called voluntary winter courses. No kid I know ever volunteered to go to these classes. Parents, of course, did, though volunteering for them, fortunately for my Baba, was not one of them. I remember one kid, Ahmed, who lived across the street from us. His father was some kind of doctor. I think Ahmed had epilepsy and always wore a wool vest and thick black-rimmed glasses. He was one of Zef's regular victims. Every morning, I watched from my bedroom window as their Hazara servant shoveled snow from the driveway, cleared the way for the black opal. I made a point of watching Ahmed and his father get into the car. Ahmed in his wool vest and winter coat, his school bag filled with books and pencils. I waited until they pulled away, turned the corner, then I slipped back into bed in my flannel pajamas, pulled the blanket to my chin, and watched the snow-capped hills in the north through the window, watched them until I drifted back to sleep. I loved wintertime in Kabul. I loved it for the soft pattering of snow against my window at night, for the way fresh snow crunched under my black rubber boots, for the warmth of the cast iron stove as the wind screeched through the yards, the streets, but mostly because as the trees froze and ice sheathed the roads, the chill between Baba and me thawed a little, and the reason for that was the kites. Baba and I lived in the same house but in different spheres of existence. Kites were the one paper-thin slice of intersection between those spheres. Every winter, districts in Kabul held a kite-fighting tournament. And if you were a boy living in Kabul, the day of the tournament was undeniably the highlight of the cold season. I never slept the night before the tournament. I'd roll from side to side, make shadow animals on the wall, even sit on the balcony in the dark, a blanket wrapped around me. I felt like a soldier trying to sleep in the trenches the night before a major battle, and that wasn't so far off. In Kabul, fighting kites was a little like going to war. 43. Khaled Hosseini. As with any war, you had to ready yourself for battle. For a while, Hassan and I used to build our own kites. We saved our weekly allowances in the fall, dropped the money in a little porcelain horse Baba had brought one time from Herat. When the winds of winter began to blow and snow fell in chunks, we undid the snap under the horse's belly. We went to the bazaar and bought bamboo, glue, string, and paper. We spent hours every day shaving bamboo for the center and crossbars, cutting the thin tissue paper, which made for easy dipping and recovery. And then, of course, we had to make our own string or tar. If the kite was the gun, then tar, the glass-coated cutting line, was the bullet. In the chamber, we'd go out in the yard and fade up to 500 feet of string through a mixture of ground glass and glue. We'd then hang the line between the trees, leave it to dry. The next day, we'd wind the battle-ready line around a wooden spool. By the time the snow melted and the rains of spring swept in, every boy in Kabul bore telltale horizontal gashes on his fingers from a whole winter of fighting kites. I Right. Remember how my classmates and I used to huddle, compare our battle scars on the first day of school. Those cuts stung and did heal for a cool plea of wakes, but I did mind. They were reminders of a beloved son that had once again passed too quickly. Then the class captain would blow his whistle and we'd march in a single file to our class rooms, longing for winter, already greeted instead by the specter of yet another long school year. But it quickly became apparent that Hassan and I were better kite fighters than kite makers. Some flaw or other in our design always spelled its doom, so Baba started taking us to Seifo's to buy our kites. Seifo was a nearly blind old man who was a mooch by profession. Shoe repairman, but he was also the city's most famous kite maker, working out of a tiny hovel on Jade Maywend, the crowded street. South of the muddy banks of the Cobble River, I remember you had to crouch to enter the prison cell, sized store, and then had to lift a trap door to creep down a set of wooden steps to the dank basement where Seifo stored his coveted kites. Baba would buy us each 3 identical 44. The Kite Runner. Kites and spools of glass string. If I challenged my mind and asked for a bigger and fancier kite, Baba would buy it for me, but then I'd buy it for Hassan too. Sometimes I wished he wouldn't do that. Wished I'd let my boy the favorite. The kite fighting tournament was an old winter tradition in Afghan Istan. It started early in the morning on the day of the contest and didn't end until only the winning kite flew in the sky. I remember one year. The tournament outlasted daylight. People gathered on sidewalks and roofs to cheer for their kids, the streets filled with kite fighters jerking and tugging on their lines, squinting up to the sky, trying to gain posse. Tian to cut the opponent's line. Every kite fighter had an assistant, in my case Hassan, who held the spool and fed the line. One time, a bratty Hindi kid whose family had recently moved into the neighborhood told us that in his hometown, kite fighting had strict rules and regulations. You have to play in a boxed area and you have to stand at a right angle to the wind, he said proudly, and you can't use aluminum to make your glass string. Hassan and I looked at each other, cracked up. The Hindi kid would soon learn what the British learned earlier in the century, and what the Russians would eventually learn by the late 1980s, that Afghans are an independent people. Afghans cherish custom but abhor rules, and so it was with kite fighting. The rules were simple, no rules. Fly your kite, cut the opponents, good luck. Except that wasn't all. The real fun began when a kite was cut. That was where the kite runners came in, those kids who chased the wind. Blown kite drifting through the neighborhoods until it came spiraling down in a field, dropping in someone's yard, on a tree or a rooftop. The chase got pretty fierce. Hordes of kite runners swarmed the streets, shoved past each other like those people from Spain I'd read about. Once, the ones who ran from the bulls. One year, a neighborhood kid climbed a pine tree for a kite. A branch snapped under his weight and he fell 30 feet, broke his back and never walked again, but he fell with the kite still in his hands. And when a kite runner had his hands 45 called Hosseini on a kite, no one could take it from him. That wasn't a rule, that was Custom. For kite runners, the most coveted prize was the last fallen kite of a winter tournament. It was a trophy of honor, something to be displayed. On a mantle for guests to admire, when the sky cleared of kites and only the final two remained, every kite runner readied himself for the chance. To land this prize, he positioned himself at a spot that he thought would give him a head start. Tense muscles readied themselves to uncoil. Necks craned, eyes crinkled, fights broke out, and when the last kite was cut, all hell broke loose. Over the years, I had seen a lot of guys run kites, but Hassan was by far the greatest kite runner I'd ever seen. It was downright eerie the way he always got to the spot the kite would land before the kite did, as if he had some sort of inner compass. I remember one overcast winter day, Hassan and I were running a kite. I was chasing him through neighborhoods, hopping gutters, weaving through narrow streets. I was a year older than him, but Hassan ran faster than I did, and I was falling behind. "Hassan, wait," I yelled, my breathing hot and ragged. He whirled around, motioned with his hand. "This way," he called. Before dashing around another corner, I looked up, saw that the direction we were running was opposite to the one the kite was drifting. "We're losing it, we're going the wrong way," I cried out. "Trust me," I heard him call up ahead. I reached the corner and saw Hassan bolting along, his head down, not even looking at the sky, sweat soaking through the back of his shirt. I tripped over a rock and fell. I wasn't juice. Slower than Hassan, but clumsier too. I'd always envied his natural athleticism. When I staggered to my feet, I caught a glimpse of Hassan disappearing around another street corner. I hobbled after him, spikes of pain battering my scraped knees. I saw we had ended up on a rutted dirt road near Istiklal Middle School. There was a field on one side where lettuce grew in the summer and a row of sour cherry trees on the other. I found Hassan sitting. 46. The kite ruiner. Cross-legged. Let the foot of one of the trees, lighting from a fistful of dried mulberries. "What are we doing here?" I panted, my stomach roiling with nausea. He smiled. "Sit with me, Amir Agha." I dropped next to him, lay on a thin patch of snow, wheezing. "You're wasting our time. It was going the other way, didn't you see?" Hassan popped a mulberry in his mouth. "It's coming," he said. I could hardly breathe, and he didn't even sound tired. "How do you know?" I said. "I know." "How can you know?" He turned to me. A few sweat beads rolled from his bald scalp. "Would I ever lie to you, Amir Agha?" Suddenly, I decided to toy with him a little. "I don't know." "Would you?" "You'd sooner eat dirt," he said with a look of indignation. "Really, you'd do that?" He threw me a puzzled look. "Do what?" "Eat dirt if I told you to," I said. I knew I was being cruel, like when I'd taunt him if he didn't know some big word, but there was something fascinating, albeit in a sick way, about teasing Hassan, kind of like when we used to play insect torture, except now he was the ant and I was holding the magnifying glass. His eyes searched my face for a long time. We sat there, two boys, under a sour cherry tree, suddenly looking, really looking at each other. That's when it happened again. Hassan's face changed. Maybe not. Changed, not really, but suddenly I had the feeling I was looking at two faces, the one I knew, the one that was my first memory, and another second face, this one lurking just beneath the surface. I'd seen it happen before. It always shook me up a little. It just appeared, this other face, for a fraction of a moment, long enough to leave me with the unsettling feeling that maybe I'd seen it someplace before. Then Hassan blinked and it was just him again, just Hassan. 47. Khaled Hosseini. "If you asked, I would," he finally said, looking right at me. I dropped my eyes. To this day, I find it hard to gaze directly at people like Hassan, people who mean every word they say. "But I wonder," he added, "would you ever ask me to do such a Thing Amir Agha, and just like that, he had thrown at me his own lit. TLE test, if I was going to toy with him and challenge his loyalty, then he'd toy with me, test my integrity. I wished I hadn't started this conversation. I forced a smile. Do be stupid, Hassan, you know I wouldn't. Hassan returned the smile, except his didn't look forced. I know. He said, and that's the thing about people who mean everything they say, they think everyone else does too. Here it comes, Hassan said, pointing to the sky. He rose to his feet and walked a few paces to his left. I looked up, saw the kite plummet. Ing toward us, I heard footfalls, shouts, an approaching melee of kite runners, but they were wasting their time, because Hassan stood with his arms wide open, smiling, waiting for the kite, and may God, if he exists, that is, strike me blind if the kite didn't just drop into his outstretched arms. In the winter of 1975, saw Hassan run a kite for the last time. Usually, each neighborhood held its own competition, but that year, the tournament was going to be held in my neighborhood, Wazir Akbar Khan, and several other districts, Karde Char, Karde Parwin Mekro, Rayan and Kode Sangi had been invited. You could hardly go any where without hearing talk of the upcoming tournament. Word had it this was going to be the biggest tournament in 25 years. One night that winter, with the big contest only 4 days away, Baba and I sat in his study in overstuffed leather chairs by the glow of the fireplace. We were sipping tea, talking. Ali had served dinner liar, potatoes, and curried cauliflower over rice, and had retired for the night with Hassan. Baba was fattening his pipe, and I was asking 48. The kite ruiner. Him to tell the story about the winter a pack of wolves had descended from the mountains in Herat and forced everyone to stay indoors for a week, when he lit a match and said casually, I think maybe you'll win the tournament this year. What do you think? I didn't know what to think or what to say. Was that what it would take? Had he just slipped me a key? I was a good kite fighter, actually, a very good one. A few times, I'd even come close to winning the winter tournament. Once I'd made it to the final 3, but coming close wasn't the same as winning, was it? Baba hadn't come close, he had won. Because winners won and everyone else just went home. Baba was used to winning at everything he see. His mind too, didn't he have a right to expect the same from his son? And just imagine if I did win. Baba smoked his pipe and talked. I pretended to listen, but I couldn't listen, not really, because Baba's casual little comment had planted a seed in my head, the resolution that I would win that winter's tournament. I was going to win. There was no other viable option. I was going to win, and I was going to run that last kite. Then I'd bring it home and show it to Baba, show him once and for all that his son was worthy. Then maybe my life as a ghost in this house would finally be over. I let myself dream. I imagined conversation and laughter over din Nur instead of silence, broken only by the clinking of silverware and the occasional grunt. I envisioned us taking a Friday drive in Baba's car to Pagman, stopping on the way at Garga Lake for some fried trout and potatoes. We'd go to the zoo to see Marjan the lion, and maybe Baba wouldn't yawn and steal looks at his wristwatch all the time. Maybe Baba would even read one of my stories. I'd write him 100. If's thought he'd read one. Maybe he'd call me Amir Jan like Rahim Khan did, and maybe, just maybe, I would finally be pardoned for kill ing my mother. Baba was telling me about the time he'd cut 14 kites on the same day. I smiled, nodded, laughed at all the right places, but I hardly heard a word he said. I had a mission now, and I wasn't going to fail. Baba, not this time. 49. Khaled Hosseini. It snowed heavily the night before the tournament. Hassan and I sat under the kursi and played panjpar as wind-rattled tree branches tapped on the window. Earlier that day, I'd asked Ali to set up the kursi for us, which was basically an electric heater under a low table covered with a thick quilted blanket. Around the table, he arranged mattresses and cushions so as many as 20 people could sit and slip their legs. Hassan and I used to spend entire snowy days snug under the Kursi playing chess, cards, mostly Panjbar. I killed Hassan's 10 of diamonds, played him 2 jacks and a 6. Next door in Baba's study, Baba and Rahim Khan were discussing Busey. Ness with a couple of other men, one of them I recognized as Asef's father. Through the wall, I could hear the scratchy sound of radio. Kabul news. Hassan killed the 6 and picked up the jacks. On the radio, Daoud Khan was announcing something about foreign investments. He says someday we'll have television in Kabul, I said. Lahore. Daoud Khan, you ass, the president. Hassan giggled. I heard they already have it in Iran, he said. I sighed. Those Iranians, for a lot of Hazaras, Iran represented a sanctuary of sorts, I guess, because, like Hazaras, most Iranians were Shia Muslims, but I remembered something my teacher had said that summer about Iranians, that they were grinning smooth talkers who patted you on the back with one hand and picked your pocket with the other. I told Baba about that, and he said my teacher was one of those jealous Afghans, jealous because Iran was a rising power in Asia and most people around the world couldn't even find Afghanistan on a world map. It hurts to say that, he said, shrugging, but better to get hurt by the truth than comforted with a lie. I'll buy you one someday, I said. Hassan's face brightened. A television, in truth. 50. The Kite ruiner. Sure, and not the black and white kind either. We'll probably be grown-ups by then, but I'll get us 2. One for you and one for me. TL put it on my table where keep my drawings, Hassan said. His saying that made me kind of sad for who Hassan was. Where he lived, for how he'd accepted the fact that he'd grow old in that mud shack in the yard the way his father had. I drew the last card. Played him a pair of queens and a 10. Hassan picked up the queens. You know, I think you're going to make Agha Sahib very proud tomorrow. You think so? Inshallah, he said. Inshallah, one echoed, though the God-willing qualifier did sound as sincere coming from my lips. That was the thing with Hassan. He was so goddamn pure, you always felt like a phony around him. I killed his king and played him my final card, the ace of spades. He had to pick it up. I'd won, but as I shuffled for a new game, I had the distinct suspicion that Hassan had let me win. Lamir Aghas. What? You know, I like where I live. He was always doing that, read. In my mind, it's my home. Whatever, I said, get ready to lose again. 51. 7. The next morning, as he brewed black tea for breakfast, Hassan told me he'd had a dream. We were at Garga Lake, Yumi, Father Agha Sahib, Rahim Khan, and thousands of other people, he said. It was warm and sunny, and the lake was clear like a mirror, but no one was swimming because they said a monster had come to the lake. It was swimming at the bottom, waiting. He poured me a cup and added sugar, blew on it a few times, put it before me, so everyone is scared to get in water, and suddenly you kick off your shoes, Amir Agha, and take off your shirt. There's no moan. Stir, you say, I'll show you all, and before anyone can stop you, you dive into the water, start swimming away. I follow you in, and we're both swimming. But you can't swim. Hassan laughed. It's a dream, Amir Agha. You can do anything, any way. Everyone is screaming, get out, but we just swim in the cold water. We make it way out to the middle of the lake, and we stop swimming. We turn toward the shore and wave to the people. They look small like ants, but we can hear them clapping. They see now. There is 52. The Kite runner. No monster, just water. They changed the name of the lake after that and call it the Lake of Amir and Hassan, Sultans of Kabul, and we get to charge people money for swimming in it. So what does it mean? I said. He coated my naan with marmalade, placed it on a plate. I do No, I was hoping you could tell me. Well, it's a dumb dream. Nothing happens in it. Father says dreams always mean something. I sipped some tea. Why don't you ask him then? He's so smart, I said more curtly than I had intended. I hadn't slept all night, my neck and back were like coiled springs and my eyes stung. Still, I had been mean to Hassan. I almost apologized, then didn't. Hassan understood. I was just nervous. Hassan always understood about me. Upstairs, I could hear the water running in Baba's bathroom. The SDRETS glistened with fresh snow, and the sky was a blameless blue. Snow blanketed every rooftop and weighed on the branches of the stunted mulberry trees that lined our street. Over night, snow had nudged its way into every crack and gutter. I squinted against the blinding white when Hassan and I stepped through the wrought iron gates. Ali shut the gates behind us. I heard him mutter a prayer under his breath. He always said a prayer when his son left the house. I had never seen so many people on our street. Kids were flinging snowballs, squabbling, chasing one another, giggling. Kite fighters were huddling with their spool holders, making last-minute preparations. From adjacent streets, I could hear laughter and chatter. Already, roof tops were jammed with spectators reclining in lawn chairs, hot tea steam ing from thermoses, and the music of Ahmed Zahir blaring from cassette players. The immensely popular Ahmed Zahir had revolutionized Afghan music and outraged the purists by adding electric guitars, drums, and horns to the traditional tabla and harmonium, on stage or at par. 53. Khaled Hosseini. Ties, he shirked the austere and nearly morose stance of older singers, and actually smiled when he sang, sometimes even at women, turned my gaze to our rooftop, found Baba and Rahim Khan sitting on a bench, both dressed in wool sweaters, sipping tea. Baba waved. I couldn't tell if he was waving at me or Hassan. We should get started, Hassan said. He wore black rubber snow boots and a bright green chapan over a thick sweater and faded corduroy pants. Sunlight washed over his face, and in it saw how well the pink scar above his lip had healed. Suddenly I wanted to withdraw, pack it all in, go back home. What was I thinking? Why was I putting myself through this when I already knew the outcome? Baba was on the roof, watching me. I felt his glare on me like the heat of a blistering sun. This would be failure on a grand scale, even for me. I'm not sure I want to fly a kite today, I said. It's a beautiful day, Hassan said. I shifted on my feet, tried to peel my gaze away from our rooftop. I do know, maybe we should go home. Then he stepped toward me and in a low voice said something that scared me a little. Remember, Amir Agha, there's no monster, just a beautiful day. How could I be such an open book to him when half the time I had no idea what was milling around in his head? I was the one who went to school, the one who could read, write. I was the smart one. Hassan couldn't read a first-grade textbook, but he'd read me plenty. That was a little unsettling, but also sort of comfortable to have some one who always knew what united. No monster, I said, feeling a little better to my own surprise. He smiled. No monster. Are you sure? He closed his eyes, nodded. I looked to the kids scampering down the street, flinging snowballs. It is a beautiful day, isn't it? Let's fly, he said. 54. The kite ruiner. It occurred to me then that maybe Hassan had made up his dream. Was that possible? I decided it was. Hassan was that smart. I was that smart. But made up or not, the silly dream had lifted some of my anxiety. Maybe I should take off my shirt, take Let's swim in the lake. Why not? Let's do it, I said. Hassan's face brightened. Good, he said. He lifted our kite red, with yellow borders and just beneath where the central and cross spars met, marked with Seifo's unmistakable signature. He licked his finger and held it up, tested the wind, N ran in its direction on those rare occasions we flew kites in the summer. He'd kick up dust to see which way the wind blew it. The spool rolled in my hands until Hassan stopped about 50 feet away. He held the kite high over his head like an Olympic athlete showing his gold medal. I jerked the string twice, our usual signal, and Hassan tossed the kite. Caught between Baba and the mullahs at school, I still hadn't made up my mind about God, but when a Quran ayat I had learned in my Diniat class rose to my lips, I muttered it. I took a deep breath, exhaled, and pulled on the string. Within a minute, my kite was rocketing too. The sky, it made a sound like a paper bird flapping its wings. Hassan clapped his hands, whistled, and ran back to me. I handed him the spool holding onto the string, and he spun it quickly to roll the loose string back on. At least 24 kites already hung in the sky, like paper sharks, roaming for prey. Within an hour, the number doubled, and red, blue, and yellow kites glided and spun in the sky. A cold breeze wafted through my hair. The wind was perfect for kite flying, blowing just hard enough to give some lift, make the sweeps easier. Next to me, Hassan held the spool, his hands already bloodied by the string. Soon the cutting started, and the first of the defeated kites whirled out of control. They fell from the sky like shooting stars with brilliant, rippling tails, showering the neighborhoods below with prizes for the kite runners. I could hear the runners now, hollering as they ran the 55 called Hosseini streets. Someone shouted reports of a fight breaking out 2 streets down. I kept stealing glances at Baba, sitting with Rahim Khan on the roof. Wondered what he was thinking. Was he cheering for me, or did a part of him enjoy watching me fail? That was the thing about kite flying. Your mind drifted with the kites. They were coming down all over the place now, the kites, and I was still flying. I was still flying. My eyes kept wandering over to Baba, but D led up in his wool sweater. Was he surprised I had lasted as long as I had? You don't keep your eyes to the sky, you won't last much longer. Snapped my gaze back to the sky. A red kite was closing in on me. I'd caught it just in time. I tangled a bit with it, ended up besting him when he became impatient and tried to cut me from below. Up and down the streets, kite runners were returning triumphantly. Their captured kites held high. They showed them off to their parents, their friends, but they all knew the best was yet to come. The biggest prize of all was still flying. I sliced a bright yellow kite with a coiled white tail. It cost me another gash on the index finger, and blood trick led down into my palm. I had Hassan hold the string and sucked the blood dry, blotted my finger against my jeans. Within another hour, the number of surviving kites dwindled from maybe 50 to a dozen. I was one of them. I'd made it to the last dozen. I knew this part of the tournament would take a while, because the guys who had lasted this long were good. They wouldn't easily fall into plea traps like the old lift and dive, Hassan's favorite trick. By 3 o'clock that afternoon, tufts of clouds had drifted in and the sun had slipped behind them. Shadows started to lengthen. Spectators on the roofs bundled up in scarves and thick coats. We were down to a half dozen, and I was still flying. My legs ached and my neck was stiff, but with each defeated kite, hope grew in my heart like snow, collecting on a wall, one flake at a time. My eyes kept returning to a blue kite that had been wreaking havoc for the last hour. 56. The kite ruiner. How many has he cut? I asked. T counted 11, Hassan said. Do you know whose it might be? Hassan clucked his tongue and tipped his chin. That was a trade. Mark Hassan's gesture meant he had no idea. The blue kite sliced a big Purple one and swept twice in big loops. 10 minutes later, he'd cut in. Other two, sending hordes of kite runners racing after them. After another 30 minutes, only 4 kites remained, and I was still flying. It seemed I could hardly make a wrong move, as if every gust of wind blew in my favor. I'd never felt so in command, so lucky. It felt intoxicating. I didn't dare look up to the roof, didn't dare take my eyes off the sky. I had to concentrate, play it smart. Another 15 minutes. And what had seemed like a laughable dream that morning had suddenly become reality. It was just me and the other guy, the blue kite. The tension in the air was as taut as the glass string I was tugging. With my bloody hands, people were stomping their feet, clapping wise. Teeling, chanting, Baborsh, Baborsh, cut him, I wondered if Baba's voice was one of them. Music blasted, the smell of steamed mantu and fried pakora drifted from rooftops and open doors. But all I heard, all I willed myself to hear, was the thudding of blood in my head. All I saw was the blue kite. All I smelled was victory. Salvation, redemption. If Baba was wrong and there was a God like they said in school, then he'd let me win. I didn't know what the other guy was playing for, maybe just bragging rights, but this was my one chance to become someone who was looked at, not seen, listened to, not heard. If there was a God, he'd guide the winds, let them blow for me so that with a tug of my string, I'd cut loose my pain, my longing. I'd endured too much, come too far, and suddenly, just like that, hope became knowledge. I was going to win. It was just a matter of when. It turned out to be sooner than later. A gust of wind lifted my kite, and I took advantage, fed the string, pulled up, looped my kite on top of the blue one. I held position. The blue kite knew it was in trouble. It was trying desperately to maneuver out of the jam, but I didn't let go. 57. Khaled Hosseini held position. The crowd sensed the end was at hand. The chorus of cut him, grew louder, like Romans chanting for the gladia. Tours to kill, kill. You're almost there, Amir Agha, almost there, Hassan was panting. Then the moment came. I closed my eyes and loosened my grip on the string. It sliced my fingers again as the wind dragged it, and then I didn't need to hear the crowd's roar to know. I didn't need to see either. Hassan was screaming, and his arm was wrapped around my neck. Bravo, bravo, Emir Aghas. I opened my eyes, saw the blue kite spinning wildly like a tire come loose from a speeding car. I blinked, tried to say something. Nothing came out. Suddenly I was hovering, looking down on myself from above. Black leather coat, red scarf, faded jeans, a thin boy, a little Sal. Low and a tad short for his 12 years. He had narrow shoulders and a hint of dark circles around his pale hazel eyes. The breeze rustled his light brown hair. He looked up to me and we smiled at each other. Then I was screaming, and everything was color and sound. Everything was alive and good. I was throwing my free arm around Hassan, and we were hopping up and down, both of us laughing, both of us weeping. You won, Amir Agha, you won. We won, was all I could say. This wasn't happening. In a moment, I'd blink and rouse from this beautiful dream, get out of bed, march down to the kitchen to eat breakfast with no one to talk to but Hassan, get dressed, wait for Baba, give up, back to my old life. Then I saw Baba on our roof. He was standing on the edge, pumping both of his fists, hollering and clapping, and that right there was the single greatest moment of my 12 years of life, seeing Baba on that roof. Proud of me at last. But he was doing something now, motioning with his hands in an urgent way. Then I understood. Hassan, I know, he said, breaking our embrace. Inshallah, we'll celebrate later. Right now, I'm going to run that blue kite for you, he said. He's 58. The kite ruiner dropped the spool and took off running, the hem of his green chapin dragging in the snow behind him. Hassan, I called, come back with it. He was already turning the street corner, his rubber boots kicking up snow. He stopped, turned. He cupped his hands around his mouth. For you 1,000 times over, he said. Then he smiled his Hassan. Smile and disappeared around the corner, the next time I saw him. Smile unabashedly like that was 26 years later, in a faded Polaroid photograph. I began to pull my kite back as people rushed to congratulate me. I shook hands with them, said my thanks. The younger kids looked at me. With an awestruck twinkle in their eyes, I was a hero. Hands patted my back and tousled my hair. I pulled on the string and returned every smile, but my mind was on the blue kite. Finally had my kite in hand. I wrapped the loose string that had collected at my feet around the spool, shook a few more hands, and trotted home. When I reached the wrought iron gates, Ali was waiting. On the other side, he stuck his hand through the bars. Congratulations, he said. Gave him my kite and spool, shook his hand. Tashakkur, Ali Jan. I was praying for you the whole time. Then keep praying, we're not done yet. I hurried back to the street. I didn't ask Ali about Baba. I did want to see him yet. In my head, I had it all planned. I'd make a grand entrance, a hero, prized trophy in my bloodied hands. Heads would turn and eyes would lock. Rostam and Soreb sizing each other up. Dramatic moment of silence. Then the old warrior would walk to the young one, embrace him, acknowledge his worthiness. Vindication, salvation, redemption, and then, well, happily ever after, of course. What else? The streets of Wazir Akbar Khan were numbered and set at right and glazed to each other like a grid. It was a new neighborhood then, still developing, with empty lots of land and half-constructed homes. On every 59 Khaled Hosseini street, between compounds surrounded by 8-foot walls, I ran up and down every street looking for Hassa. And everywhere people were busy folding chairs, packing food and utensils after a long day of party. Some, still sitting on their rooftops, shouted their congratulations. To my 4 streets south of ours, I saw Omar, the son of an engineer who was a friend of Baba S. He was dribbling a soccer ball with his brother on the front lawn of their house. Omar was a pretty good guy. We'd been classmates in 4th grade, and one time he'd given me a fountain pen. The kind you had to load with a cartridge. Heard you won, Amir, he said. Congratulations. Thanks. Have you seen Hassan? You're Hazara. I nodded. Omar headed the ball to his brother. I hear he's a great kite run. Nur, his brother, headed the ball back to him. Omar caught it, tossed it up and down, although I've always wondered how he manages. I mean, with those tight little eyes, how does he see anything? His brother laughed a short burst and asked for the ball. Omar ignored him. Have you seen him? Omar flicked a thumb over his shoulder, pointing southwest. I saw him running toward the bazaar a while ago. Thanks, I scuttled away. By the time I reached the marketplace, the sun had almost sunk behind the hills, and dusk had painted the sky pink and purple. A few blocks away from the Haji Yaghaub Mosque, the mullah bellowed azan, calling for the faithful to unroll their rugs and bow their heads west. Prayer. Hassan never missed any of the 5 daily prayers. Even when we were out playing, he'd excuse himself, draw water from the well in the yard, wash up, and disappear into the hut. He'd come out a few minutes later, smiling, find me sitting against the wall or perched on a tree. He was going to miss prayer tonight, though, because of me. 60. The kite ruiner. The bazaar was emptying quickly, the merchants finishing up their haggling for the day. I trotted in the mud between rows of closely packed cubicles where you could buy a freshly slaughtered pheasant in one stand and a calculator from the adjacent one. I picked my way through the dwindling crowd, the lame beggars dressed in layers of tattered rags, the vendors with rugs on their shoulders, the cloth merchants and butchers closing shop for the day. I found no sign of Hassan. I stopped by a dried fruit stand, described Hassan to an old merchant loading his mule with crates of pine seeds and raisins. He wore a powder blue turban. He paused to look at me for a long time before answering. I might have seen him. Which way did he go? He eyed me up and down. What is a boy like you doing here at this time of the day looking for a Hazara? His glance lingered admiringly on my leather coat and my jeans, cowboy pants we used to call them, in Afghanistan, owning anything American, especially if it wasn't second hand, was a sign of wealth. T need to find him, Agha. What is he to you? He said. I didn't see the point of his question, but I reminded myself that impatience wasn't going to make him tell me any faster. He's our servant's son, I said. The old man raised a pepper-gray eyebrow. He is lucky Hazara. Having such a concerned master, his father should get on his knees. Sweep the dust at your feet with his eyelashes. Are you going to tell me or not? He rested an arm on the mule's back, pointed south. I think I saw the boy you described running that way. He had a kite in his hand. Blue one. He did, I said, for you 1,000 times over, he'd promised. Good. Old Hassan, good old reliable Hassan. He'd kept his promise and run. The last kite for me. 61. Called Hosseini. Of course, they've probably caught him by now, the old merchant said, grunting and loading another box on the mule's back. Who? The other boys, he said, the ones chasing him, they were. Dressed like you, he glanced to the sky inside. Now run along. You're making me late for Namaz. But I was already scrambling down the lane. For the next few minutes, I scoured the bazaar in vain. Maybe the old merchant's eyes had betrayed him, except he'd seen the blue kite. The thought of getting my hands on that kite, one poked my head behind every lane, every shop, no sign of Hassan. I had begun to worry that darkness would fall before I found Hassan when I heard voices from up ahead. I'd reached a secluded, muddy road. It ran perpendicular to the end of the main thoroughfare bisect. In the bazaar, I turned onto the rutted track and followed the voices. My boots squished in mud with every step, and my breath puffed out in white clouds before me. The narrow path ran parallel on one side to a snow-filled ravine through which a stream may have tumbled in the spring. To my other side stood rows of snow-burdened cypress trees, peppered among flat-topped clay houses, no more than mud shacks in most cases, separated by narrow alleys. I heard the voices again, louder this time, coming from one of the alleys. I crept close to the mouth of the alley, held my breath, peeked around the corners. Hassan was standing at T. He blind end of the alley in a defiant stance. Fists curled, legs slightly apart. Behind him, sitting on piles of scrap and rubble, was the blue kite, my key to Baba's heart. Blocking Hassan's way out of the alley were 3 boys, the same 3 from that day on the hill, the day after Daoud Khan's coup, when Hassan had saved us with his slingshot. Wally was standing on one side, Camel on the other, and in the middle, Asef. I felt my body clench up, and something cold rippled up my spine. Asef seemed relaxed, confident. He was twirling his brass knuckles. The other 2 guys shifted. 62. The kite runner. Nervously. On their way, looking from Asef to Hassan, like they'd cornered some kind of wild animal that only Asef could tame. Where is your slingshot, Hazara? Asef said, turning the brass knuckles in his hand. What was it you said? They'll have to call you One-Eyed Asef. That's right, One-Eyed Asef. That was clever, really. Clever? Then again, it's easy to be clever when you're holding a loaded weapon. I realized I still hadn't breathed out. I exhaled slowly, quietly. I felt paralyzed. I watched them close in on the boy I'd grown up with, the boy whose hair-lipped face had been my first memory. But today is your lucky day, Hazara, Asef said. He had his back to me, but I would have bet he was grinning. I'm in a mood to forgive. What do you say to that, boys? That's generous, Camel blurted, especially after the rude man. Nurs he showed us last time. He was trying to sound like a Seth, except there was a tremor in his voice. Then I understood he wasn't afraid of Hassan, not really. He was afraid because he had no idea what Asef had in mind. Asef waved a dismissive hand. Bakshida, forgiven, it's done. His voice dropped a little. Of course, nothing is free in this world, and my pardon comes with a small price. That's fair, Camel said. Nothing is free, Wali added. You're a lucky Hazara, Asef said, taking a step toward Hassan. Because today it's only going to cost you that blue kite, a fair deal. Boys, isn't it? More than fair, Camel said. Even Trom, where I was standing, I could see the fear creeping into Hassan's eyes, but he shook his head. Amir Agha won the tournament. And I ran this kite for him. I ran it fairly. This is his kite. A loyal Hazara, loyal as a dog, Asef said. Camel's laugh was a shrill, nervous sound. But before you sacrifice yourself for him, think about this. Would 63 called Hosseini. He'd do the same for you. Have you ever wondered why he never includes you in games when he has guests, why he only plays with you when no one else is around? I'll tell you why, Hazara, because to him you're nothing but an ugly pet, something he can play with when he's bored, something he can kick when he's angry. Don't ever fool yourself and think you're something more. Amir Agho and I are friends, Hassan said. He looked flushed. Friends, Asef said, laughing. You pathetic fool, someday you'll wake up from your little fantasy and learn just how good of a friend he is. Now, Boz, enough of this. Give us that kite. Hassan stooped and picked up a rock. Asef flinched. He began to take a step back, stopped. Last chance. Hazara. Hassan's answer was to cock the arm that held the rock. Whatever you wish. Asef unbuttoned his winter coat, took it off. Folded it slowly and deliberately. He placed it against the wall. I opened my mouth, almost said something. Almost. The rest of my life might have turned out differently if I had, but I didn't. I just watched, paralyzed. Asef motioned with his hand, and the other two boys separated, forming a half circle, trapping Hassan in the alley. I've changed my mind, Asef said. I'm letting you keep the kite. Hazara, I'll let you keep it so it will always remind you of what I'm about to do. Then he charged. Hassan hurled the rock. It struck Asef in the forehead. Asef yelped as he flung himself at Hassan, knocking him to the ground. Wali and Camel followed. I bit on my fist, shut my eyes. A memory. Did you know Hassan and you fed from the same breast? Did you know that? Amir Agha, Sakina her name was. She was a fair, blue-eyed 64. The kite runnin' on her. Hazara. Woman. From Bamiyan. And she sang your old wedding songs. They say there is a brotherhood between people who have fed from the same breast. Did you know that? A memories. A rupiah each, children. Just 1 rupiah each, and I will part the cur. Tain of truth, the old man sits against a mud wall. His sightless eyes are like molten silver embedded in deep twin craters, hunched over his cane. The fortune teller runs a gnarled hand across the surface of his flatted cheeks, cups it before us. Not much to ask for the truth, is it? Rupiah each. Hassan drops a coin in the leathery palm. I drop mine too. In the name of Allah, most beneficent, most merciful, the old fortune teller whispers. He takes Hassan's hand first, strokes the palm with one horn-like fingernail, round and round, and round. The finger then floats to Hassan's face and makes a dry, scratchy sound as it slowly traces the curve of his cheeks, the outline of his ears, the calloused pads of his fingers brush against Hassan's eyes. The hand stops there, lingers, a shaw Dao passes across the old man's face. Hassan and I exchange a glance. The old man takes Hassan's hand and puts the rupiah back in Hassan's palm. He turns to me. "How about you, young friend?" he says, on the other side of the wall. A rooster crows. The old man reaches for my hand and I withdraw it. A dream. I am lost in a snowstorm. The wind shrieks, blows stinging sheets of snow into my eyes. I stagger through layers of shifting white. I call for help. But the wind drowns my cries. I fall and lie panting on the snow, lost in the white, the wind wailing in my ears. I watch the snow erase my fresh footprints. I'm a ghost now, I think, a ghost with no footprints. I cry out. Again, hope fading like my footprints, but this time a muffled reply. I shield my eyes and manage to sit WP out of the swaying curtains of snow. I catch a glimpse of movement, a flurry of color, a familiar shape. Maturi. Eliza's. A hand reaches out for me. I see deep, parallel gashes across the palm, blood dripping, staining the snow. I take the hand and suddenly the snow is gone. We're standing in a field of apple greens, grass with soft wisp. 65. Khaled Hosseini. Of clouds drifting above. I look up and see the clear sky is filled with kites. Green, yellow, red, orange. They shimmer in the afternoon light. A havoc of scrap and rubble littered the alley. Worn bicycle tires, bottles with peeled labels, ripped up magazines, yellowed newspaper. Purrs all scattered amid a pile of bricks and slabs of cement. A rusted cast iron stove with a gaping hole on its side tilted against a wall. But there were two things amid the garbage that I couldn't stop looking at. One was the blue kite resting against the wall, close to the cast iron stove. The other was Hassan's brown corduroy pants thrown on a heap of eroded bricks. Don't know," Wally was saying. "My father says it's sinful." He sounded unsure, excited, scared all at the same time. Hassan lay with his chest pinned to the ground. Camel and Wally each gripped an arm, twisted and bent at the elbow so that Hassan's hands were pressed to his back. Asef was standing over them, the heel of his snow boots crushing the back of Hassan's neck. "Your father won't find out," Asef said, "and there's nothing sinful about teaching a lesson to a disrespectful donkey." Don't know," Wally muttered. "Suit yourself," Asef said. He turned to Camel. "What about you?" Neil eyed. "It's just a Hazara," Asef said, but Camel kept looking away. "Fine," Asef snapped. "All I want you weaklings to do is hold him down. Can you manage that?" Wally and Camel nodded. They looked relieved. Asef knelt behind Hassan, put his hands on Hassan's hips and lifted his bare buttocks. He kept one hand on Hassan's back and undid his own belt buckle with his free hand. He unzipped his jeans, dropped his underwear. He positioned himself behind Hassan. Hassan did struggle, didn't even whimper. He moved his head slightly and I caught a glimpse of his face, saw the resignation in it. It was a look I had seen before. It was the look of the lamb. 66. The Kite Ruiner. Tomorrow is the 10th day of Dhul Hijjah, the last month of the Muslim calendar and the first of 3 days of Eid al-Adha, or Eid Korban as Afghans call it, a day to celebrate how the Prophet Ibrahim almost sacrificed his own son for God. Baba has hand-picked the sheep. Again this year, a powder white one with crooked black ears. We all stand in the backyard, Hassan, Ali, Baba, and I, the mullah. Recites the prayer, rubs his beard. Baba mutters, "Get on with it," under his breath. He sounds annoyed with the endless praying, the ritual of making the meat halal. Baba mocks the story behind this Eid, like he mocks every thing religious. Buey, he respects the tradition of Eid Korban, the cuss. Tom is to divide the meat in thirds, one for the family, one for friends, and one for the poor. Every year, Baba gives it all to the poor. The rich are fat. "Enough already," he says. The mullah finishes the prayer. Amin. He picks up the kitchen knife with the long blade. The custom is to not let the sheep see the knife. Ali feeds the animal a cube of sugar, another custom to make death sweeter. The sheep kicks, but not much. The mullah grabs it under its jaw and places the blade on its neck, just a second before he slices the throat in. One expert motion, I see the sheep's eyes. It is a look that will haunt my dreams for weeks. I don't know why I watch this yearly ritual in our back yard. My nightmares persist long after the bloodstains on the grass have faded, but I always watch. I watch because of that look of acceptance. In the animal's eyes, absurdly, I imagine the animal understands. The animal sees that its imminent demise is for a H. Igher purpose. This is the look. I stopped watching, turned away from the alley. Something warm was running down my wrist. I blinked, so I was still biting down on my fist hard enough to draw blood from the knuckles. I realized something else. I was weeping. From just around the corner, I could hear Asef's quick, rhythmic grunts. 67. Khaled Hosseini. I had one last chance to make a decision, one final opportunity to decide who I was going to be. I could step into that alley, stand up for Hassan the way he'd stood up for me all those times in the past, and accept whatever would happen to me, or I could run. In the end, I ran. I ran because I was a coward. I was afraid of Asef and what he would do to me. I was afraid of getting hurt. That's what I told myself as I turned my back to the alley, to Hassan. That's what I made myself be. Leave. I actually aspired to cowardice, because the alternative, the real reason I was running, was that Asef was right. Nothing was free in this world. Maybe Hassan was the price I had to pay, the lamb I had to slay. To win Baba, was it a fair price? The answer floated to my conscious mind before I could thwart it. He was just a Hazara, wasn't he? I ran back the way I'd come, ran back to the all but deserted bazaar. I lurched to a cubicle and leaned against the padlocked swinging doors. I stood there panting, sweating, wishing things had turned out some other way. About 15 minutes later, I heard voices and running footfalls. I crouched behind the cubicle and watched Asef and the other two sprinting by, laughing as they hurried down the deserted lane. I forced myself to wait 10 more minutes, then I walked back to the rutted track that ran along the snow-filled ravine. I squinted in the dimming light and spotted Hassan walking slowly toward me. I met him by a leafless birch tree on the edge of the ravine. He had the blue kite in his hands. That was the first thing I saw, and I can't lie now and say my eyes didn't scan it for any rips. His chapin had mud smudges down the front, and his shirt was ripped just below the collar. He stopped, swayed on his feet like he was going to collapse. Then he steadied himself, handed me the kite. "Where were you? I looked for you," I said. Speaking those words was like chewing on a rock. Hassan dragged a sleeve across his face, wiped snot and tears. Waited for him to say something, but we just stood there in silence. In 68. The kite runner. The fading light. I was grateful for the early evening shadows that fell on Hassan's face and concealed mine. I was glad I didn't have to return his gaze. Did he know I knew? And if he knew, then what would I see if I did? Ook in his eyes, blame, indignation, or, God forbid, what I feared most, guileless devotion, that, most of all, I couldn't bear to see. He began to say something, and his voice cracked. He closed his mouth, opened it and closed it again, took a step back, wiped his face. And that was as close as Hassan and I ever came to discussing what had happened in the alley. I thought he might burst into tears, but to my relief he didn't, and I pretended I hadn't heard the crack in his voice. Just like I pretended I hadn't seen the dark stain in the seat of his pants or those tiny drops that fell from between his legs and stained the snow black. "Agha Sahib will worry," was all he said. He turned from me and limped away. It happened just the way I'd imagined. I opened the door to the smoky study and stepped in. Baba and Rahim Khan were drinking tea and listening to the news crackling on the radio. Their heads turned, then a smile played on my father's lips. He opened his arms. I put the kite down and walked into his thick hairy arms. I buried my face in the warmth of his chest and wept. Baba held me close to him, rocking me back and forth. In his arms, I forgot what I'd done, and that was good. 69. Light. For a week, I barely saw Hassan. I woke up to find toasted bread, brewed tea, and a boiled egg already on the kitchen table. My clothes for the day were ironed and folded, left on the cane seat chair in the foyer where Hassan usually did his ironing. He used to wait for me to sit at the breakfast table before he started ironing. That way we could talk. Used to sing too, over the hissing of the iron, sang old Hazara songs about tulip fields. Now only the folded clothes greeted me, that and a breakfast I hardly finished anymore. One overcast morning, as I was pushing the boiled egg around on my plate, Ali walked in cradling a pile of chopped wood. I asked him where Hassan was. He went back to sleep, Ali said, kneeling before the stove. He pulled the little square door open. Would Hassan be able to play today? Ali paused with a log in his hand. A worried look crossed his face. Lately, it seems all he wants to do is sleep. He does his chores, I see to that, but then he just wants to crawl under his blanket. Can I ask you something? 70. The kite ruiner. If you have to. After that kite tourna meant he came home a little bloodied and his shirt was torn. I asked him what had happened, and he said it was nothing, that he'd gotten into a little scuffle with some kids over the kite. I didn't say anything, just kept pushing the egg around in my plate. Did something happen to him, a mere agha, something he's not telling me? I shrugged. How should I know? You would tell me, nay, inshallah, you would tell me if something had happened. Like I said, how should I know what's wrong with him? I snapped. Maybe he's sick. People get sick all the time, Ali. Now, am I going to freeze to death, or are you planning on lighting the stove today? That night I asked Baba if we could go to Jalalabad on Friday. He was rocking on the leather swivel chair behind his desk, reading a newspaper. He put it down, took off the reading glasses I disliked so much. Baba wasn't old, not at all, and he had lots of years left to live. So why did he have to wear those stupid glasses? Why not, he said. Lately Baba agreed to everything I asked. Not only that, just 2 nights before, he'd asked me if I wanted to see El Cid with Charlton Heston at Cinema Ariana. Do you want to ask Hassan to come along to Jalalabad? Why did Baba have to spoil it like that? He's Mary's, I said, not feeling well. Really? Baba stopped rocking in his chair. What's wrong with him? I gave a shrug and sank in the sofa by the fireplace. He's got a cold or something. Ali says he's sleeping it off. Haven't seen much of Hassan the last few days, Baba said. That's all it is then, a cold. I couldn't help hating the way his brow furrowed with worries. Just a cold. So are we going Friday, Baba? 71. Khaled Hosseini. Yes, yes, Baba said, pushing away from the desk. Too bad about Hassan. I thought you might have had more fun if he came. Well, the 2 of us can have fun together, I said. Baba smiled. Winked. Dress warm, he said. It should have been just the 2 of us. That was the way I wanted it, but by Wednesday night, Baba had managed to invite in other 24 people. He called his cousin Hamyaun. He was Aktu, Ali Baba's second cousin, and mentioned he was going to Jalalabad on Friday, and Hamyaun, who had studied engineering in France and had a house in Jalalabad, said he'd love to have everyone over. He'd bring the kids, his 2 wives, and while he was at it, cousin Shafiga and her fam Wiley were visiting from Herat. Maybe she'd like to tag along, and since she was staying with cousin Nader in Kabul, his family would have to be invited as well, even though Hamyaun and Nader had a bit of a feud going. And if Nader was invited, surely his brother Farooq had to be asked too, or his feelings would be hurt, and he might not invite them to his daughter's wedding next month. And We filled 3 vans. I rode with Baba, Rahim Khan, Kaka Homa. Yaun Baba had taught me at a young age to call any older male Kaka, or uncle, and any older female, Kala or aunt, Kaka Hamyauns too. Wives rode with us too, the pinch-faced older one with the warts on her hands and the younger one who always smelled of perfume, and danced with her eyes closed, as did Kaka Hamyaun's twin girls. I sat in the back row, carsick and dizzy, sandwiched between the 7-year-old twins who kept reaching over my lap to slap at each other. The road to Jalalabad is a 2-hour trek through mountain roads winding along a steep drop, and my stomach lurched with each hairpin turn. Everyone in the van was talking loudly and at the same time nearly shrieking, which is how Afghans talk. I asked one of the twins, Fazila or Karima, I could never tell which was which, if she'd trade her win Dow seat with me so I could get fresh air on account of my car sickness. 72. The Kite ruiner. She stuck her tongue out and said no. I told her that was fine, but I couldn't be held accountable for vomiting on her new dress. A minute later, I was leaning out the window. I watched the cratered road rise and fall, whirl its tail around the mountainside, counted the multicolored trucks packed with squatting men lumbering past. I tried closing my eyes, letting the wind slap at my cheeks, opened my mouth to swallow the clean air. I still didn't feel better. A finger poked me in the side. It was Fazila/Karima. What? I said. I was just telling everyone about the tournament, Baba said from behind the wheel. Kaka Hamyaun and his wives were smiling at me from the middle row of seats. There must have been 100 kites in the sky that day, Baba said. Is that about right, Amir? I guess so, I mumbled. 100 kites, Hamyaun Jan, no laugh, and the only one still fly. Ing at the end of the day was Amir's. He has the last kite at home. Beautiful blue kite. Hassan and Amir ran it together. Congratulations, Kaka Hamyaun said. His first wife, the one with the warts, clapped her hands. Wah wah, Amir Jan, we're all so proud of you, she said. The younger wife joined in. Then they were all clapping, yelping their praises, telling me how proud I'd made them all. Only Rahim Khan, sitting in the passenger seat next to Baba, was silent. He was looking at me in an odd way. Please pull over, Baba, I said. What? Getting sick, I muttered, leaning across the seat, pressing against Kaka Hamyaun's daughters. Fazila/Karima's face twisted. Pull over, Kaka, his face is yellow. I don't want him throwing up on my new dress, she squealed. Baba began to pull over, but I didn't make it. A few minutes later, I was sitting on a rock on the side of the road as they aired out the van. Baba was smoking with Kaka Hamyaun, who was telling Fazila/Karima. 73. Khaled Hosseini to stop crying. He'd buy her another dress in Jalalabad. I closed my eyes, turned my face to the sun. Little shapes formed behind my eyelids, like hands playing shadows on the wall. They twisted, merged, formed a sin. Glee image, Hassan's brown corduroy pants discarded on a pile of old bricks in the alley. Kaka Homeini's white, 2-story house in Jalalabad had a balcony overlooking a large, walled garden with apple and persimmon trees. There were hedges that, in the summer, the gardener shaped like animals, and a swimming pool with emerald-colored tiles. I sat on the edge of the pool, empty save for a layer of slushy snow at the bottom. Feet dangling in. Kaka Hamyaun's kids were playing hide-and-seek at the other end of the yard. The women were cooking and could smell onions frying already, could hear the phht of a pressure cooker. Music, laughter. Baba, Rahim Khan, Kaka Hamyaun, and Kaka Nader were sitting on the balcony, smoking. Kaka Hamyaun was telling them he'd brought the projector along to show his slides of France, 10 years since he'd returned from Paris, and he was still showing those stupid slides. It shouldn't have felt this way. Baba and I were finally friends. We'd Gone to the zoo a few days before, seen Margin the lion, and I had hurled a pebble at the bear when no one was watching. We'd gone to Dead Koda's kebab house afterward, across from Cinema Park, had lamb kebab with freshly baked naan from the tandoor. Baba told me stow. Rise of his travels to India and Russia, the people he had met, like the armless, legless couple in Bombay who'd been married 47 years and raised 11 children. That should have been fun, spending a day like that with Baba, hearing his stories. I finally had what I'd wanted all those years, except now that I had it, I felt as empty as this unkempt pool I was dangling my legs into. The wives and daughters served dinner, rice, kofta, and chicken. Kuama at sundown, we dined the traditional way, sitting on cushions. 74. The Kite Runner. Around the room, tablecloth spread on the floor, eating with our hands. In groups of 4 or 5 from common platters, I wasn't hungry but sat down to eat anyway with Baba, Kaka Faruk, and Kaka Hamyauns too. Boys, Baba, who'd had a few scotches before dinner, was still ranting about the kite tournament, how I'd outlasted them all, how I'd come home with the last kite. His booming voice dominated the room. People raised their heads from their platters, called out their congratulations. Kaka Faruk patted my back with his clean hand. I felt like sticking a knife in my eye. Later, well past midnight, after a few hours of poker between Baba and his cousins, the men lay down to sleep on parallel mattresses in the same room where we dined. The women went upstairs. An hour later, I still couldn't sleep. I kept tossing and turning as my relatives grunted, sighed, and snored in their sleep. I sat up. A wedge of moonlight streamed in through the window. I watched Hassan get raped. I said to no one. Baba stirred in his sleep. Kaka Hamyaun grunted. A part of me was hoping someone would wake up and hear, so I wouldn't have to live with this lie any more, but no one woke up, and in the silence that followed, I understood the nature of my new curse. I was going to get away with it. I thought about Hassan's dream, the one about us swimming in the lake. There is no monster, he'd said, just water, except he'd been wrong about that. There was a monster in the lake. It had grabbed Hassan by the ankles, dragged him to the murky bottom. I was that monster. That was the night I became an insomniac. I speak to Hassan until the middle of the next week. I had just half eaten my lunch and Hassan was doing the dishes. I was walking upstairs, going to my room, when Hassan asked if I wanted to hike up the hill. I said I was tired. Hassan looked tired too. He'd lost weight and gray circles had formed under his puffed-up eyes, but when he asked again, I reluctantly agreed. 75. Khaled Hosseini. We trekked up the hill, our boots squishing in the muddy snow. Neither one of us said anything. We sat under our pomegranate tree and knew I'd made a mistake. I shouldn't have come up the hill. The words I'd carved on the tree trunk with Ali's kitchen knife, Amir and Hassan, the sultans of Kabul. One couldn't stand looking at them now. He asked me to read to him from the Shahnameh and told him I'd changed my mind, told him I just wanted to go back to my room. He looked away and shrugged. We walked back down the way we'd gone, up in silence, and for the first time in my life I couldn't wait for spring. My memory of the rest of that winter of 1975 is pretty hazy. I remember I was fairly happy when Baba was home. We'd eat together, go to see a film, visit Kaka Hamyaun or Kaka Farug, sometimes Rahim Khan came over and Baba let me sit in his study and sip tea with them. He'd even have me read him some of my stories. It was good, and I even believed it would last, and Baba believed it too. I think we both should have known better. For at least a few months after the kite tournament, Baba and I immersed ourselves in a sweet illusion, saw each other way that we never had before. We'd actually deceived ourselves into thinking that a toy made of tissue paper, glue, and bamboo could how close the chasm between us. But when Baba was out, and he was out a lot, I closed myself in My room, I read a book every couple of days, wrote stories, learned. To draw horses, I'd hear Hassan shuffling around the kitchen in the morning, hear the clinking of silverware, the whistle of the teapot. I'd wait to hear the door shut, and only then I would walk down to eat. On my calendar, I circled the date of the first day of school and began a countdown. To my dismay, Hassan kept trying to rekindle things between us. I remember the last time I was in my room reading an abbreviated Farsi translation of Ivanhoe when he knocked on my door. "What is it?" 76. "The Kite Ruiner." "I'm going to the baker to buy naan," he said. From the other side, I was wondering if you wanted to come along. "I think I'm just going to read," I said, rubbing my temples. Lately, every time Hassan was around, I was getting a headache. "It's a sunny day," he said. "I can see that. Might be fun to go for a walk." "You go." "I wish you'd come along," he said, paused, something thumped. Against the door, maybe his forehead. "I don't know what I've done." "Amir Agha, I wish you'd tell me. I don't know why we don't play any more." "You haven't done anything, Hassan, just go." "You can tell me, I'll stop doing it." I buried my head in my lap, squeezed my temples with my knees. "Like a vice, I'll tell you what I want you to stop doing," I said, eyes pressed shut. "Anything." "I want you to stop harassing me. I want you to go away," I snapped. I wished he would give it right back to me, break the door open and tell me off. It would have made things easier, better, but he didn't do any thing like that, and when I opened the door minutes later, he was there. I fell on my bed, buried my head under the pillow, and cried. Hassan milled about the periphery of my life after that. I made sure our paths crossed as little as possible, planned my day that way. Cause when he was around, the oxygen seeped out of the room. My chest tightened and I couldn't draw enough air. I'd stand there, gasping, in my own little airless bubble of atmosphere. But even when he was around, he was there in the hand-washed and ironed clothes, on the cane seat chair, in the warm slippers left outside my door, in the wood already burning in the stove when I came down for breakfast. "Khaled Hosseini." Everywhere I turned, I saw signs of his loyalty, his goddamn unwavering loyalty. Early that spring, a few days before the new school year started, Baba and I were planting tulips in the garden. Most of the snow had melted and the hills in the north were already dotted with patches of green grass. It was a cool, gray morning, and Baba was squatting next to me, digging the soil and planting the bulbs I handed to him. He was telling me how most people thought it was better to plant tulips in the fall and how that wasn't true when I came right out and said it. "Baba, have you ever thought about getting new servants?" He dropped the tulip bulb and buried the trowel in the dirt, took off his gardening gloves. I'd startled him. "Kai, what did you say?" "T was just wondering, that's all." "Why would I ever want to do that?" Baba said curtly. "You wouldn't, I guess. It was just a question," I said, my voice fading to a murmur. I was already sorry I'd said it. "Is this about you and Hassan? I know there's something going on between you two, but whatever it is, you have to deal with it, not me. I'm staying out of it." Sorry, Baba." He put on his gloves again. "I grew up with Ali," he said through clenched teeth. "My father took him in. He loved Ali like his own son. 40 years Ali's been with my family, 40 goddamn years, and you think I'm just going to throw him out?" He turned to me now, his face as red as a tulip. "I've never laid a hand on you, Amir, but you ever say that again?" He looked away, shaking his head. "You bring me shame." "And Hassan's not going anywhere, do you understand?" I looked down and picked up a fistful of cool soil, let it pour between my fingers. I said, "Do you understand?" Baba roared. I flinched. Yes, Baba. Hassan's not going anywhere, Baba snapped. He dug a new hole. With the trowel striking the dirt harder than he had to, he's staying. 78. The Kite runner. Right here with us where he belongs. This is his home and we're his. Family, don't you ever ask me that question again. I won't, Baba, I'm sorry. We planted the rest of the tulips in silence. I was relieved when school started that next week. Students with new notebooks and sharpened pencils in hand ambled about the court. Yard kicking up dust, chatting in groups, waiting for the class captains. Whistles, Baba drove down the dirt lane that led to the entrance. The school was an old two-story building with broken windows and dim cobblestone hallways. Patches of its original dull yellow paint still show. In between sloughing chunks of plaster, most of the boys walked to school, and Baba's black Mustang drew more than one envious look. Should have been beaming with pride when he dropped me off, the old me would have, but all I could muster was a mild form of embarrass. Meant that and emptiness. Baba drove away without saying goodbye. I bypassed the customary comparing of kite-fighting scars and stood. In line, the bell rang and we marched to our assigned class, filed in pairs. I sat in the back row as the Farsi teacher handed out our text books. I prayed for a heavy load of homework. School gave me an excuse to stay in my room for long hours, and for a while it took my mind off what had happened that winter, what I had let happen. For a few weeks, I preoccupied myself with gravity and momentum, atoms and cells, the Anglo-Afghan wars, instead of thinking about Hassan and what had happened to him. But always my mind turned to the alley, to Hassan's brown corduroy pants lying on the bricks, to the droplets of blood staining the snow-dark red, almost black. One sluggish, hazy afternoon early that summer, I asked Hassan to go up the hill with me, told him I wanted to read him a new story I'd written. He was hanging clothes to dry in the yard, and I saw his eager ness in the harried way he finished the job. We climbed the highline making small talk. He asked about school, what I was learning, and I talked about my teachers, especially the mean math teacher who punished talkative students by sticking a metal needle called Hosseini rod between their fingers and then squeezing them together. Hassan winced at that, said he hoped I'd never have to experience it. I said I'd been lucky so far, knowing that luck had nothing to do with it. I had done my share of talking in class too, but my father was rich and everyone knew him, so I was spared the metal rod treatment. We sat against the low cemetery wall, under the shade thrown by the pomegranate tree. In another month or two, crops of scorched yellow weeds would blanket the hillside, but that year the spring showers had lasted longer than usual, nudging their way into early summer, and the grass was still green, peppered with tangles of wildflowers. Below us, Wazir Akbar Khan's white-walled, flat-topped houses gleamed in the sunshine, the laundry hanging on clotheslines in their yards, stirred by the breeze to dance like butterflies. We had picked a dozen pomegranates from the tree. I unfolded the story I'd brought along, turned to the first page, then put it down. I stood up and picked up an overripe pomegranate that had fallen to the ground. What would you do if I hit you with this? I said, tossing the fruit up and down. Hassan's smile wilted. He looked older than I'd remembered. No, not older old. Was that possible? Lines had etched into his tanned face, and creases framed his eyes, his mouth. I might as well have taken a knife and carved those lines myself. What would you do? I repeated. The color fell from his face. Next to him, the stapled pages of the story I'd promised to read him fluttered in the breeze. I hurled the pomegranate at him. It struck him in the chest, exploded in a spray of red pulp. Hassan's cry was pregnant with surprise and pain. Hit me back, I snapped. Hassan looked from the stain on his chest to my. Get up, hit me, I said. Hassan did get up, but he just stood there, looking dazed like a man dragged into the ocean by a riptide when just A moment ago, he was enjoying a nice stroll on the beach. I hit him with another pomegranate in the shoulder. This time, though, the kite ruiner, juice splattered his face, hit my back. I spad, hit my back. God damn you! I wished he would. I wished he'd give me the punishment I craved. So maybe I'd finally sleep at night. Maybe then things could return to how they used to be between us. But Hassan did nothing as I pelted him again and again. Yours and coward. I said nothing but and goddamn coward. I don't know how many times I hit him. All I know is tha. T when I fi. Nally stopped, exhausted and panting. Hassan was smeared in red like he'd been shot by a firing squad. I fell to my knees, tired, spent, frustrated. Then Hassan did pick up a pomegranate. He walked toward me. He opened it and crushed it against his own forehead. There, he croaked. Red dripping down his face like blood. Are you satisfied? Do you feel better? He turned around and started down the hill. I let the tears break free, rocked back and forth on my knees. What am I going to do with you, Hassan? What am I going to do with you? But by the time the tears dried up and I trudged down the hill, I knew the answer to that question. I turned 13 that summer of 1976, Afghanistan's next to last summer of peace and anonymity. Things between Baba and me were already cooling off again. I think what started it was the stupid comment I'd made the day we were planting tulips about getting new servants. Jay regretted saying it. I really did, but I think even if I hadn't, our happy little interlude would have come to an end. Maybe not quite so soon, but it would have. By the end of the summer, the scraping of spoon and fork against the plate had replaced dinner table chatter, and Baba had resumed retreating to his study after supper and closing the door. I'd gone back to thumbing through Hafez and Qayyim, gnawing my nails down to the cuticles, writing stories. I kept the stories in a stack under my bed, keeping them just in case, though I doubted Baba would ever again ask me to read them to him. Baba's motto about throwing parties was this: invite the whole 81. Khaled Hosseini world, or it's not a party. I remember scanning over the invitation list a week before my birthday party and not recognizing at least 3/4 of the 400, plus kakas and kalas who were going to bring me gifts and congratulate me for having lived to 13. Then I realized they weren't really coming for me. It was my birthday, but I knew who the real star of the show was. For days, the house was teeming with Baba's hired help. There was Salahuddin the butcher, who showed up with a calf and 2 sheep in tow, refusing payment for any of the 3. He slaughtered the animals himself in the yard by a poplar tree. Blood is good for the tree, I remember him saying as the grass around the poplar soaked red. Men I didn't know climbed the oak trees with coils of small electric bulbs and meters of extension cords. Others set up dozens of tables in the yard, spread a tablecloth on each. The night before the big party, Baba's friend Del Mohammed, who owned a kebab house in Sharinau, came to the house with his bags of spices. Like the butcher, Del Mohammed, or Dello as Baba called him, refused payment for his services. He said Baba had done enough for his family already. It was Rahim Khan who whispered to me, as Dello marinated the meat, that Baba had lent Dello the money to open his restaurant. Baba had refused repayment until Dello had shown up one day in our driveway, bent and insisted he wouldn't leave until Baba took his money. I guess in most ways, or at least in the ways in which parties are. Judged, my birthday bash was a huge success. I'd never seen the house so packed. Guests with drinks in hand were chatting in the hallways, smoking on the stairs, leaning against doorways. They sat where they found space on kitchen counters, in the foyer, even under the stairwell. In the backyard, they mingled under the glow of blue, red, and green. Lights winking in the trees, their faces illuminated by the light of kerosene torches propped everywhere. Baba had had a stage built on the balcony that overlooked the garden and planted speakers through. Out the yard, Ahmed Zahir was playing an accordion and singing on the stage over masses of dancing bodies. Ayeti too. The Kite runner. I had to greet each of the guests personally. Baba made sure of that no one was going to gossip the next day about how he'd raised a son with no manners. I kissed hundreds of cheeks, hugged total strang. Thanked them for their gifts. My face ached from the strain of my plastered smile. I was standing with Baba in the yard near the bar when someone said, "Happy birthday, Amir." It was Asef with his parents, Asef's fa. Their Mahmoud was a short, lanky sort with dark skin and a narrow face. His mother, Tanya, was a small, nervous woman who smiled and blinked a lot. Asef was standing between the two of them now, grin Ning looming over both, his arms resting on their shoulders. He led them toward us like he had brought them here, like he was the parent. And they his children. A wave of dizziness rushed through me. Baba thanked them for coming. "I picked out your present myself," Asef said. Tanya's face twitched, and her eyes flicked from Asef to me. She smiled unconvincingly and blinked. I wondered if Baba had noticed. "Still playing soccer, Asef Jan," Baba said. "He'd always wanted me to be friends with Asef." Asef smiled. It was creep. Why, how genuinely sweet he made it look. "Of course, Kaka Jan. Right wing, as I recall." "Actually, I switched to center forward this year," Asef said. "You get to score more that way. We're playing the Mekrorayan team next week. Should be a good match. They have some good players." Baba nodded. "You know, I played center forward too when I was young." "Teal bet you still could if you wanted to," Asef said. He favored Baba with a good-natured wink. Baba returned the wink. "I see your father has taught you his world famous flattering ways." He elbowed Asef's father, almost knocked the little fellow down. Mahmoud's laughter was about as convincing as Tanya's smile, and suddenly I wondered if maybe, on some level, there Aida 3 called Hosseini. Sun frightened them. I tried to fake a smile, but all I could manage was a feeble upturning of the corners of my mouth. My stomach was turning at the sight of my father bonding with Asef. Asef shifted his eyes to me. "Wally and Camel are here too. They wouldn't miss your birthday for anything," he said, laughter lurking just beneath the surface. I nodded silently. "We're thinking about playing a little game of volleyball tomorrow at my house," Asef said. "Maybe you'll join us. Bring Hassan if you want to." "That sounds fun," Baba said, beaming. "What do you think, Amir?" Don't really like volleyball," I muttered. I saw the light wink out of Baba's eyes and an uncomfortable silence followed. "Sorry, Asef Jan," Baba said, shrugging. That stung, his apologizing. "For me?" "Nay, no harm done," Asef said, "but you have an open invitation." "Amir Jan, anyway, I heard you like to read, so I brought you a book. One of my favorites." He extended a wrapped birthday gift to me. "Happy birthday." He was dressed in a cotton shirt and blue slacks, a red silk tie and shiny black loafers. He smelled of cologne, and his blonde hair was neatly combed back. On the surface, he was the embodiment of every parent's dream, a strong, tall, well-dressed, and well-mannered boy with talent and striking looks, not to mention the wit to joke with an adult. But to me, his eyes betrayed him. When I looked into them, the facade foul turd revealed a glimpse of the madness hiding behind them. "Aren't you going to take it, Amir?" Baba was saying. "Oh." Your present, he said testily. Asef Jan is giving you a present. Oh, I said. I took the box from Asef and lowered my gaze. I wished I could be alone in my room, with my books, away from these people. Well, Baba said. What? 84. The Kite Ruiner. Baba spoke in a low voice, the one I took on whenever I embarrassed him in public. Are you going to thank Zef Jan? That was very considerate of him. I wished Baba would stop calling him that. How often did he call me? Amir Jan, thanks, I said. Asef's mother looked at me like she wanted to say something, but she didn't, and I realized that neither of Asef's parents had said a word before I could embarrass myself and Baba anymore, but mostly to get away from Asef and his grin. I stepped away. Thanks for coming, said. I squirmed my way through the throng of guests and slipped through the wrought iron gates, 2 houses down from our house. There was a large, barren dirt lot. I'd heard Baba tell Rahim Khan that Judge had bought the land and that an architect was working on the design. For now the lot was bare, save for dirt, stones, and weeds. I tore the wrapping paper from Asef's present and tilted the book cover in the moonlight. It was a biography of Hitler. I threw it amid a tangle of weeds. I leaned against the neighbor's wall, slid down to the ground. I just sat in the dark for a while, knees drawn to my chest, looking up at the stars, waiting for the night to be over. Shouldn't you be entertaining your guests? A familiar voice said. Rahim Khan was walking toward me along the wall. They don't need me for that. Baba's there, remember, I said. Ice in Rahim Khan's drink clinked when he sat next to me. I did. No, you drank. Turns out I do, he said, elbowed me playfully, but only on the most important occasions. I smiled, thanks. He tipped his drink to me and took a sip. He lit a cigarette, one of the unfiltered Pakistani cigarettes he and Baba were always smoking. Did I ever tell you I was almost married once? Really, I said, smiling a little at the notion of Rahim Khan getting married. I'd always thought of him as Baba's quiet alter ego, my writing. 85. Khaled Hosseini. Mentor, my pal, the one who never forgot to bring me a souvenir. Saw it when he returned from a trip abroad, but a husband, a father. He nodded. It's true, I was 18. Her name was Hamera. She was a Hazara, the daughter of our neighbor's servants. She was as beau Tiful as a peri, light brown hair, big hazel eyes. She had this laugh. I can still hear it sometimes. He twirled his glass. We used to meet C. Cretley in my father's apple orchards, always after midnight when everyone had gone to sleep. We'd walk under the trees and I'd hold her hand. Am I embarrassing you, Amir Jan? A little, I said. It won't kill you, he said, taking another puff. Anyway, we had this fantasy. We'd have a great, fancy wedding and invite family and friends from Kabul to Kandahar. I would build us a big house, white, with a tiled patio and large windows. We would plant fruit trees in the garden and grow all sorts of flowers, have a lawn for our kids to play on. On Fridays, after namaz at the mosque, everyone would get together at our house for lunch and we'd eat in the garden, under cherry trees. Drink fresh water from the well, then tea with candy as we watched our kids play with their cousins. He took a long gulp of his scotch, coughed. You should have seen the look on my father's face when I told him. My mother actually fainted. My sisters splashed her face with water. They fanned her and looked at me as if I had slit her throat. My brother Jalal actually went to fetch his hunting rifle before my father stopped him. Rahim Khan barked a bitter laughter. It was Hamera and me against the world, and I'll tell you this, Amir Jan, in the end the world always wins. That's just the way of things. So what happened? That same day, my father put Hamera and her family on a lorry and sent them off to Hazarajat, I never saw her again. I'm sorry, I said. Probably for the best, though, Rahim Khan said, shrugging. She would have suffered. My family would have never accepted her as an 86. The Kite runner. Equal, you don't order someone to polish your shoes one day and call them sister the next. He looked at me. You know you can tell me anything you want, Amir Jan, anytime. I know, I said uncertainly. He looked at me for a long time like he was waiting, his black bottomless eyes hinting at an unspoken secret between us. For a moment I almost did tell him, almost told him every thing, but then what would he think of me? He'd hate me, and rightfully. Here he handed me something. I almost forgot. Happy birth day. It was a brown leather-bound notebook. I traced my fingers along the gold-colored stitching on the borders. I smelled the leather. For your stories, he said. I was going to thank him when something exploded in bursts of fire, lit up the sky. Fireworks. We hurried back to the house and found the guests all standing in the yard looking up to the sky. Kids hooted and screamed with each crackle and whoosh. People cheered, burst into applause each time. Flares sizzled and exploded into bouquets of fire. Every few seconds the backyard lit up in sudden flashes of red, green, and yellow. In one of those brief bursts of light, I saw something I'll never forget. Hassan serving drinks to Asef and Wally from a sliver platter. The light winked out, a hiss and a crackle, then another flicker of orange light. Asef grinning, kneading Hassan in the chest with a knuckle. Then, mercifully, darkness. 7. 9. Sitting in the middle of my room the next morning, ripped open box after box of presents. I don't know why I even bothered, since I just gave them a joyless glance and pitched them to the corner of the room. The pile was growing there, a Polaroid camera, a transistor radio, and a Labo rate electric train set, and several sealed envelopes containing cash. I knew I'd never spend the money or listen to the radio, and the electric train would never trundle down its tracks in my room. I didn't want any of it. It was all blood money. Baba would have never thrown me a party like that if I hadn't won the tournament. Baba gave me 2 presents. One was sure to become the envy of every kid in the neighborhood, a brand new Schwinn Stingray, the king of all bicycles. Only a handful of kids in all of Kabul owned a new Stingray, and now I was one of them. It had high-rise handlebars with black rubber grips and its famous banana seat. The spokes were gold, colored in the steel frame body red like a candy apple, or blood. Any other kid would have hopped on the bike immediately and taken it for a full block skid. I might have done the same a few months ago. You like it, Baba said, leaning in the doorway to my room. I gave 8. The Kite ruiner. Him, and Zipper, grin, and quick, thank you. I wished I could have mustered more weight, could go for a ride. Baba said, an invitation, but only a half-hearted one. Maybe later. I'm a little tired, I said. Sure, Baba said. Baba. Yes. Thanks for the fireworks, I said. A thank you, but only a half-hearted one. Get some rest, Baba said, walking toward his room. The other present Baba gave me, and he didn't wait around for me to open. This one was a wristwatch. It had a blue face with gold hands in the shape of lightning bolts. I didn't even try it on. I tossed it on the pile of toys in the corner. The only gift I didn't toss on that mound was Rahim Khan's leather-bound notebook. That was the only one that didn't feel like blood money. I sat on the edge of my bed, turned the notebook in my hands, thought about what Rahim Khan had said about Humira, how his father's dismissing her had been for the best in the end. She would have suffered like the times Kaka Hamiaun's projector got stuck on the same slide. The same image kept flashing in my mind over and over. Hassan, his head downcast, serving drinks to Asef and Wally, maybe it would be for the best, lessen his suffering, and mine too, either way. This much had become clear, one of us had to go. Later that afternoon, I took the Schwinn for its first and last spin. I pedaled around the block a couple of times and came back. I rolled up the driveway to the backyard, where Hassan and Ali were cleaning up the mess from last night's party. Paper cups, crumpled napkins, and empty bottles of soda littered the yard. Ali was folding chairs, setting them along the wall. He saw me and waved. "Salam, Ali," I said, waving back. He held up a finger, asking me to wait, and walked to his living quarter. 89. Khaled Hosseini. Turs. A moment later, he emerged with something in his hands. The opportunity never presented itself last night for Hassan and me to give you this, he said, handing me a box. "It's modest and not worthy of you. A mere agha, but we hope you like it still. Happy birthday." A lump was rising in my throat. "Thank you, Ali," I said. I wished they hadn't bought me anything. I opened the box and found a brand new Shahnameh, a hardback with glossy colored illustrations beneath the passages. Here was Ferengiz gazing at her newborn son, Kite. Rao, there was a Frasiab riding his horse, sword drawn, leading his army, and of course, Rostam inflicting a mortal wound onto his son. The warrior Sohrab. "It's beautiful," I said. "Hassan said your copy was old and ragged, and that some of the pages were missing," Ali said. "All the pictures are hand-drawn in this one with pen and inks," he added proudly, eyeing a book neither he nor his son could read. "It's lovely," I said, and it was, and I suspected, not inexpensive. I wanted to tell Ali it was not the book, but I who was unworthy. I hopped back on the bicycle. "Thank Hassan for me," I said. I ended up tossing the book on the heap of gifts in the corner of my room, but my eyes kept going back to it, so I buried it at the bottom. Before I went to bed that night, I asked Baba if he'd seen my new watch anywhere. The next morning, I waited in my room for Ali to clear the break fast table in the kitchen, waited for him to do the dishes, wipe the counters. I looked out my bedroom window and waited until Ali and Hassan went grocery shopping to the bazaar, pushing the empty wheel barrows in front of them. Then I took a couple of the envelopes of cash from the pile of gifts and my watch and tiptoed out. I paused before Baba's study and listened. He'd been in there all morning making phone calls. He was talking to someone now about a shipment of rugs due to arrive next week. 90. The Kite ruiner went downstairs, crossed the yard, and entered Ali and Hassan's living quarters. By the loquat tray, I lifted Hassan's mattress and planted my new watch and a handful of Afghani bills under it. I waited another 30 minutes, then I knocked on Baba's door and told what I hoped would be the last in a long line of shameful lies. Through my bedroom window, I watched Ali and Hassan push the wheelbarrows loaded with meat, naan, fruit, and vegetables up the driveway. I saw Baba emerge from the house and walk up to Ali. Their mouths moved over words I couldn't hear. Baba pointed to the house and Ali nodded. They separated. Baba came back to the house. Ali followed Hassan to their hut. A few moments later, Baba knocked on my door. "Come to my face," he said. "We're all going to sit down and settle this thing." I went to Baba's study, sat in one of the leather sofas. It was 30 minutes or more before Hassan and Ali joined us. They'd both been crying. I could tell from their red, puffed up eyes. They stood before Baba, hand in hand, and I wondered how and when I'd become capable of causing this kind of pain. Baba came right out and asked, "Did you steal that money? Did you steal Amir's watch, Hassan?" Hassan's reply was a single word, delivered in a thin, raspy voice: "Yes." I flinched like I'd been slapped. My heart sank and I almost blurted Out the truth, then I understood. This was Hassan's final sacrifice for me. If he'd said no, Baba would have believed him because we all knew. Hassan never lied, and if Baba believed him, then I'd be the accused. I would have to explain, and I would be revealed for what I really was. Baba would never, ever forgive me, and that led to another understand. Hassan knew. He knew I'd seen everything in that alley, that I'd stood there and done nothing. He knew I had betrayed him, and yet he, Khaled Hosseini, was rescuing me once again, maybe for the last time. I loved him in that moment, loved him more than I'd ever loved anyone. And I wanted to tell them all that I was the snake in the grass, the monster in the lake. I wasn't worthy of this sacrifice, was a liar, a cheat, and a thief, and I would have told, except that a part of me was glad that this would all be over with soon. Baba would dismiss them, there would be some pain, but life would move on. I wanted that, to move on, to forget, to start with a clean slate. I wanted to be able to breathe again. Except Baba stunned me by saying, I forgive you. Forgive, but theft was the one unforgivable sin, the common denominator of all sins. When you kill a man, you steal a life, you steal his wife's right to a husband, rob his children of a father. When you tell a lie, you steal someone's right to the truth. When you cheat, you steal the right to fairness. There is no act more wretched than stealing. Hadn't Baba sat me on his lap and said those words to me, then how could he just forgive Hassan? And if Baba could forgive that, then why couldn't he forgive me for not being the son he'd always wanted? Why? We are leaving, Agha Sahib, Ali said. What? Baba said, the color draining from his face. We can't live here anymore, Ali said. But I forgive him, Ali, didn't you hear? Said Baba. Life here is impossible for us now, Agha Sahib, we're leaving, Ali drew Hassan to him, curled his arm around his son's shoulder. It was a protective gesture, and I knew whom Ali was protecting him from. Ali glanced my way, and in his cold, unforgiving look, I saw that Hassan had told him everything about what Asef and his friends had done to him, about the kite, about me. Strangely, I was glad that someone knew me for who I really was. I was tired of pretending. I don't care about the money or the watch, Baba said, his arms open, palms up. I don't understand why you're doing this. What do you mean, impossible? I'm sorry, Agha Sahib, but our bags are rare packed. We have made our decision. Baba stood up, a sheen of grief across his face. Ali, haven't I pro 9-2. The kite ruiner. VD'd well for you, haven't I been good to you and Hassan? You're the brother I never had, Ali, you know that. Please don't do this. Don't make this even more difficult than it already is, Agha Sahib. Ali said, his mouth twitched, and for a moment I thought I saw a gray mace. That was when I understood the depth of the pain I had caused. The blackness of the grief I had brought onto everyone, that not even Ali's paralyzed face could mask his sorrow. I forced myself to look at Hassan, but his head was downcast, his shoulders slumped, his finger twirling a loose string on the hem of his shirt. Baba was pleading now. At least tell me why, I need to know. Ali didn't tail Baba, just as he didn't protest when Hassan confessed to the stealing. I'll never really know why, but I could imagine the two of them in that dim little hut, weeping, Hassan pleading him not to give me away, but I couldn't imagine the restraint it must have taken Ali to keep that promise. Will you drive us to the bus station? T forbid you to do this, Baba bellowed. Do you hear me? J forbid you. Respectfully, you can't forbid me anything, Agha Sahib, Ali said. We don't work for you anymore. Where will you go? Baba asked. His voice was breaking. Hazrajet. To your cousin. Yes, will you take us to the bus station, Agha Sahib? Then I saw Baba do something I had never seen him do before. He cried. It scared me a little, seeing a grown man sob. Fathers weren't supposed to cry. Please, Baba was saying, but Ali had already turned to the door, Hassan trailing him. I'll never forget the way Baba said that. The pain in his play, the fear. In Kabul, it rarely rained in the summer. Blue skies stood tall and far, the sun like a branding iron searing the back of your neck. Creeks, where Hassan and I skipped stones all spring turned dry, and rickshaws stirred dust when they sputtered by. People went to mosques for their 93. Khaled Hosseini. 10 rakats of noontime prayer, and then retreated to whatever shade they could find to nap in, waiting for the cool of early evening. Summer meant long school days, sweating and tightly packed, poorly ventilated classrooms, learning to recite ayats from the Quran, struggling with those tongue-twisting, exotic Arabic words. It meant catching flies in your palm while the mullah droned on, and a hot breeze brought with it this smell of shit from the outhouse across the schoolyard, churning dust around the lone, rickety basketball hoop. But it rained the afternoon. Baba took Ali and Hassan to the bus stop. Tian, thunderheads rolled in, painted the sky iron gray. Within minutes, sheets of rain were sweeping in, the steady hiss of falling water swelling in my ears. Baba had offered to drive them to Bamiyan himself, but Ali refused. Through the blurry, rain-soaked window of my bedroom, I watched Ali haul the lone suitcase carrying all of their belongings to Baba's car. Idling outside the gates, Hassan lugged his mattress, rolled tightly and tied with a rope on his back. He left all of his toys behind in the empty shack. I discovered them the next day, piled in a corner just like the birthday presents in my room. Slithering beads of rain sluiced down my window. I saw Baba slam the trunk shut, already drenched. He walked to the driver's side, leaned in and said something to Ali in the backseat, perhaps one last-ditch effort to change his mind. They talked that way a while, Baba getting soaked, stooping, one arm on the roof of the car. But when he straightened, I saw in his slumping shoulders that the life I had known since I'd been born was over. Baba slid in. The headlights came on and cut twin funnels of light in the rain. If this were one of the Hindi movies Hassan and I used to watch, this was the part where I'd run outside, my bare feet splashing rainwater. I'd chase the car, screaming for it to stop. I'd pull Hassan out of the backseat and tell him I was sorry, so sorry, my tears mixing with rainwater. We'd hug in the downpour, but this was no Hindi movie. I was sorry, but I didn't cry and I didn't chase the car. I watched Baba's car pull away from the curb, taking with it the person. 94. The Kite runner, whose first spoken word had been my name. I caught one final blurry glimpse of Hassan slumped in the backseat before Baba turned left at the street corner where we'd played marbles so many times. I stepped back and all I saw was rain through window panes that looked like melting silver. 95. 10. March 1981. A young woman sat across from us. She was dressed in an olive green dress with a black shawl wrapped tightly around her face. Against the night chill, she burst into prayer every time the truck jerked or bled into a pothole, her bismillah peaking with each of the truck's shudders and jolts. Her husband, a burly man in baggy pants and sky blue turban, cradled an infant in one arm and thumbed prayer beads with his free hand. His lips moved in silent prayer. There were others, in all about a dozen, including Baba and me, sitting with our suitcases between our legs, cramped with these strangers in the tarpaulin covered cab of an old Russian truck. My innards had been roiling since we'd left Kabul just after 2 in the morning. Baba never said so, but I knew he saw my car sickness as yet another of my array of weakness. I saw it on his embarrassed face. The couple of times my stomach had clenched so badly I had moaned. When the burly guy with the beads, the praying woman's husband, asked if he was going to get sick, I said I might. Baba looked away. The man lifted his corner of the tarpaulin cover and rapped on the driver's window, asked him to stop, but the driver, Karim, a scrawny dark 96. Kite Ru Nmer skinned man with hawk-boned, features, and pencil-thin, mustache, joke, his head. We are too close to Kabul, he shot back. Tell him to have a strong stomach. Baba grumbled something under his breath. I wanted to tell him I was sorry, but suddenly I was salivating, the back of my throat tasting bile. I turned around, lifted the tarpaulin, and threw up over the side of the moving truck. Behind me, Baba was apologizing to the other passengers as if car sickness was a crime, as if you weren't supposed to get sick when you were 18. I threw up 2 more times before Karim agreed to stop, mostly so I wouldn't stink up his vehicle, the instrument of his livelihood. Karim was a people smuggler. It was a pretty lucrative business then, driving people out of Shirawi-occupied Kabul to the relative safety of Pakistan. He was taking us to Jalalabad, about 170 kilometers southeast of Kabul, where his brother Tor, who had a bigger truck with a second convoy of refugees, was waiting to drive us across the Khyber Pass and into Peshawar. We were a few kilometers west of Mahipar Falls when Karim pulled to the side of the road. Mahipar, which means flying fish, was a high summit with a precipitous drop overlooking the hydro plant the Germans had built for Afghanistan back in 1967. Baba and I had driven over the summit countless times on our way to Jalalabad, the city of pressed trees and sugar-cane fields where Afghans vacationed in the winter. I hopped down the back of the truck and lurched to the dusty embankment on the side of the road, my mouth filled with saliva, a sign of the retching that was yet to come. I stumbled to the edge of the cliff, overlooking the deep valley that was shrouded in darkness. I stooped, hands on my kneecaps, and waited for the bile. Somewhere a branch snapped. An owl hooted. The wind, soft and cold, clicked through tree branches and stirred the bushes that sprinkled the slope, and from below, the faint sound of water tumbling through the valley. Standing on the shoulder of the road, I thought of the way we'd left the house where I'd lived my entire life, as if we were going out for a Khaled Hosseini bite, dishes smeared with kofta piled in the kitchen and sink, laundry in the wicker basket in the foyer, beds unmade, Baba's business suits hanging in the closet, tapestries still hung on the walls of the living room, and my mother's books still crowded the shelves in Baba's study. The signs of our elopement were subtle. My parents' wedding picture was gone, as was the grainy photograph of my grandfather and King Nader Shah standing over the dead deer. A few items of clothing were missing from the closets. The leather-bound notebook Rahim Khan had given me 5 years earlier was gone. In the morning, Jalaluddin, our 7th servant in 5 years, would probably think we'd gone out for a stroll or a drive. We hadn't. Told him you couldn't trust anyone in Kabul anymore, for a fee or dare threat. People told on each other, neighbor on neighbor, child on parent, brother on brother, servant on master, friend on friend. I thought of the singer Ahmed Zahir, who had played the accordion at my 13th birthday. He had gone for a drive with some friends, and someone had later found his body on the side of the road, a bullet in the back of his head. The Rafiks, the comrades, were everywhere, and they'd split Kabul into 2 groups, those who eavesdropped and those who didn't. The tricky part was that no one knew who belonged to which. Casual remark to the tailor while getting fitted for a suit might land you in the dungeons of Pole Charkai. Complain about the curfew to the butcher, and next thing you knew, you were behind bars staring at the muzzle end of a Kalashnikov. Even at the dinner table, in the privacy of their home, people had to speak in a calculated manner. The Rafiks were in the classrooms too. They'd taught children to spy on their parents, what to listen for, whom to tell. What was I doing on this road in the middle of the night? I should have been in bed under my blanket, a book with dog-eared pages at my side. This had to be a dream, had to be. Tomorrow morning I'd wake up, peek out the window. No grim-faced Russian soldiers patrolling the sidewalks, no tanks rolling up and down the streets of my city. Their tour Rets swiveling like accusing fingers. No rubble, no curfews, no Russian. 98. The Kite Runner. Army personnel carriers weaving through the bazaars. Then, behind me, I heard Baba and Karim discussing the arrangement in Jalalabad. Over a smoke, Karim was reassuring Baba that his brother had a big truck of excellent and first-class quality and that the trek to Peshawar would be very routine. He could take you there with his eyes closed. Karim said I overheard him telling Baba how he and his brother knew the Russian and Afghan soldiers who worked the checkpoints, how they had set up a mutually profitable arrangement. This was no dream, as if on cue a MiG suddenly screamed past overhead, Karim tossed his cigarette and produced a handgun from his waist, pointing it to the sky. And making shooting gestures, he spat and cursed at the MiG. I wondered where Hassan was, then the inevitable. I vomited on it. Tangle of weeds, my retching and groaning drowned in the deafening roar of the MiG. We pulled up to the checkpoint at Mahipar 20 minutes later. Our driver let the truck idle and hopped down to greet the approaching voices. Feet crushed gravel. Words were exchanged, brief and hushed. A flick of a lighter, spaseba. Another flick of the lighter. Someone laughed, a shrill cackling sound that made me jump. Baba's hand clamped down on my thigh. The laughing man broke into song, a slurring, off-key rendition of an old Afghan wedding song, delivered with a thick Russian accent. Ahesta baro, my man, ahesta baro. Go slowly, my lovely moon, go slowly. Boot heels clicked on asphalt. Someone flung open the tarpaulin hanging over the back of the truck, and 3 faces peered in. One was Karim, the other 2 were soldiers, one Afghan, the other a grinning ruse. Cyan face like a bulldog, cigarette dangling from the side of his mouth. Behind them, bone-colored moon hung in the sky. Karim and the Afghan boy called Hosseini. Soldier had a brief exchange in Pashto. I caught a little of it, something about Tor and his bad luck. FHE Russian soldier thrust his face into the rear of the truck. He was humming the wedding song and drumming his finger on the edge of the tailgate. Even in the dim light of the moon, I saw the glazed look in his eyes as they skipped from passenger to passenger. Despite the cold, sweat streamed from his brow. His eyes settled on the young woman wearing the black shawl. He spoke in Russian to Karim. Without taking his eyes off her, Karim gave a curt reply in Russian, which the soldier returned with an even curter retort. The Afghan soldier said something too in a low, reasoning voice, but the Russian soldier shouted something that made the other 2 flinch. I could feel Baba tightening up. Next to me, Karim cleared his throat, dropped his head, said the soldier. Wanted a half hour with the lady in the back of the truck. The young man pulled the shawl down over her face, burst into tears. The toddler sitting in her husband's lap started crying too. The husband's face had become as pale as the moon hovering above. He told Karim to ask Mr. Soldier Sahib to show a little mercy. Maybe he had a sister or a mother. Maybe he had a wife too. The Russian listened to Karim and barked a series of words. It's his price for letting us pass, Karim said. He couldn't bring himself to look the husband in the eye. But we've paid a fair price already. He's getting paid good money. The husband said. Karim and the Russian soldier spoke. He says every price has a tax. That was when Baba stood up. It was my turn to clamp a hand on his thigh, but Baba pried it loose, snatched his leg away. When he stood, he eclipsed the moonlight. I want you to ask this man some thing, Baba said. He said it to Karim, but looked directly at the Russian officer. Ask him where his shame is. They spoke. He says this is war. There is no shame in war. Tell him he's wrong. War doesn't negate decency. It demands it. Even more than in times of peace. 100. The Kite Runner. Do you have to always be the hero? Thought, my heart fluttering. Can't you just let it go for once? but I knew he couldn't, it wasn't in his nature. The problem was, his nature was going to get us all killed. The Russian soldier said something to Karim, a smile creasing his lips. Agha Sahib, Karim said, these Rousey are not like us, they understand nothing about respect, honor. What did he say? He says he'll enjoy putting a bullet in you almost as much as. Karim trailed off, but nodded his head toward the young woman who had caught the guard's eye. The soldier flicked his unfinished cigarette and holstered his handgun. So this is where Baba dies, thought. This is how it's going to happen. In my head, said a prayer I had learned in school. Tell him I'll take 1,000 of his bullets before I let this indecency take place, Baba said. My mind flashed to that winter day 6 years ago. Me peering around the corner in the alley, Camel and Wally holding Has sand down, Asef's buttock muscles clenching and unclenching, his hips thrusting back and forth. Some hero Jay had been fretting about the kite. Sometimes I too wondered if I was really Baba's son. The bulldog-faced Russian raised his gun. Baba, sit down please, I said, tugging at his sleeve. I think he really means to shoot you. Baba slapped my hand away. Haven't I taught you anything? He snapped. He turned to the grinning soldier. Tell him he'd better kill me. Good with that first shot, because if I don't go down, I'm tearing him to pieces, goddamn his father. The Russian soldier's grin never faltered when he heard the translation. Tian, he clicked the safety on the gun, pointed the barrel to Baba's chest, heart pounding in my throat. I buried my face in my hands. The gun roared. It's done then. I'm 18 and alone. I have no one left in the world. Baba's dead and now I have to bury him. Where do I bury him? Where do I go after that? But the whirlwind of half-thoughts spinning in my head came to a 101. Khaled Hosseini. Halt. When I cracked my eyelids, found Baba still standing. I saw a second-armed Russian officer with the others. It was from the muzzle of his up-turned gun that smoke swirled, the soldier who had meant to shoot. Baba had already holstered his weapon. He was shuffling his feet. I had never felt more like crying and laughing at the same time. The second Russian officer, gray-haired and heavyset, spoke to us in broken Farsi. He apologized for his comrades' behavior. Russia sends them here to fight, he said, but they are just boys, and when they come here they find the pleasure of drug. He gave the younger officer the rueful look of a father exasperated with his misbehaving son. This one is attached to drug now. I try to stop him. He waved us off. Moments later, we were pulling away. I heard a laugh and then this first soldier's voice, slurry and off-key, singing the old wedding song. We rode in silence for about 15 minutes before the young woman's husband suddenly stood and did something I'd seen many others do before him. He kissed Baba's hand. To ours bad luck, hadn't I overheard that in a snippet of conversation back at Mahapur. We rolled into Jalalabad about an hour before sunrise. Karim aired us quickly from the truck into a one-story house at the intersection of two dirt roads lined with flat one-story homes, acacia trees, and closed shops. I pulled the collar of my coat against the chill as we hurried into the house, dragging our belongings. For some reason, I remember smelling radishes. Once he had us inside the dimly lit, bare living room, Karim locked the front door, pulled the tattered sheets that passed for curtains. Then he took a deep breath and gave us the bad news. His brother Tor couldn't take us to Peshawar. It seemed his truck's engine had blown. The week before, Ray and Tor was still waiting for parts. 102. The Kite runner. Last week, someone exclaimed, if you knew this, why did you bring us here? I caught a flurry of movement out of the corner of my eye, then a blur of something zipping across the room, and the next thing I saw was Karim slammed against the wall, his sandaled feet dangling 2 feet above the floor. Wrapped around his neck were Baba's hands. Tell you why, Baba snapped. Because he got paid for his leg of The trip, that's all he cared about. Karim was making guttural choking sounds, spittle dripped from the corner of his mouth. "Put him down, Agha, you're killing him," one of the passengers said. "It's what I intend to do," Baba said, what none of the others in the room knew was that Baba wasn't joking. Karim was turning red and kicking his legs. Baba kept choking him until the young mother, the one the Russian officer had fancied, begged him to stop. Karim collapsed on the floor and rolled around fighting for air when Baba finally let go. The room fell silent. Less than 2 hours ago, Baba had volunteered to take a bullet for the honor of a woman. He did. Even though now he'd almost choked a man to death, would have done it cheerfully if not for the pleas of that same woman. Something thumped next door. No, not next door, below. "What's that?" someone asked. The others, Karim panted between labored breaths, in the base. "Meant. How long have they been waiting?" Baba said, standing over Karim. 2 weeks. TT thought you said the truck broke down last week. Karim rubbed his throat. It might have been the week before. He croaked. "How long?" "What?" "How long for the parts?" Baba roared. Karim flinched but said, "Nothing. I was glad for the darkness. I didn't want to see the murderous look on Baba's face." 103. Khaled Hosseini. The stench of something dank like mildew bludgeoned my nostrils the moment Karim opened the door that led down the creaky steps to the basement. We descended in single file. The steps groaned under Baba's weight. Standing in the cold basement, I felt watched by eyes blinking in the dark. I saw shapes huddled around the room, their silhouettes thrown on the walls by the dim light of a pair of kerosene lamps. A low murmur buzzed through the basement. Beneath it, the sound of water drops trickling somewhere, and something else, a scratching sound. Baba sighed behind me and dropped the bags. Karim told us it should be a matter of a couple of short days before the truck was fixed. Then we'd be on our way to Peshawar, on to free Dom, on to safety. The basement was our home for the next week, and by the third night I discovered the source of the scratching sounds: rats. Once my eyes adjusted to the dark, I counted about 30 refugees in that basement. We sat shoulder to shoulder along the walls, ate crackers, bread with dates, apples. That first night, all the men prayed together. One of the refugees asked Baba why he wasn't joining them. "God is going to save us all. Why don't you pray to him?" Baba snorted a pinch of his snuff, stretched his legs. "What'll save us is 8 cylinders and a good carburetor." That silenced the rest of them for good about the matter of God. It was later that first night when I discovered that 2 of the people hiding with us were Camel and his father. That was shocking enough, seeing Camel sitting in the basement just a few feet away from me. But when he and his father came over to our side of the room and I saw Camel's face, really saw it. He had withered. There was simply no other word for it. His eyes. 104. The Kite, runnin' on her, gave me a hollow look, and no recognition at all registered in them. His shoulders hunched and his cheeks sagged like they were too tired to cling to the bone beneath. His father, who'd owned a movie theater Kabul, was telling Baba how 3 months before a stray bullet had struck his wife in the temple and killed her. Then he told Baba about Camel. I caught only snippets of it. Should have never let him go alone. Always so handsome, you know. 4 of them tried to fight. God took him bleeding down there. His pants. Doesn't talk anymore, just stares. There would be no truck, Karim told us after we'd spent a week in the rat-infested basement. The truck was beyond repair. There is another option, Karim said, his voice rising amid the groans. His cousin owned a fuel truck and had smuggled people with it a couple of times. He was here in Jalalabad and could probably fit us all. Everyone except an elderly couple decided to go. We left that night, Baba and I, Camel and his father, the others. Karim and his cousin, a square-faced balding man named Aziz, helped us get into the fuel tank. One by one, we mounted the idling truck's rear deck, climbed the rear access ladder, and slid down into the tank. Member Baba climbed halfway up the ladder, hopped back down and fished the snuff box from his pocket. He emptied the box and picked up a handful of dirt from the middle of the unpaved road. He kissed the dirt, poured it into the box, stowed the box in his breast pocket next to his heart. Panic. You open your mouth, open it so wide your jaws creak. You order your lungs to draw air. Now you need air, need it now. But your ways ignore you. They collapse, tighten, squeeze, and suddenly you're breathing through while drinking strong. Your mouth closes and your lips. 105. Khaled Hosseini. Purse and all you can manage is a strangled croak. Your hands wriggle and shake. Somewhere a dam has cracked open and a flood of cold sweat spills, drenches your body. You want to scream. You would if you could, but you have to breathe to scream. Panic. The basement had been dark. The fuel tank was pitch black. I looked right, left, up, down, waved my hands before my eyes didn't see so much as a hint of movement. I blinked, blinked again, nothing at all. The air wasn't right. It was too thick, almost solid. Air wasn't supposed to be solid. I wanted to reach out with my hands, crush the air into lit TLE pieces, stuff them down my windpipe, and the stench of gasoline. My eyes stung from the fumes, like someone had peeled my lids back and rubbed a lemon on them. My nose caught fire with each breath. You could die in a place like this, I thought. A scream was coming. Coming. And then a small miracle. Baba tugged at my sleeve and something glowed green in the dark. Light, Baba's wristwatch. I kept my eyes glued to those fluorescent green hands. I was so afraid I'd lose them. I did dare blink. Slowly I became aware of my surroundings. I heard groans and moot turd prayers. I heard a baby cry, its mother's muted soothing. Someone retched, someone else cursed the Sharawi. The truck bounced side to side, up and down, heads banged against metal. Think of something good, Baba said in my ear. Something happy. Something good, something happy. I let my mind wander. I let it come. Friday afternoon in Pagman, an open field of grass speckled with mulberry trees in blossom. Hassan and I stand ankle-deep in untamed grass. I am tugging on the line, the spool spinning in Hassan's calloused hands, our eyes turned up to the kite in the sky. Not a word passes between us, not because we have nothing to say, but because we don't have to say anything. That's how it is between people who are each other's. 106. The Kite Ruiner. First memories, people who have fed from the same breast. A breeze stirs the grass and Hassan lets the spool roll. The kite spins, dips, stead. Wise, our twin shadows dance on the rippling grass. From somewhere over the low brick wall at the other end of the field, we hear chatter and laughter and the chirping of a water fountain, and music, something old and familiar. I think it's Yamola on rhubarb strings. Someone calls our names over the wall, says it's time for tea and cake. I didn't remember what month that was or what year even. I only knew the memory lived in me, a perfectly encapsulated morsel of a good past, a brushstroke of color on the gray, barren canvas that our lives had become. The rest of that ride is scattered bits and pieces of memory that come and go, most of it sounds and smells, MiGs roaring past over head, staccatos of gunfire, a donkey braying nearby, the jingling of bells and mewling of sheep, gravel crushed under the truck's tires, a baby wailing in the dark, the stench of gasoline, vomit, and shit. What I remember next is the blinding light of early morning as I climbed out of the fuel tank. I remember turning my face up to the sky, squinting, breathing like the world was running out of air. I lay on the side of the dirt road next to a rocky trench, looked up to the gray morn ing sky, thankful for air, thankful for light, thankful to be alive. We're in Pakistan, Amir, Baba said. He was standing over me. Karim says he will call for a bus to take us to Peshawar. I rolled onto my chest, still lying on the cool dirt, and saw our suit. Cases on either side of Baba's feet, through the upside-down V between. His legs, I saw the truck idling on the side of the road, the other refugees. Climbing down the rear ladder, beyond that the dirt road unrolled. Through fields that were like leaden sheets under the gray sky, and appeared behind a line of bowl-shaped hills. Along the way it passed a small village strung out atop a sun-baked slope. My eyes returned to our suitcases. They made mice. Sad for Baba. 107. Khaled Hosseini. After everything he'd built, planned, fought for, fretted over, dreamed of, this was the summation of his life: one disappointing son and two suitcases. Someone was screaming, no, not screaming, wailing. I saw the passengers huddled in a circle, heard their urgent voices. Someone said the word fumes, someone else said it too. The wail turned into a throat ripping screech. Baba and I hurried to the pack of onlookers and pushed our way. Through them, Camel's father was sitting, cross-legged, in the center of the circle, rocking back and forth, kissing his son's ashen face. He won't breathe, my boy won't breathe, he was crying. Camel's lifeless body lay on his father's lap, his right hand, uncurled and limp, bounced to the rhythm of his father's sobs. My boy, he won't breathe. Allah help him breathes. Baba knelt beside him and curled an arm around his shoulder. But Camel's father shoved him away and lunged for Karim, who was standing nearby with his cousin. What happened next was too fast and too short to be called a scuffle. Karim uttered a surprised cry and back pedaled. I saw an arm swing, a leg kick. A moment later, Camel's father was standing with Karim's gun in his hand. "Don't shoot me," Karim cried. But before any of us could say or do a thing, Camel's father shoved the barrel in his own mouth. I'll never forget the echo of that blast, or the flash of light and the spray of red. I doubled over again and dry heaved on the side of the road. 108. 11. Fremont, California, 1980s. Baba loved the idea of America. It was living in America that gave him an ulcer. I remember the two of us walking through Lake Elizabeth Park in Fremont, a few streets down from our apartment, and watching boys at batting practice, little girls giggling on the swings in the playground. Baba would enlighten me with his politics during those walks with long-winded dissertations. There are only 3 real men in this world. Amir, he'd say, he'd count them off on his fingers: America the brash, Savior, Britain, and Israel. The rest of them, he used to wave his hand and make a PHHT sound. They're like gossiping old women. The bit about Israel used to draw the ire of Afghans in Fremont who accused him of being pro-Jewish and de facto anti-Islam. Baba would meet them for tea and wrote cake at the park, drive them crazy with his politics. What they don't understand, he'd tell me later, is that religion has nothing to do with it. In Baba's view, Israel was an island of real men in a sea of Arabs too busy getting fat off their oil to care for their own. Israel does this, Israel does that, Baba would say in a mock Arabic accent. Then do something about it. Take action, you're Arabs. Help the Palestinians then. 109. Khaled Hosseini. He loathed Jimmy Carter, whom he called a big-toothed cretin. In 1980, when we were still in Kabul, the U.S. announced it would be boycotting the Olympic Games in Moscow. Wah wah, Baba exclaimed. With disgust, Brezhnev is massacring Afghans, and all that peanut eater can say is, "I won't come swim in your pool." Baba believed Carter had unwittingly done more for communism than Leonid Brezhnev. He's not fit to run this country. It's like putting a boy who can't ride a bike behind the wheel of a brand new Cadillac. What America and the world needed was a hard man, a man to be reckoned with, someone who took action instead of wringing his hands. That someone came in the form of Ronald Reagan, and when Reagan went on TV and called this Shirawi the evil empire, Baba went out and bought a picture of this grinning president giving a thumbs up. He framed the picture and hung it in our hallway, nailing it right next to the old black and white of him. Self in his thin necktie shaking hands with King Zahir Shah, most of. Our neighbors in Fremont were bus drivers, policemen, gas station attendants, and unwed mothers collecting welfare, exactly the sort of blue-collar people who would soon suffocate under the pillow regat. Nomics pressed to their faces. Baba was the lone Republican in our building. But the Bay Area's smog stung his eyes, the traffic noise gave him headaches, and the pollen made him cough. The fruit was never sweet enough, the water never clean enough, and where were all the trees and open fields? For 2 years, I tried to get Baba to enroll in ESL classes to improve his broken English, but he scoffed at the idea. Maybe I'll spell cat and the teacher will give me a glittery little star so I can run home and show it off to you, he'd grumble. One Sunday in the spring of 1983, I walked into a small bookstore that sold used paperbacks next to the Indian movie theater just west of where Amtrak crossed Fremont Boulevard. I told Baba I'd be out in 5 minutes, and he shrugged. He had been working at a gas station in Fremont and had the day off. I watched him jaywalk across Fremont Boulevard and enter Fast and Easy, a little grocery store run by an elderly the Kite runner Vietnamese couple, Mr. and Mrs. Nguyen. They were gray-haired, friendly people. She had Parkinson's. He'd had his hip replaced. He's like $6 million man now, she always said to me, laughing toothlessly. Remember $6 million man, Amir? Then Mr. Nguyen would scowl like Lee Majors, pretend he was running in slow motion. I was flipping through a worn copy of a Mike Hammer mystery when I heard screaming and glass breaking. I dropped the book and hurried across the street. I found the Nguyens behind the counter, all the way against the wall, faces ashen, Mr. Nguyen's arms wrapped around his wife, on the floor, oranges in overturned magazine rack, broken jar of beef jerky, and shards of glass at Baba's feet. It turned out that Baba had had no cash on him for the oranges. He'd written Mr. Nguyen a check, and Mr. Nguyen had asked for an ID. He wants to see my license, Baba bellowed in Farsi. Almost 2 years. We've bought his damn fruits and put money in his pocket, and the son of a dog wants to see my license. Baba, it's not personal, I said, smiling at the Nguyens. They're supposed to ask for an ID. I don't want you here, Mr. Nguyen said, stepping in front of his wife. He was pointing at Baba with his cane. He turned to me. You're nice young man, but your father, he's crazy, not welcome anymore. Does he think I'm a thief? Baba said, his voice rising. People had gathered outside. They were staring. What kind of a country is this? No one trusts anybody. Call police, Mrs. Nguyen said, poking out her face. You get out. Or I call police. Please, Mrs. Nguyen, don't call the police. I'll take him home, just don't call the police, okay, please. Yes, you take him home. Good idea, Mr. Nguyen said, his eyes behind his wire-rimmed bifocals never left Baba. I led Baba through the doors. He kicked a magazine on his way out, after I'd made him promise he wouldn't go back in. I returned to the store and apologized. Called Hosseini to the Nguyens, told them my father was going through a difficult time. I gave Mrs. Nguyen our telephone number and address, and told her to get an estimate for the damages. Please call me as soon as you know. I'll pay for everything, Mrs. Nguyen. I'm so sorry. Mrs. Nguyen took the sheet of paper from me and nodded. I saw her hands were shaking more than usual, and that made me angry at Baba, his causing an old woman to shake like that. My father is still adjusting to life in America, I said, by way of explanation. I wanted to tell them that, in Kabul, we snapped a tree branch and used it as a credit card. Hassan and I would take the wooden stick to the bread maker. He'd carve notches on our stick with his knife, 1 notch for each loaf of naan he'd pull for us from the tandoor's roaring flames. At the end of the month, my father paid him for the number of notches. On the stick, that was it, no questions, no ID. But I didn't tell them. I thanked Mr. Nguyen for not calling the cops. Took Baba home. He sulked and smoked on the balcony while I made rice with chicken neck stew, a year and a half since we'd stepped off the Boeing from Peshawar, and Baba was still adjusting. We ate in silence that night. After 2 bites, Baba pushed away his plate. I glanced at him across the table, his nails chipped and black with engine oil, his knuckles scraped, the smells of the gas station dust, sweat and gasoline on his clothes. Baba was like the widower who marries but can't let go of his dead wife. He missed the sugarcane fields of Jalalabad and the gardens of Pagman. He missed people milling in and out of his house, missed walking down the bustling aisles of Shore Bazaar and greeting people who knew him and his father, knew his grandfather, people who shared ancestors with him, whose pasts intertwined with his. For me, America was a place to bury my memories. For Baba, a place to mourn his. Maybe we should go back to Peshawar, I said, watching the ice. The Kite runner float in my glass of water. We'd spent 6 months in Peshawar waiting for the INS to issue our visas. Our grimy 1-bedroom apartment smelled like dirty socks and cat droppings, but we were surrounded by people we knew, at least people Baba knew. He'd invite the entire corridor of neighbors for dinner, most of them Afghans waiting for visas. Inevitably, someone would bring a set of tabla and someone else a harmonium. Tea would brew, and whoever had a passing singing voice would sing until the sun rose, the mosquitoes stopped buzzing, and clapping hands grew sore. You were happier there, Baba. It was more like home, I said. Peshawar was good for me, not good for you. You work so hard here. It's not so bad now, he said, meaning since he had become the day manager at the gas station, but I'd seen the way he winced and rubbed his wrists on damp days, the way sweat erupted on his forehead as he reached for his bottle of antacids after meals. Besides, I didn't bring us here for me, did I? I reached across the table and put my hand on his, my student. Hand clean and soft on his laborer's hand, grubby and calloused. I thought of all the trucks, train sets, and bikes he'd bought me in Kabul. Now America, one last gift for Amir. Just 1 month after we arrived in the U.S., Baba found a job off Washington Boulevard as an assistant at a gas station owned by an Afghan acquaintance. He'd started looking for work the same week we arrived. 6 days a week, Baba pulled 12-hour shifts pumping gas, running tea. He register, changing oil and washing windshields. I'd bring him lunch sometimes and find him looking for a pack of cigarettes on the shelves, a customer waiting on the other side of the oil-stained counter, Baba's face drawn and pale under the bright fluorescent lights. The electronic bell over the door would ding-dong when I walked in, and Baba would look over his shoulder, wave and smile, his eyes water from fatigue. The same day he was hired, Baba and I went to our eligibility officer, Khaled Hosseini, in San Jose, Mrs. Dobbins. She was an overweight black woman with twinkling eyes and a dimpled smile. She'd told me once that she sang in church, and I believed her. She had a voice that made me think of warm milk and honey. Baba dropped the stack of food stamps on her desk. Thank you, but I don't want, Baba said. I work always. In Afghanistan I work, in America I work. Thank you very much, Mrs. Dobbins, but I don't like it. Free money. Mrs. Dobbins blinked, picked up the food stamps, looked from me to Baba like we were pulling a prank or slipping her a trick. As Hassan used to say, 15 years I've been doing this job and nobody's ever done this, she said, and that was how Baba ended those humiliating food stamp moments at the cash register and alleviated one of his greatest fears, that an Afghan would see him buying food with charity money. Baba walked out of the welfare office like a man cured of a tumor. That summer of 1983, I graduated from high school at the age of 20, by far the oldest senior, tossing his mortarboard on the football field that day. Remember losing Baba in the swarm of families. Flashing cameras and blue gowns, I found him near the 20-yard line, hands shoved in his pockets, camera dangling on his chest. He disappeared and reappeared behind the people, moving between us. Squealing blue-clad girls hugging, crying, boys high-fiving their fathers. Each other. Baba's beard was graying, his hair thinning at the temples. And hadn't he been taller in Kabul, he was wearing his brown suit, his only suit, the same one he wore to Afghan weddings and funerals, and the red tie I had bought for his 50th birthday that year. Then he saw me and waved, smiled. He motioned for me to wear my mortar board and took a picture of me with the school's clock tower in the background. I smiled for him. In a way, this was his day more than mine. He walked to me, curled his arm around my neck, and gave my brow a single kiss. I am Moftakir Amir, he said, proud, his eyes 114. The Kite ruiner gleamed when I said that, and I liked being on the receiving end of that look. He took me to an Afghan kebab house in Hayward that night and ordered far too much food. He told the owner that his son was going to college in the fall. I had debated him briefly about that just before graduation and told him I wanted to get a job, help out, save some money. Maybe go to college the following year, but he had shot me one of his smoldering Baba looks, and the words had vaporized on my tongue. After dinner, Baba took me to a bar across the street from the restaurant. The place was dim, and the acrid smell of beer I'd always disliked permeated the walls. Men in baseball caps and tank tops played pool, clouds of cigarette smoke hovering over the green tables, swirling in the fluorescent light. We drew looks, Baba in his brown suit and me in pleated slacks and sports jacket. We took a seat at the bar next to an old man, his leathery face sickly in the blue glow of the Michelab sign. Overhead, Baba lit a cigarette and ordered us beers. Tonight I am too much happy, he announced to no one and everyone. Tonight I drink ing with my son, and one please for my friend, he said, patting the old man on the back. The old fellow tipped his hat and smiled. He had no upper teeth. Baba finished his beer in 3 gulps and ordered another. He had 3 before I forced myself to drink a quarter of mine. By then he had bought the old man a scotch and treated a foursome of pool play to a pitcher of Budweiser. Men shook his hand and clapped him on the back. They drank to him. Someone lit his cigarette. Baba loosened his tie and gave the old man a handful of quarters. He pointed to the jukebox. Tell him to play his favorite songs, he said to me. The old man nodded and gave Baba a salute. Soon, country music was blaring. And just like that, Baba had started a party. At one point, Baba stood, raised his beer, spilling it on the sawdust floor, and yelled, "Fuck the Russia." The bar's laughter, then its full-throated echo followed. Baba bought another round of pitchers for everyone. Khaled Hosseini. When we left, everyone was sad to see him go. Kabul, Peshawar, Hayward, same old Baba, El thought, smiling. I drove us home in Baba's old, ochre-yellow Buick Century. Baba dozed off on the way, snoring like a jackhammer. I smelled tobacco on him and alcohol, sweet and pungent, but he sat up when I stopped the car and said, in a hoarse voice, "Keep driving to the end of the block." "Why, Baba?" "Just go." He had me park at the south end of the street. He reached in his coat pocket and handed me a set of keys. "There," he said, point into the car in front of us. It was an old model Ford, long and wide. Dark color I couldn't discern in the moonlight. It needs painting, and I'll have one of the guys at the station put in new shocks, but it runs. I took the keys, stunned. I looked from him to the car. "You'll need it to go to college," he said. I took his hand in mine. Squeezed it, my eyes were tearing over, and I was glad for the shadows. That hid our faces. Thank you, Baba. We got out and sat inside the Ford. It was a Grand Torino, navy blue. Baba said. I drove it around the block, testing the brakes, the turn signals. I parked it in the lot of our apartment building and shut off the engine. Tashakar Baba Jan, I said. I wanted to say more, tell him how touched I was by his act of kindness, how much I appreciated all that he had done for me, all that he was still doing. But I knew I'd embarrass him. Tashakar repeated instead. He smiled and leaned back against the headrest, his forehead most touching the ceiling. We didn't say anything, just sat in the dark. Listened to the tink-tink of the engine cooling, the wail of a siren in the distance. Then Baba rolled his head toward me. I wish Hassan had been with us today, he said. A pair of steel hands closed around my windpipe at the sound of Hassan's name. I rolled down the window, waited for the steel hands to loosen their grip. 116. The Kite Ruiner. I would enroll in junior college classes in the fall. I told Baba the day after graduation. I was drinking cold black tea and chewing cardamom seeds, his personal trusted antidote for hangover headaches. I think I'll major in English, I said. I winced inside, waiting for his reply. English. Creative writing. He considered this, sipped his tea. Stories, you mean you'll make up stories? I looked down at my feet. They pay for that, making up stories. If you're good, I said, and if you get discovered. How likely is that, getting discovered? It happens, said. He nodded. And what will you do while you wait to get good and get discovered? How will you earn money? If you marry, how will you support your Khanum? I couldn't lift my eyes to meet his. I'll find a job. Oh, he said, wah. So if I understand, you'll study several years to earn a degree, then you'll get a chatty job like mine, one you could just as easily land today, on the small chance that your degree might someday help you get discovered. He took a deep breath and sipped his tea, grunted something about medical school, law school, and real work. My cheeks burned and guilt coursed through me, the guilt of indulging myself at the expense of his ulcer, his black fingernails and aching wrists. But I would stand my ground, I decided. I didn't want to sacrifice for Baba anymore. The last time I had done that, I had damned myself. Baba sighed and this time tossed a whole handful of cardamom seeds in his mouth. Khaled Hosseini. Sometimes I got behind the wheel of my Ford, rolled down the windows and drove for hours, from the East Bay to the South Bay. Up the peninsula and back, I drove through the grids of cottonwood-lined streets in our Fremont neighborhood, where people who'd never shaken hands with kings lived in shabby, flat one-story houses with barred windows where old cars like mine dripped oil on blacktop driveways. Sill gray chain-link fences closed off the backyards in our neighborhood. Toys, bald tires, and beer bottles with peeling labels littered unkempt front lawns. I drove past tree-shaded parks that smelled like bark, past strip malls big enough to hold 5 simultaneous bushkushi tournaments. I drove the Torino up the hills of Los Altos, idling past estates with picture windows and silver lions guarding the wrought iron gates, homes with cherub fountains lining the manicured walkways, and no Ford Tauri nose in the driveways, homes that made Baba's house in Wazir Akbar Khan look like a servant's hut. I'd get up early some Saturday mornings and drive south on Highway 17, push the Ford up the winding road through the mountains to Santa Cruz. I would park by the old lighthouse and wait for sunrise, sit in my car and watch the fog rolling in from the sea. In Afghanistan, I had only seen the ocean at the cinema, sitting in the dark next to Haz. San, I had always wondered if it was true what I'd read, that sea air smelled like salt. Used to tell Hassan that someday we'd walk on a strip of seaweed-strewn beach, sink our feet in the sand, and watch the water recede from our toes. The first time I saw the Pacific, I almost cried. It was as vast and blue as the oceans on the movie screens of my childhood. Sometimes in the early evening, I parked the car and walked up a freeway overpass, my face pressed against the fence. I'd try to count the blinking red taillights inching along, stretching as far as my eyes could see. BMWs, Saabs, Porsches, cars I'd never seen in Kabul, where most people drove Russian Volgas, old Opels, or Iranian Pekins. Almost 2 years had passed since we had arrived in the U.S., and I was still marveling at the size of this country, its vastness, beyond every TNA height runner. Freeway, lay, another, freeway, beyond every city, another city, hills, beyond mountains, and mountains beyond hills, and beyond those more cities and more people. Long before the Rousey army marched into Afghanistan, long before villages were burned and schools destroyed, long before mines were planted like seeds of death and children buried in rock-piled graves, Kabul had become a city of ghosts for me, a city of hair-lipped ghosts. America was different. America was a river roaring along unmined. Full of the past, I could wade into this river, let my sins drown to the bottom. Tom, let the waters carry me someplace far, someplace with no ghosts, no memories, and no sins. If for nothing else for that, I embraced America. The following summer, the summer of 1984, the summer I turned 21, Baba sold his Buick and bought a dilapidated 71 Volkswagen bus for $550 from an old Afghan acquaintance who'd been a high school science teacher in Kabul. The neighbors' heads turned. The afternoon, the bus sputtered up the street and farted its way across our lot. Baba killed the engine and let the bus roll silently into our designated spot. We sank in our seats, laughed until tears rolled down our cheeks, and more important, until we were sure the neighbors weren't watching anymore. The bus was a sad carcass of rusted metal, shattered windows replaced with black garbage bags, balding tires, and a pall Sturry shredded down to the springs, but the old teacher had reassured Baba that the engine and transmission were sound, and on that AC count the man hadn't lied. On Saturdays, Baba woke me up at dawn. As he dressed, I scanned the classifieds in the local papers and circled the garage sale ads. We mapped our route: Fremont, Union City, Newark, and Hayward first, then San Jose, Milpitas, Sunnyvale, and Campbell if time permitted. Baba drove the bus, sipping hot tea from the thermos, and I navigated. We stopped at garage sales and bought knickknacks that people know. Khaled Hosseini longer wanted. We haggled over old sewing machines, one-eyed Barbie dolls, wooden tennis rackets, guitars with missing strings, and old Trollocs vacuum cleaners. By mid-afternoon, we'd filled the back of the VW bus with used goods. Then early Sunday mornings, we drove to the San Jose flea market off Berryessa, rented a spot, and sold the junk for a small profit. A Chicago record that we'd bought for $0.25 the day before might go for $1 or $4 for a set of 5, a ramshackle Singer sewing machine purchased for $10 might, after some bargaining, bring in $25. By that summer, Afghan families were working an entire section of the San Jose flea market. Afghan music played in the aisles of the used goods section. There was an unspoken code of behavior among Afghans at the flea market. You greeted the guy across the aisle, you invited him for a bite of potato bologna or a little kugabuli, and you chatted. You offered tassali, condolences for the death of a parent, congratulated the birth of children, and shook your head mournfully when the Conversation turned to Afghanistan and the Rouses, which it inevitably did, but you avoided the topic of Saturday, because it might turn out that the fellow across the aisle was the guy you'd nearly blind sighted at the freeway exit yesterday in order to beat him to a promising garage sale. The only thing that flowed more than tea in those aisles was Afghan gossip. The flea market was where you sipped green tea with almond cultures and learned whose daughter had broken off an engagement and run off with her American boyfriend, who used to be Parchami, communist in Kabul, and who had bought a house with under the table money while still on welfare. Tea, politics, and scandal, the ingredients of an Afghan Sunday at the flea market. I ran the stand sometimes as Baba sauntered down the aisle, hands respectfully pressed to his chest, greeting people he knew from Kabul. Mechanics and tailors selling hand-me-down wool coats and scraped by cycle helmets alongside former ambassadors, out-of-work surgeons, and university professors. 120. The Kite Runner. One early Sunday morning in July 1984, while Baba set up, I bought 2 cups of coffee from the concession stand and returned to find Baba talking to an older, distinguished-looking man. I put the cups on the rear bumper of the bus, next to the REAGAN Bush 484 sticker. Amir, Baba said, motioning me over. This is General Sahib, Mr. Iqbal Tahiri. He was a decorated general in Kabul. He worked for the Ministry of Defense. Tahiri, why did the name sound fahmy? Liar. The general laughed like a man used to attending formal parties, where he'd laughed on cue at the minor jokes of important people. He had wispy silver-gray hair combed back from his smooth, tanned forehead and tufts of white in his bushy eyebrows. He smelled like cologne and wore an iron-gray 3-piece suit, shiny from too many pressings. The gold chain of a pocket watch dangled from his vest. Such a lofty introduction, he said, his voice deep and cultured. Salam Bakum, hello, my child. Salam, General Sahib, I said, shaking his hand, his thin hands belied a firm grip, as if steel hid beneath the moisturized skin. Amir is going to be a great writer, Baba said. I did a double take at this. He has finished his first year of college and earned A's in all of his courses. Junior college, I corrected him. Mashallah, General Tahiri said. Will you be writing about our country, history, perhaps economics? I write fiction, I said, thinking of the dozen or so short stories had written in the leather-bound notebook Rahim Khan had given me, wondering why I was suddenly embarrassed by them in this man's presence. Ah, a storyteller, the general said. Well, people need stories to divert them at difficult times like this. He put his hand on Baba's shawl. Dare and turned to me. Speaking of stories, your father and I hunted pheasant together one summer day in Jalalabad, he said. It was a mar. 121. Khaled Hosseini. Velas time, if I recall correctly, your father's eye proved as keen in the hunt as it had in business. Baba kicked a wooden tennis racket on our tarpaulin spread with the toe of his boot. Some business. General Tahiri managed a simultaneously sad and polite smile, heaved a sigh and gently patted Baba's shoulder. Zendagi Migzora, he said. Life goes on. He turned his eyes to me. We Afghans are prone to a considerable degree of exaggeration, Bakum, and I have heard many men foolishly labeled great, but your father has the distinction of belonging to the minority who truly deserves the label. This little speech sounded to me the way his suit looked, often used and unnaturally shiny. You're flattering me, Baba said. I am not, the general said, tilting his head sideways and pressing his hand to his chest to convey humility. Boys and girls must know the legacy of their fathers. He turned to me. Do you appreciate your father? Bakum, do you really appreciate him? Ballet General Sahib, I do, I said, wishing he'd not call me my child. Then congratulations, you are already halfway to being a man, he said with no trace of humor, no irony, the compliment of the casually arrogant. Padarjan, you forgot your tea, a young woman's voice, she was standing behind us, a slim-hipped beauty with velvety coal-black hair, an open thermos and styrofoam cup in her hand. I blinked, my heart quickening. She had thick black eyebrows that touched in the middle like the arched wings of a flying bird, and the gracefully hooked nose of a princess from old Persia, maybe that of Tamane Rostam's wife and Soreb's mother from the Shahnama. Her eyes, walnut brown and shaded by fan lashes, met mine, held for a moment, flew away. You are so kind, my dear, General Tahiri said. He took the cup from her. Before she turned to go, I saw she had a brown, sickle-shaped 122. The Kite runner. Birthmark on the smooth skin just above her left jawline. She walked to a dull gray van 2 aisles away and put the thermos inside. Her hair spilled to one side when she kneeled amid boxes of old records and paperbacks. My daughter Soria Jan, General Tahiri said. He took a deep breath like a man eager to change the subject and checked his gold pocket watch. Well, time to go and set up. He and Baba kissed on the cheek and he shook my hand with both of his. Best of luck with the writing, he said, looking me in the eye. His pale blue eyes revealed nothing of the thoughts behind them. For the rest of that day, I fought the urge to look toward the gray van. It came to me on our way home. Tahiri, I knew I'd heard that name before. Wasn't there some story floating around about Tahiri's daughter? I said to Baba, trying to sound casual. You know me, Baba said, inching the bus along the queue exiting the flea market. Talk turns to gossip and I walk away. But there wasn't there, I said. Why do you ask? He was looking at me coyly. I shrugged and fought back a smile. Just curious, Baba. Really, is that all? He said, his eyes playful, lingering on mine. Has she made an impression on you? I rolled my eyes. Please, Baba. He smiled and swung the bus out of the flea market. We headed for Highway 680. We drove in silence for a while. All I've heard is that there was a man once and things didn't go well. He said this gravely, like he'd disclosed to me that she had breast cancer. Lo, I hear she is a decent girl, hardworking and kind, but no cost. Gars, no suitors have knocked on the general's door since. Baba sighed. It may be unfair, but what happens in a few days, sometimes. 123. Khaled Hosseini. What? Even a single day can change the course of a whole lifetime, Amir. He said. Lying awake in bed that night, I thought of Soria Tahiri's sickle-shaped birthmark, her gently hooked nose, and the way her luminous eyes had fleetingly held mine. My heart stuttered at the thought of her, Soria Tahiri, my swap meet princess. 124. 12. In Afghanistan, Yelda is the first night of the month of Jadi, the first night of winter and the longest night of the year, as was the tradition. Hassan and I used to stay up late, our feet tucked under the kursi, while Ali tossed apple skin into the stove and told us ancient tales of sultans and thieves to pass that longest of nights. It was from Ali that I learned the lore of Yelda, that bedeviled moths flung themselves at candle flames and wolves climbed mountains looking for the sun. Ali swore that if you ate watermelon the night of Yelda, you wouldn't get thirsty. The coming summer. When I was older, I read in my poetry books that Yelda was the star. Last night tormented lovers kept vigil, enduring the endless dark, waiting for the sun to rise and bring with it their loved one. After I met Soria Tahiri, every night of the week became a Yelda for me, and when Sunday mornings came, I rose from bed, Soria Tahiri's brown-eyed face already in my head. In Baba's bus, I counted the miles until I'd see her sitting barefoot, arranging cardboard boxes of yellowed encyclopedias, her heels white against the asphalt, silver bracelets jingling around her slender wrists. I'd think of the shadow her hair cast on the 125. Khaled Hosseini, ground when it slid off her back and hung down like a velvet curtain. Soria swap meet princess, the morning sun to my Yelda. I invented excuses to stroll down the aisle, which Baba acknowledged. Edged with a playful smirk and past the terrorist stand, I would wave. At the general, perpetually dressed in his shiny overpressed gray suit. And he would wave back. Sometimes he'd get up from his director's chair and we'd make small talk about my writing, the war, the day's bar gains, and I'd have to will my eyes not to peel away, not to wander to where Soria sat reading a paperback. The general and I would say our goodbyes and I'd try not to slouch as I walked away. Sometimes she sat alone, the general off to some other row to sew. Sialize and I would walk by, pretending not to know her but dying too. Sometimes she was there with a portly middle-aged woman with pale skin and dyed red hair. I promised myself that I would talk to her before. The summer was over but schools reopened, the leaves reddened, yell. Lowed and fell, the rains of winter swept in and wakened Baba's joints. Baby leaves sprouted once more, and I still hadn't had the heart, the dill, to even look her in the eye. The spring quarter ended in late May 1985. I aced all of my general education classes, which was a minor miracle given how I'd sit in tours and think of the soft hook of Soria's nose. Then one sweltering Sunday that summer, Baba and I were at the flea market, sitting at our booth, fanning our faces with newspapers. Despite the sun bearing down like a branding iron, the market was crowded that day and sales had been strong. It was only $12.30 but we'd already made $160. I got up, stretched, and asked Baba if he wanted a Coke. He said he'd love one. Be careful, Amir, he said as I began to walk. Of what, Baba? I am not an Ahmad, so don't play stupid with me. I don't know what you're talking about. Remember this, Baba said, pointing at me. The man is a Pashtun. To the root he has Nang and Namus. Nang, Namus, honor and pride. 126. The Kite ruiner. The tenets of Pashtun men, especially when it came to the chastity of a wife or a daughter. I'm only going to get us drinks. Just don't embarrass me, that's all I ask. I won't, God, Baba. Baba lit a cigarette and started fanning himself again. I walked toward the concession booth initially, then turned left at the t-shirt stand, where, for $5, you could have the face of Jesus, Elvis, Jim Morrison, or all three, pressed on a white nylon t-shirt, Mari. A chai music played overhead, and I smelled pickles and grilled meat. I spotted the terrorist, gray van 2 rows from ours, next to a kiosk cell. Ing mango on a stick, she was alone, reading, white ankle-length sum. Mer dressed today, open-toed sandals, hair pulled back and crowned with a tulip-shaped bun, meant tea simply walked by again and I thought I had X. Except suddenly I was standing at the edge of the terrorist, white tablecloth. Staring at Soria across curling irons and old neckties, she looked up. Salam, said, I'm sorry to be Mazahem, didn't mean to diss. Turb you. Salam. Is General Sahib here today? I said, my ears were burning. Couldn't bring myself to look her in the eye. He went that way, she said, pointed to her right, the bracelet. Lipped down to her elbow, silver against olive. Will you tell him I stopped by to pay my respects? I said. T will. Thank you, I said. Oh, and my name is Amir, in case you need to. No, so you can tell him that I stopped by to pay my respects. Yes. I shifted on my feet, cleared my throat. I'll go now, sorry to have disturbed you. Nay, you didn't, she said. Oh, good, I tipped my head and gave her a half smile. I'll go. Now, hadn't I already said that? Coda Hafiz. 127. Khaled Hosseini. Coda Hafiz. I began to walk, stopped and turned. I said it before I had a chance. To lose my nerve, can I ask what you're reading? She blinked. I held my breath. Suddenly, I felt the collective eyes of the flea mar. Ket Afghans shift to us. I imagined a hush falling, lips stopping in mid Sentence heads turning, eyes narrowing with keen interest. What was this? Up to that point, our encounter could have been interpreted as a respectful inquiry, one man asking for the whereabouts of another man. But I'd asked her a question, and if she answered, we'd be chatting, me a Majarad, a single young man, and she an unwed young woman, one with a history, no less. This was teetering danger. Owsley on the verge of gossip material, and the best kind of it, poison. Tongues would flap, and she would bear the brunt of that poison not. Me, Eli, was fully aware of the Afghan double standard that favored my gender. Not did you see him chatting with her, but wooey, did you see how she wouldn't let him go? What a law check. By Afghan standards, my question had been bold. With it, I had bared myself and left little doubt as to my interest in her, but I was a man, and all I had risked was a bruised ego. Bruises healed, reputa. Tians did not. Would she take my dare? She turned the book so the cover faced me, Wuthering Heights. Have you read it? She said. I nodded. I could feel the pulsating beat of my heart behind my eyes. It's a sad story. Sad stories make good books, she said. They do. I heard you right. How did she know? I wondered if her father had told her. Maybe she had asked him. I immediately dismissed both scenarios as absurd. Fathers and sons could talk freely about women, but no Afghan girl, no decent and motoram Afghan girl, at least, queried her father about the Kite ruiner. Young man, and no father, especially a Pashtun with Nang and Namuz, would discuss a Majarad with his daughter, not unless the fellow in question was a Kostegar, a suitor who had done the honorable thing and sent his father to knock on the door. Incredibly, I heard myself say, would you like to read one of my stories? It would like that, she said. I sensed an unease in her now, saw it in the way her eyes began to flick side to side, maybe checking for the general. I wondered what he would say if he found me speaking for such an inappropriate length of time with his daughter. Maybe I'll bring you one someday, I said. I was about to say more when the woman I'd seen on occasion with Soria came walking up the aisle. She was carrying a plastic bag full of fruit. When she saw us, her eyes bounced from Soria to me and back. She smiled. Amir Jan, good to see you, she said, unloading the bag on the tablecloth. Her brow glistened with a sheen of sweat. Her red hair, coiffed like a helmet, glittered in the sunlight. I could see bits of her scalp where the hair had thinned. She had small green eyes buried in a cabbage-round face, capped teeth, and little fingers like sausages. Golden Allah rested on her chest. The chain burrowed under the skin. Tags and folds of her neck. I am Jamila, Soria Jan's mother. Salam Khaled Jan, I said, embarrassed, as I often was around Afghans, that she knew me, and I had no idea who she was. How is your father? She said. He's well, thank you. You know your grandfather, Ghazi Sahib, the judge, now his uncle, and my grandfather were cousins, she said, so you see, we're related. She smiled a cap-toothed smile, and I noticed the right side of her mouth drooping a little. Her eyes moved between Soria and me again. I'd asked Baba once why General Tahiri's daughter hadn't married. Yet no suitors, Baba said, no suitable suitors, he amended, but he wouldn't say more. Baba knew how lethal idle talk could prove to a young woman's prospects of marrying well. Afghan men, especially those called Hosseini from reputable families, were fide creatures, a whisper here, an insinuation there, and they fled like startled birds. So weddings had come and gone, and no one had sung Ahesta Bureau for Soria, no one had painted her palms with henna, no one had held a Quran over her headdress, and it had been General Tahiri who danced with her at every wedding. And now this woman, this mother, with her heart-breakingly eager, crooked smile and the barely veiled hope in her eyes, I cringed a little at the position of power I'd been granted, and all because I had won at the genetic lottery that determined my sex. I could never read the thoughts in the general's eyes, but I knew This much about his wife, if I was going to have an adversary in this. Whatever this was, it would not be her. Sit down, Amir Jan, she said. Soria, get him a chair, Bakum. And wash one of those peaches, they're sweet and fresh. Nay, thank you, I said. I should get going, my father's waiting. Oh, Khanum, Tahiri said, clearly impressed that I'd done the light thing and declined the offer. Then here, at least have this, she threw a handful of kiwis and a few peaches into a paper bag and insisted. I take them, carry my salam to your father, and come back to see us again. T will, thank you, Kalajan, I said, out of the corner of my eye. I saw Soria looking away. I thought you were getting cokes, Baba said, taking the bag of peaches from me. He was looking at me in a simultaneously serious and playful way. I began to make something up, but he bit into a peach and waved his hand. Don't bother, Amir, just remember what I said. That night in bed, I thought of the way dappled sunlight had danced in Soria's eyes and of the delicate hollows above her collar. 130. The Kite ruiner. Bone, I replayed our conversation over and over in my head. Had she said I heard you write or I heard you're a writer, which was it? I tossed in my sheets and stared at the ceiling, dismayed at the thought of 6 laborious, interminable nights of Yelda until I saw her again. It went on like that for a few weeks. I'd wait until the general went for a stroll, then I'd walk past the terrorist stand. If Khanum Tahiri was there, she'd offer me tea and a kalcha, and we'd chat about Kabulin. The old days, the people we knew, her arthritis. Undoubtedly she had noticed that my appearances always coincided with her husband's senses, but she never let on. Oh, you just missed your kaka, she'd say. I actually liked it when Khanum Tahiri was there, and not just because of her amiable ways. Soria was more relaxed, more talkative with her mother around, as if her presence legitimized whatever was happening between us, though certainly not to the same degree that the generals would have. Khanum Tahiri's chaperoning made our meetings, if not gossip-proof, then less gossip-worthy, even if her borderline fawning on me clearly embarrassed Soria. One day Soria and were alone at their booth, talking. She was telling me about school, how she too was working on her general edu Kadayan classes at Olone Junior College in Fremont. What will you major in? Want to be a teacher, she said. Really wise. Eliv always wanted to. When we lived in Virginia, became ASL certified, and now I teach at the public library 1 night a week. My mother was a teacher too. She taught Farsi and history at Zarguna High School for girls in Kabul. A pot-bellied man in a deerstalker hat offered $3 for a $5 set of candlesticks, and Soria let him have it. She dropped the money in a little candy box by her feet. She looked at me shyly. I want to tell you a story, she said, but I'm a little embarrassed about it. 131. Khaled Hosseini. Tell me. It's kind of silly. Please tell me. She laughed. Well, when I was in 4th grade in Kabul, my father hired a woman named Ziba to help around the house. She had a sister in Iran, in Mashhad, and since Ziba was illiterate, she'd ask me to write her sister letters once in a while, and when the sister replied, I'd read her letter to Ziba. One day, I asked her if she'd like to learn to read and write. She gave me this big smile, crinkling her eyes, and said she'd like that very much, so we'd sit at the kitchen table after I was done with my own schoolwork, and I'd teach her alphabet. Remember looking up sometimes in the middle of homework and seeing Ziba in the kitchen stirring meat in the pressure cooker, then sitting down with a pencil to do the alphabet homework I'd assigned to her the night before. Anyway, within a year, Ziba could read children's books. We sat in the yard and she read me the tales of Dara and Sarah, slowly but correctly. She started calling me Molam Soria, teacher Soria. She laughed again. I know it sounds childish, but the first time Ziba wrote her own letter, I knew there was nothing else I'd ever want to be but a Teacher, I was so proud of her and felt I'd done something really worthwhile, you know. Yes, I lied. I thought of how I had used my literacy to ridicule Hassan, how I had teased him about big words he didn't know. My father wants me to go to law school. My mother's always throw ing hints about medical school, but I'm going to be a teacher. Does pay much here, but it's what I want. My mother was a teacher too, I said. I know, she said. My mother told me. Then her face reddened, with a blush at what she had blurted, at the implication of her answer. That Amir conversations took place between them when I was there. It took an enormous effort to stop myself from smiling. I brought you something. I fished the roll of stapled pages from my back pocket. As promised, I handed her one of my short stories. 132. The Kite Runner. Oh, you remembered, she said, actually beaming. Thank you. I barely had time to register that she'd addressed me with TW for the first time and not the formal Shoma, because suddenly her smile vanished, the color dropped from her face, and her eyes fixed on some thing behind me. I turned around, came face to face with General Tahiri. Amir Jan, our aspiring storyteller. What a pleasure, he said. He was smiling thinly. Salam, General Sahib, I said through heavy lips. He moved past me toward the booth. What a beautiful day it is. Nay, he said, thumb hooked in the breast pocket of his vest, the other hand extended toward Soria. She gave him the pages. They say it will rain this week. Hard to believe, isn't it? He dropped the rolled pages in the garbage can, turned to me and gently put a hand on my shoulder. We took a few steps together. You know, Bakam have grown rather fond of you. You are a decent boy. I really believe that, but he sighed and waved a hand. Even decent boys need reminding sometimes, so it's my duty to mind you that you are among peers in this flea market. He stopped. His expressionless eyes bore into mine. You see, everyone here is a storyteller. He smiled, revealing perfectly even teeth. Do pass my respects to your father, Amir Jan. He dropped his hand, smiled again. What's wrong? Baba said. He was taking an elderly woman's money for a rocking horse. Nothing, I said. I sat down on an old TV set. Then I told him. Anyway, Amir, he sighed. As it turned out, I didn't get to brood too much over what had happened, because later that week, Baba caught a cold called Hosseini. It started with a hacking cough and the sniffles. He got over the sniffles, but the cough persisted. He'd hack into his handker. Chief stow it in his pocket. I kept after him to get it checked, but he'd wave me away. He hated doctors and hospitals. To my knowledge, the only time Baba had ever gone to a doctor was the time he'd caught malaria in India. Then 2 weeks later, I caught him coughing a wad of blood-stained phlegm into the toilet. How long have you been doing that? I said. What's for dinner? He said. I'm taking you to the doctor. Even though Baba was a manager at the gas station, the owner hadn't offered him health insurance, and Baba, in his recklessness, hadn't insisted, so I took him to the county hospital in San Jose. The sallow, puffy-eyed doctor who saw us introduced himself as a second-year resident. He looks younger than you and sicker than me, Baba grumbled. The resident sent us down for a chest X-ray. When the nurse called us back in, the resident was filling out a form. Take this to the front desk, he said, scribbling quickly. What is it? I asked. A referral, scribble, scribble. For what? Pulmonary clinics. What's that? He gave me a quick glance, pushed up his glasses, began scrib. Bling again. He's got a spot on his right lung. I want them to check it out. A spot, I said, the room suddenly too small. Cancer, Baba added casually. Possible. It's suspicious anyway, the doctor muttered. Can't you tell us more? I asked. The Kite Runner. Not really. Need a CAT scan first, then see the lung doctor. He handed me the referral form. You said your father smokes, right? Yes. He nodded, looked from me to Baba and back again. They'll call you within 2 weeks. I wanted to ask him how I was supposed to live with that word. Suspicious for 2 whole weeks. How was I supposed to eat, work, study? How could he send me home with that word? I took the form and turned it in. That night, I waited until Baba fell asleep and then folded a blanket. I used it as a prayer rug, bowing my head to the ground. I recited half-forgotten verses from the Quran. Verses the mullah had made us commit to memory in Kabul, and asked for kindness from a God I wasn't sure existed. I envied the mullah now. Envied his faith and certainty. 2 weeks passed and no one called, and when I called them, they told me they'd lost the referral. Was I sure I had turned it in? They said they would call in another 3 weeks. I raised hell and bar. Gained the 3 weeks down to 1 for the CAT scan, 2 to see the doctor. The visit with the pulmonologist, Dr. Schneider, was going well on. Till Baba asked him where he was from. Dr. Schneider said Russia. Baba lost it. Excuse us, doctor, I said, pulling Baba aside. Dr. Schneider smiled and stood back, stethoscope still in hand. Baba, I read Dr. Schneider's biography in the waiting room. He was born in Michigan. Michigan, he's American, a lot more American than you and I will ever be. I don't care where he was born, he's Rousey, Baba said, grimacing. Like it was a dirty word. His parents were Rousey, his grandparents were Rousey. Swear on yo. Mother's face, I'll break his arm if he tries to touch me. Dr. Schneider's parents fled from Sharawi, don't you see? They escaped. Khaled Hosseini. But Baba would hear none of it. Sometimes I think the only thing he loved as much as his late wife was Afghanistan, his late country. Most screamed with frustration. Instead, I sighed and turned to Dr. Schneider. I'm sorry, doctor, this isn't going to work out. The next pulmonologist, Dr. Amani, was Iranian and Baba proved. Dr. Amani, a soft-spoken man with a crooked mustache and a mane of gray hair, told us he had reviewed the CAT scan results and that he would have to perform a procedure called a bronchoscopy to get a piece of the lung mass for pathology. He scheduled it for the following week. I thanked him as I helped Baba out of the office, in that now I had to live a whole week with this new word, mass, an even more ominous word than suspicious. I wished Soria were there with me. It turned out that, like Satan, cancer had many names. Baba's was called oat cell carcinoma, advanced, inoperable. Baba asked Dr. Amani for a prognosis. Dr. Amani bit his lip, used the word grave. There is chemotherapy, of course, he said, but it would only be palliative. What does that mean? Baba asked. Dr. Amani sighed. It means it wouldn't change the outcome, just prolong it. That's a clear answer, Dr. Amani. Thank you for that, Baba said. But no chemo medication for me. He had the same resolved look on his face as the day he dropped the stack of food stamps on Mrs. Dobbin's desk. But Baba, don't you challenge me in public, Amir, ever. Who do you think you are? The rain General Tahiri had spoken about at the flea market was a few weeks late, but when we stepped out of Dr. Amani's office, passing cars sprayed grimy water onto the sidewalks. Baba lit a cigarette. He smoked all the way to the car and all the way home. The Kite runner, as he was slipping though into the lobby door, I said, I wish you'd give the chemo a chance. Baba pocketed the keys, pulled me out of the rain and under the building's striped awning. He kneaded me on the chest with the hand holding the cigarette. Boz, I've made my decision. What about me, Baba? What am I supposed to do? I said, my eyes welling up. A look of disgust swept across his rain-soaked face. It was the same Look he'd give me when, as a kid, I'd fall, scrape my knees, and cry. It was the crying that brought it on then, the crying that brought it on. Now you're 22 years old, Amir, a grown man, you. He's opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, reconsidered, above us. Rain drummed on the canvas awning. What's going to happen to you? You say, ale those years, that's what I was trying to teach you, how to. Never have to ask that question. He C-penned the door, turned back to me, and one more thing. No one finds out about this, you hear me? No one, I don't want any. Body's sympathy, then he disappeared into the dim lobby, he chain. Smoked the rest of that day in front of the TV, I didn't know what or. Whom he was defying, Mies, Dr. Amani, or maybe the God he had never believed ends. For a WHILE, even cancer couldn't keep Baba from the flea market. We made our garage sale treks on Saturdays, Baba the driver and me. The navigator, and set up our display on Sundays, brass lamps, baseball gloves, ski jackets with broken zippers. Baba greeted acquaintances from the old country, and I haggled with buyers over $1 or $2. Like any of it mattered, like the day I would become an orphan wasn't. Inching closer with each closing of shop. Sometimes General Tahiri and his wife strolled by, the general, ever the diplomat, greeted me with a smile and his two-handed shake. But there was a new reticence to Khanum Tahiri's demeanor, a ready V7, called Hosseini, sense broken only by her secret, droopy smiles and the furtive apollo. Getic looks she cast my way when the general's attention was engaged. Elsewhere, I remember that period as a time of many firsts, the first time I heard Baba moan in the bathroom, the first time I found blood on his pillow in over 3 years running the gas station. Baba had never called in sick, another first. By Halloween of that year, Baba was getting so tired by mid-Saturday afternoon that he'd wait behind the wheel while I got out and bargained for junk. By Thanksgiving, he wore out before noon, when sleighs paired on front lawns and fake snow on Douglas firs. Baba stayed home, and I drove the VW bus alone up and down the peninsula. Sometimes at the flea market, Afghan acquaintances made remarks about Baba's weight loss. At first they were complimentary, they even asked the secret to his diet, but the queries and compliments stopped when the weight loss didn't, when the pounds kept shedding, and shedding, when his cheeks hollowed, and his temples melted, and his eyes receded in their sockets. Then one cool Sunday shortly after New Year's Day, Baba W. as sell ing a lampshade to a stocky Filipino man while I rummaged in the VW for a blanket to cover his legs with. Hey man, this guy needs help, the Filipino man said with alarm. I turned around and found Baba on the ground. His arms and legs were jerking. Kamek, I cried, somebody help. I ran to Baba, he was frothing at the mouth, the foamy spittle soaking his beard. His upturned eyes showed nothing but white. People were rushing to us. I heard someone say seizure, someone else yelling call 911. I heard running footsteps. The sky darkened as a crowd gathered around us. Baba's spittle turned red. He was biting his tongue. I kneeled beside him and grabbed his arms and said, I'm here, Baba, I'm here. You'll be all right, I'm right here, as if I could soothe the convulsions out of him. 138. The Kite Ruiner. Dog. Them. Ento. Leaving. My. Baba. Alone. I felt wetness on my knees. So Baba's bladder had let go, as though change. Baba. John. I'm here. Your son is right here. The doctor, white-bearded and perfectly bald, pulled me out of this room. I want to go over your father's CAT scans with you, he said. He put the films up on a viewing box in the hallway and pointed with the eraser end of his pencil to the pictures of Baba's cancer, like a cop showing mugshots of the killer to the victim's family, Baba's brain on. Those pictures looked like cross-sections of a big walnut, riddled with tennis ball-shaped gray things. As you can see, the cancer's metastasized, he said. He'll have to take steroids to reduce the swelling in his brain and anti-seizure med. Ications, and I'd recommend palliative radiation. Do you know what that means? I said I did, become conversant in cancer talk. All right then, he said. He checked his beeper. I have to go, but you can have me paged if you have any questions. Thank you. I spent the night sitting on a chair next to Baba's bed. The next morning, the waiting room down the hall was jammed with Afghans, the butcher from Newark, an engineer who'd worked with Baba on his orphanage. They filed in and paid Baba their respects. In hushed tones, wished him a swift recovery. Baba was awake then. Groggy and tired, but awake. Mid-morning, General Tahiri and his wife came. Soria followed. We glanced at each other, looked away at the same time. How are you? My friend, General Tahiri said, taking Baba's hand. Baba motioned to the IV hanging from his arm, smiled thinly. The general smiled back. 139. Khaled Hosseini. You shouldn't have burdened yourselves, all of you, Baba croaked. It's no burden, Khanum Tahiri said. No burden at all. More importantly, do you need anything, Gen? Iral Tahiri said, anything at all. Ask me like you'd ask a brother. I remembered something Baba had said about Pashtuns once. We may be hard-headed, and I know we're far too proud, but in the hour of need, believe me that there's no one you'd rather have at your side than a Pashtun. Baba shook his head on the pillow. Your coming here has bright in my eyes. The general smiled and squeezed Baba's hand. How are you, Amir Jan? Do you need anything? The way he was looking at me, the kindness in his eyes. Nay. Thank you, General Sahib. A lump shot up in my throat and my eyes teared over. I bolted out of the room. I wept in the hallway by the viewing box where the night before I'd seen the killer's face. Baba's door opened and Soria walked out of his room. She stood near me. She was wearing a gray sweatshirt and jeans. Her hair was down. I wanted to find comfort in her arms. I'm so sorry, Amir, she said. We all knew something was wrong, but we had no idea it was this. I blotted my eyes with my sleeve. He didn't want anyone to know. Do you need anything? No, I tried to smile. She put her hand on mine, our first touch. I took it, brought it to my face. My eyes, I let it go. You'd better go back inside, or your father will come after me. She smiled and nodded. I should. She turned to go. Zoria. Yes. I'm happy you came. It means the world to me. They discharged Baba 2 days later. They brought in a spee. Silas called a radiation oncologist to talk Baba into getting radiation. 140. The Kite runner. Treatment, Baba refused. They tried to talk me into talking him into it. But I'd seen the look on Baba's face. I thanked them, signed their forms, and took Baba home in my Ford Torino. That night, Baba was lying on the couch, a wool blanket covering him. I brought him hot tea and roasted almonds, wrapped my arms around his back and pulled him up much too easily. His shoulder blade felt like a bird's wing under my fingers. I pulled the blanket back up too. His chest where ribs stretched his thin, sallow skin. Can I do anything else for you, Baba? Nay, Bakums, thank you. I sat beside him. Then I wonder if you'll do something for me, if you're not too exhausted. What? I want you to go Kastigari. I want you to ask General Tahiri for his daughter's hand. Baba's dry lips stretched int. Oh, a smile, a spot of green on a wilted leaf. Are you sure? More sure than I've ever been about anything. You've thought it over. Bally, Baba. Then give me the phone and my little notebook. I blinked now. Then went. I smiled. Okay. I gave him the phone and the little black notebook. Where Baba had scribbled his Afghan friend's numbers, he looked up. The terrorist dialed, brought the receiver to his ear. My heart was doing pirouettes in my chest. Jamila Jan, salam alaikum, he said. He introduced himself. Paused, much better, thank you. It was so gracious of you to come. He listened for a while, nodded. I'll remember that, thank you, is. General Sahib home, pause, thank you. His eyes flicked to me. I wanted to laugh for some reason, or scream, brought the ball of my hand to my mouth and bit on it. Baba laughed softly through his nose. 141. Khaled Hosseini. General Sahib, salam alaikum. Yes, much, much better. Balid, you're so kind. General Sahib, I'm calling to ask if I may pay you and Khanum Tahiri a visit tomorrow morning. It's an honorable matter. Yes, 11 o'clock is just fine. Until then, Koda Hafez. He hung up, we looked at each other. I burst into giggles. Baba joined in. Baba wet his hair and combed it back. I helped him into a clean white shirt and knotted his tie for him, noting the 2 inches of empty space between the collar button and Baba's neck. I thought of all the empty spaces Baba would leave behind when he was gone, and I made myself think of something else. He wasn't gone, not yet, and this was a day for good thoughts. The jacket of his brown suit, the one he'd worn to my graduation, hung over him. Too much of Baba had melted away to fill it anymore. I had to roll up the sleeves. I stooped and tied his shoelaces for him. The terrorist lived in a flat, 1-story house in one of the residential areas in Fremont known for housing a large number of Afghans. It had bay windows, a pitched roof, and an enclosed front porch on which I saw potted geraniums. The general's gray van was parked in the driveway. I helped Baba out of the Ford and slipped back behind the wheel. He leaned in the passenger window. Be home, I'll call you in an hour. Okay, Baba, I said, good luck. He smiled. I drove away. In the rearview mirror, Baba was hobbling up the terrorist driveway for one last fatherly duty. I paced the living room of our apartment, waiting for Baba's call. 15 paces long, 10.5 paces wide. What if the general said no? What if he hated me? I kept going to the kitchen, checking the oven clock. 142. The Kite runner. The phone rang just before noon. It was Baba. Well, the general accepted. I let out a burst of air, sat down, my hands were shaking. He did. Yes, but Surya Jan is upstairs in her room. She wants to talk to you first. Okay. Baba said something to someone, and there was a double click as he hung up. Amir, Surya's voice. Salam. My father said yes. I know, I said. I switched hands. I was smiling. I'm so happy. Don't know what to say. I'm happy too, Amir. I can't believe this is happening. I laughed. I know. Listen, she said, I want to tell you something you have to know before. It don't care what it is. You need to know. I don't want us to start with secrets, and I'd rather you hear it from me. If it will make you feel better, tell me, but it won't change any thing. There was a long pause at the other end. When we lived in Virginia, I ran away with an Afghan man. I was 18 at the time, rebel. Liu's stupid and he was into drugs. We lived together for most a month. All the Afghans in Virginia were talking about it. Padar eventually found us. He showed up at the door and made me come home. I was hysterical, yelling, screaming, saying I hated Bim Bess. Anyway, I came home and she was crying. Excuse me, I heard her put the phone down, blow her nose. Sorry, she came back on, sounding hoarse. When I came home, I saw my mother had had a 143. Khaled Hosseini stroke. The right side of her face was paralyzed and I felt so guilty. She didn't deserve that. Padar moved us to California shortly after. A silence followed. How are you and your father now? I said. We've always had our differences, we still do, but I'm grateful he came for me that day. I really believe he saved me. She paused. So, does what I told you bother you? A little, I said. I owed her the truth on this one. I couldn't lie to her and say that my pride, my iftikhar, wasn't stung at all, that she had been with a man, whereas I had never taken a woman to bed. It did bother me a bit, but I had pondered this quite a lot in the weeks before. I asked Baba to go Kastegari, and in the end the question that always came back to me was this: how could I, of all people, chastise someone for their past? Does it bother you enough to change your mind? No, Soria, not even close, I said. Nothing. Gee, you said changes anything. I want us to marry. She broke into fresh tears. I envied her. Her secret was out, spoken, dealt with. I opened my mouth and almost told her how I'd betrayed Hassan, lied, driven him out, and destroyed a 40-year relationship between Baba and Ali. But I didn't. I suspected there were many ways in which Soria Tahiri was a better person than me. Courage was just one of them. 144. 13. When we arrived at the Tahiri's home the next evening for laughs, the ceremony of giving word, I had to park the Ford across the street. Their driveway was already jammed with cars. I wore a navy blue suit I had bought the previous day after I had brought Baba home from Kastegari, checked my tie in the rearview mirror. You look Kashdeep, Baba said, handsome. Thank you, Baba. Are you all right? Do you feel up to this? Up to this? It's the happiest day of my life, Amir, he said, smiling tiredly. I could hear chatter from the other side of the door, laughter, and Afghan music playing softly. It sounded like a classical ghazal by Ustad Sarahang. I rang the bell. A face peeked through the curtains of the foyer window and disappeared. They're here, I heard a woman's voice say. The chatter stopped. Someone turned off the music. Khanum Tahiri opened the door. Salam alaikum, she said. Beaming, she'd permed her hair, I saw, and wore an elegant ankle. 145. Khaled Hosseini. Length black dress. When I stepped into the foyer, her eyes moistened. You're barely in the house and I'm crying already, Amir Jan, she said. Planted a kiss on her hand, just as Baba had instructed me to do the night before. She led us through a brightly lit hallway to the living room. On the wood-paneled walls, I saw pictures of the people who would become my new family, a young bouffant-haired Khanum Tahiri and the general. Niagara Falls in the background, Khanum Tahiri in a seamless dress. The general in a narrow-lapelled jacket and thin tie, his hair full and black. Soria about to board a wooden roller coaster, waving and smill. The sun glinting off the silver wires in her teeth, a photo of the Gen. Ural dashing in full military outfit, shaking hands with King Hussein of Jordan, a portrait of Zahir Shah. The living room was packed with about 24 guests seated on chairs placed along the walls. When Baba entered, everybody stood up. We went around the room, Baba leading slowly, me behind him, Shak hands and greeting the guests, the general still in his gray suit. And Baba embraced, gently tapping each other on the back. They said their salams in respectful, hushed tones. The general held me at arm's length and smiled knowingly, as if say, now this is the right way, the Afghan way to do it, Bakam. We kissed 3 times on the cheek. We sat in the crowded room, Baba and I next to each other, across from the general and his wife. Baba's breathing had grown a little ragged, and he kept wiping sweat off his forehead and scalp with his handkerchief. He saw me looking at him and managed a strained grin. I'm all right, he mouthed. In keeping with tradition, Soria was not present. A few moments of small talk and idle chatter followed until the Gen. Iral cleared his throat. The room became quiet and everyone looked down at their hands in respect. The general nodded toward Baba. Baba cleared his own throat. When he began, he couldn't speak in complete sentences without stopping to breathe. General Sahib Khanum. 146. The Kite Ruiner. Jamila. Jan. It's with great humility that my son and I have come to your home today. You are honorable peoples from distant, Gestand, reputable families and proud lineage. I come with nothing but the utmost iteram and the highest regards for you, your family, names and the memory of your ancestors. He stopped, caught his breath, wiped his brow. Amir Jan is my only son, my only child, and he has been a good son to me. I hope he proves worthy of your kindness. I ask that you honor Amir Jan and me and accept my son into your family. The general nodded politely. We are honored to welcome the son of a man such as yourself into our family, he said. Your reputation precedes you. I was your humble admirer in Kabul and remain so today. We are honored that your family and ours will be joined. Amir Jan, as for you, I welcome you to my home as a son, as the husband of my daughter who is the Noor of my eye. Your pain will be our pain, your joy our joy. I hope that you will come to see your Khala Jamila and me as a second set of parents, and I pray for your and our lovely Surya Jan's happiness. You both have our blessings. Everyone applauded, and with that signal, heads turned toward the hallway, the moment I'd waited for. Surya appeared at the end, dressed in a stunning wine-colored traditional Afghan dress with long sleeves and gold trimmings. Baba's hand took mine and tightened. Khanum Tahiri burst into fresh tears, slowly. Surya came to us, tailed by a procession of young female relatives. She kissed my father's hands, sat beside me at last, her eyes downcast. The applause swelled. According to tradition, Surya's family would have thrones, engagement, party, though Shirinakari or eating of the sweet served Imani thens, and engagement period would have followed, which would 147 Khaled Hosseini have lasted a few months, then the wedding, which would be paid for by Baba. We all agreed that Surya and I would forego the Shirinakori. Everyone knew the reason, so no one had to actually say it, that Baba didn't have months to live. Surya and I never went out alone together while preparations for the wedding proceeded. Since we weren't married yet, hadn't even had a Shirinakori, it was considered improper, so I had to make do with going over to the terrace with Baba for dinner, sit across from Surya. At the dinner table, imagine what it would be like to feel her head on my chest, smell her hair, kiss her, make love to her. Baba spent $35,000, nearly the balance of his life savings, on the Orosi, the wedding ceremony. He rented a large Afghan banquet hall in Fremont. The man who owned it knew him from Kabul and gave him a substantial discount. Baba paid for the chilas, our matching wedding bands, and for the diamond ring I picked out. He bought my tuxedo and my traditional green suit for the nikah, the swearing ceremony, for all the frenzied preparations that went into the wedding night. Most of it blessedly by Khanum Tahiri and her friends. I remember only a handful of moments from it. I remember our nikah. We were seated around a table, Surya and I, dressed in green, the color of Islam, but also the color of spring and new beginnings. I wore a suit, Soria the only woman at the table. A veiled long-sleeved dress, Baba General Tahiri in a tuxedo this time. And several of Soria's uncles were also present at the table, Soria and I looked down, solemnly respectful, casting only sideway glances at each other. The mullah questioned the witnesses and read from the Ran, we said our oaths, signed the certificates, one of Soria's uncles. From Virginia, Sharif Jan, Khanum Tahiri's brother, stood up and cleared his throat. Soria had told me that he had lived in the U.S. for more than 20 years. He worked for the INS and had an American wife. He was also a poet, a small man with a bird-like face and fluffy hair. He read a lengthy poem dedicated to Soria, jotted down on Hotel 148. The Kite Runner. Stationery. Paper. What was Sharif Jan? Everyone exclaimed. When I finished, I remember walking toward the stage, now in my tuxedo, Soria veiled Perry in white, our hands locked. Baba hobbled next to me, this general and his wife beside their daughter, a procession of uncles. Aunts and cousins followed as we made our way through the hall, in a sea of applauding guests, blinking at flashing cameras. One of Raya's cousins, Sharif Jan's son, held a Quran over our heads as we inched along. The wedding song Ahesta Buro blared from the speakers, the same song the Russian soldier at the Mahipar checkpoint had sung the night Baba and I left Kabul. Make morning into a key and throw it into the well. Go slowly, my lovely moon, go slowly. Let the morning sun forget to rise in the east. Go slowly, my lovely moon, go slowly. I remember sitting on the sofa, set on the stage like a throne, so Raya's hand in mine, as 300 or so faces looked on. We did Yina Maschef, where they gave us a mirror and threw a veil over our heads so we'd be alone to gaze at each other's reflection, looking at Raya's smiling face in that mirror, in the momentary privacy of the veil. I whispered to her for the first time that I loved her. A blush, red like henna, bloomed on her cheeks. I picture colorful platters of chop-in kebab, shole gashti, and wild orange rice. I see Baba between us on the sofa, smiling. I remember sweat-drenched men dancing the traditional atan in a circle, bouncing, spinning faster and faster with the feverish tempo of the tabla, until all but a few dropped out of the ring with exhaustion. I remember wishing Rasim Khan were there. And I remember wondering if Hassan too had married, and if so, whose face he had seen in the mirror under the veil, whose henna painted hands had he held. 149. Khaled Hosseini. Around 2 a.m., the party moved from the banquet hall to Baba's apartment. Tea flowed once more, and music played until the neighbors called the cops. Later that night, the sun less than an hour from rising, and the guests finally gone, Soria and I lay together for the first time. All my life I'd been around men. That night I discovered the tenderness of a woman. Was Soria, who suggested that she move in with Baba and me. T thought you might want us to have our own place, said. With Kakajan as sick as he is, she replied. Her eyes told me that was no way to start a marriage. I kissed her. Thank you. Soria dedicated herself to taking care of my father. She made his toast and tea in the morning and helped him in and out of bed. She gave him his pain pills, washed his clothes, read him the international section of the newspaper every afternoon. She cooked his favorite dish, potato shorwa, though he could scarcely eat more than a few spoonfuls, and took him out every day for a brief walk around the block. And when he became bedridden, she turned him on his side every hour so he wouldn't get a bed sore. One day I came home from the pharmacy with Baba's morphine pills. Just as I shut the door, caught a glimpse of Soria quickly slid ing something under Baba's blanket. Hey, I saw that. What were you two doing? I said. Nothing, Soria said, smiling. Liar, I lifted Baba's blanket. What's this? I said, though as soon as I picked up the leather-bound book, I knew. I traced my fingers along the gold-stitched borders, remembered the fireworks the night Rahim Khan had given it to me, the night of my 13th birthday, flares sizzling and exploding into bouquets of red, green, and yellow. I can't believe you can write like this, Surya said. The kite runnin' her. Baba dragged his head off the pillow. I put her up to it. I hope you don't mind. I gave the notebook back to Surya and left the room. Baba hated it. When I cried. A month after the wedding, the Taharis, Sharif, his wife, Susie, and several of Surya's aunts came over to our apartment for din. Surya made sabzi chalo, white rice with spinach and lamb. After dinner, we all had green tea and played cards in groups of 4. Surya and played with Sharif and Susie on the coffee table, next to the couch where Baba lay under a wool blanket. He watched me jock. With Sharif, watched Surya and me lacing our fingers together. Watched me push back a loose curl of her hair. I could see his internal smile as wide as the skies of Kabul on nights when the poplars shivered, and the sound of crickets swelled in the gardens. Just before midnight, Baba asked us to help him into bed, Surya and I placed his arms on our shoulders and wrapped ours around his back. When we lowered him, he had Surya turn off the bedside lamp. He asked us to line in, gave us each a kiss. I'll come back with your morphine and a glass of water, Kaka Jan. Surya said. Not tonight, he said. There is no pain tonight. Okay, she said. She pulled up his blanket. We closed the door. Baba never woke up. They filled the parking spots at the mosque in Hayward. On the balding grass field behind the building, cars and SUVs parked in crowded makeshift rows. People had to drive 3 or 4 blocks north of the mosque to find a spot. The men's section of the mosque was a large, square room covered with Afghan rugs and thin mattresses placed in parallel lines. Men filed, Khaled Hosseini, into the room, leaving their shoes at the entrance, and sat cross-legged. On the mattresses, a mullah chanted surahs from the Quran into a microphone. I sat by the door, the customary position for the family of the deceased. General Tahiri was seated next to me. Through the open door, I could see lines of cars pulling in, sunlight winking in their windshields. They dropped off passengers, men dressed in dark suits, women clad in black dresses, their heads covered with traditional white hijabs. As words from the Quran reverberated through the room, I thought of the old story of Baba wrestling a black bear in Baluchistan. Baba had wrestled bears his whole life, losing his young wife, raising a son by himself, leaving his beloved homeland, his watan, poverty, indignity. In the end, a bear had come that he couldn't best, but even then he had lost on his own terms. After each round of prayers, groups of mourners lined up and greeted me on their way out. Dutifully, I shook their hands. Many of them I barely knew. I smiled politely, thanked them for their wishes, listened to whatever they had to say about Baba, helped me build the house in Taimani. Iblis Hemuel. No one else to turn to, and he lent me. Found me job, barely knew me. Like a brother to me. Listening to them, I realized how much of who I was, what I was, had been defined by Baba and the marks he had left on people's lives. My whole life I had been Baba's son. Now he was gone. Baba couldn't show me the way anymore. I'd have to find it on my own. The thought of it terrified me. Earlier at the gravesite in the small Muslim section of the cemetery, I had watched them lower Baba into the hole. The mullah and another man got into an argument over which was the correct ayat of the Quran to recite at the gravesite. It might have turned ugly had General Tahiri not intervened. The mullah chose an ayat and recited it, casting the kite runnin' her. Other fellow nasty glances. I watched them toss the first shovelful of dirt Into the grave, then I left, walked to the other side of the cemetery, sat in the shade of a red maple. Now the last the mourners had paid their respects and the mosque was empty, save for the mullah unplugging the microphone and wrapping his Quran in green cloth. The general and I stepped out into a late afternoon sun. We walked down the steps, past men smoking in clusters, heard snippets of their conversations, a soccer game in Union City next weekend, a new Afghan restaurant in Santa Clara, life moving on already, leaving Baba behind. "How are you, Bakum?" General Tahiri said. I gritted my teeth, bit back the tears that had threatened all day. "Team going to find Soria," I said. "Okay." I walked to the women's side of the mosque. Soria was standing on the steps with her mother and a couple of ladies I recognized vaguely. From the wedding, I motioned to Soria. She said something to her mother and came to me. "Can we walk?" I said. "Sure." She took my hand. We walked in silence down a winding gravel path lined by a row of low hedges. We sat on a bench and watched an elderly couple kneeling beside a grave a few rows away and placing a bouquet of daisies by the headstone. "Soria." "Yes, sir." "Team going to miss him." She put her hand on my lap. Baba's chila glinted on her ring finger. Behind her, I could see Baba's mourners driving away on mission. Boulevard, soon we'd leave too, and for the first time ever, Baba would be all alone. Soria pulled me to her, and the tears finally came. Khaled Hosseini. Because Sorya and I never had an engagement period, much of what I learned about the Taharis, I learned after I married into their family. For example, I learned that, once a month, the general suffered from blinding migraines that lasted almost a week. When the head ache struck, the general went to his room, undressed, turned off the light, locked the door, and didn't come out until the pain subsided. No one was allowed to go in, no one was allowed to knock. Eventually, he would emerge, dressed in his gray suit once more, smelling of sleep and bedsheets, his eyes puffy and bloodshot. I learned from Soria that he and Khanum Tahiri had slept in separate rooms for as long as she could. Remember, I learned that he could be petty, such as when he'd take a bite of the quilama his wife placed before him, sigh and push it away. "Teal. Make you something else," Khanum Tahiri would say, but he'd ignore her, sulk and eat bread and onion. This made Soria angry and her mother cry. Soria told me he took antidepressants. I learned that he had kept his family on welfare and had never held a job in the U.S., preferring to cash government-issued checks than degrading himself with work unsuitable for a man of his stature. He saw the flea market only as a hobby, a way to socialize with his fellow Afghans. The general believed that sooner or later, Afghanistan would be freed, the monarchy restored, and his services would once again be called upon. So every day he donned his gray suit, wound his pocket watch, and waited. I learned that Khanum Tahiri, whom I called Khaled Jamila now, had once been famous in Kabul for her enchanting singing voice. Though she had never sung professionally, she had had the talent too. I learned she could sing folk songs, ghazals, even raga, which was yuzu. Ally a man's domain, but as much as the general appreciated listening to music, he owned, in fact, a considerable collection of classical ghazal tapes by Afghan and Hindi singers. He believed the performing of it best left to those with lesser reputations, that she never sing in public had been one of the general's conditions when they had married. Soria told me that her mother had wanted to sing at our wedding, only one song, but the general gave her one of his looks, and the matter was the Kite running her. Buried, Khaled Jamila played the lotto once a week and watched Johnny Carson every night. She spent her days in the garden, tending to her roses, geraniums, potato vines, and orchids. When I married Soria, the flowers in Johnny Carson took a back seat. I was the new delight in Khaled Jamila's life. Unlike the general's guarded and diplomatic manners, he didn't correct me when I You'd to call him General Sahib. Khaled Jamila made no secret of how much she adored me. For one thing, I listened to her impressive list of maladies, something the general had long turned a deaf ear to. Soria told me that ever since her mother's stroke, every flutter in her chest was a heart attack, every aching joint the onset of rheumatoid arthritis, and every twitch of the eye another stroke. I remember the first time Khaled Jamila mentioned a lump in her neck to me. I'll skip school to morrow and take you to the doctor, I said, to which the general smiled and said, then you might as well turn in your books for good, Bakam. Your Khala's medical charts are like the works of Rumi, they come in volumes. But it wasn't just that she'd found an audience for her monologues of illness. I firmly believed that if I had picked up a rifle and gone on a murdering rampage, I would have LL had the benefit of her unblinking love because I had rid her heart of its gravest malady. I had relieved her of the greatest fear of every Afghan mother, that no honorable Kostigar would ask for her daughter's hand, that her daughter would age alone. Husbandless, childless, every woman needed a husband, even if he did silence the song in her. And from Soria, I learned the details of what had happened in Virginia. We were at a wedding. Soria's uncle, Sharif, the one who worked for the INS, was marrying his son to an Afghan girl from Newark. The wedding was at the same hall where 6 months prior, Soria and I had our orosi. We were standing in a crowd of guests, watching the bride accept rings from the groom's family, when we overheard two middle-aged women talking, their backs to us. Khaled Hosseini. What a lovely bride, one of them said. Just look at her, so mog. Bulls like the moons. Yes, the other said, and pure too, virtuous, no boyfriends. Tino, I tell you that boy did well not to marry his cousin. Soria broke down on the way home. I pulled the Ford off to the curb, parked under a streetlight on Fremont Boulevard. TT's all right, I said, pushing back her hair. Who cares? It's so fucking unfair, she barked. Just forget it. Their sons go out to nightclubs looking for meat and get their girl friends pregnant, they have kids out of wedlock, and no one says a god damn thing. Oh, they're just men having fun. I make one mistake and suddenly everyone is talking Nang and Namus and have to have my face rubbed in it for the rest of my life. I wiped a tear from her jawline, just above her birthmark, with the pad of my thumb. I didn't tell you, Soria said, dabbing at her eyes, but my father showed up with a gun that night. He told him that he had 2 bullets in the chamber, one for him and one for himself if it didn't come home. I was screaming, calling my father all kinds of names, saying he couldn't keep me locked up forever, that I wished he were dead. Fresh tears squeezed out between her lids. I actually said that to him, that I wished he were dead. When he brought me home, my mother threw her arms around me. And she was crying too. She was saying things, but I couldn't understand any of it because she was slurring her words so badly. So my father took me up to my bedroom and sat me in front of the dresser mirror. He handed me a pair of scissors and calmly told me to cut off all my hair. He watched while did it. I didn't step out of the house for weeks, and when I did, I heard whispers or imagined them everywhere I went. That was 4 years ago. And 3,000 miles away, and I'm still hearing them. Fuck 'em, I said. The kite ruiner. She made a sound that was half sob, half laugh. When I told you about this on the phone the night of Kostagari, I was sure you'd change your mind. No chance of that, Soria. She smiled and took my hand. I'm so lucky to have found you. You're so different from every Afghan guy I've met. Let's never talk about this again, okay? Okay. I kissed her cheek and pulled away from the curb. As I drove, I wondered why I was different. Maybe it was because I had been raised by men. I hadn't grown up around women and had never been posed firsthand to the double standard with which Afghan society sometimes treated them. Maybe it was because Baba had been such an unusual Afghan father, a liberal who had lived by his own rules. Maverick who had disregarded or embraced societal customs, as he had. Sein Vit. But I think a big part of the reason didn't care about Soria's past was that I had one of my own. I knew all about regret. Shortly after Baba's death, Soria and moved into a one-bedroom apartment in Fremont, just a few blocks away from the Gen. Iral and Khaled Hosseini's house. Soria's parents bought us a brown leather couch and a set of Mikasa dishes as housewarming presents. The general gave me an additional present, a brand new IBM type writer. In the box, he had slipped a note written in Farsi. Amir Jan, I hope you discover many tales on these keys. General Iqbal Tahiri. I sold Baba's VW bus and, to this day, I have not gone back to the flea market. I would drive to his gravesite every Friday and sometimes called Hosseini. I'd find a fresh bouquet of freesias by the headstone and know Soria had been there too. Soria and I settled into the routines and minor wonders of married life. We shared toothbrushes and socks, past each other. Morning paper, she slept on the right side of the bed. I preferred the left. She liked fluffy pillows. I liked the hard ones. She ate her cereal dry like a snack and chased it with milk. I got my acceptance at San Jose State that summer and declared an English major. I took on a security job, swing shift at a furniture warehouse house in Sunnyvale. The job was dreadfully boring, but its saving grace was a considerable one. When everyone left at 6 p.m. and shadows began to crawl between aisles of plastic-covered sofas piled to the ceiling, I took out my books and studied. It was in the pine-sol-scented office of that furniture warehouse that I began my first novel. Sorga joined me at San Jose State the following year and enrolled, to her father's chagrin, in the teaching track. I don't know why you're wasting your talents like this, the general said one night over dinner. Did you know, Amir Jan, that she earned nothing but A's in high school? He turned to her, an intelligent girl. Like you could become a lawyer, a political scientist, and inshallah, when Afghanistan is free, you could help write the new constitution. There would be a need for young, talented Afghans like you. They might even offer you a ministry position, given your family name. I could see Soria holding back, her face tightening. I'm not a girl, Padar, I'm a married woman. Besides, they'd need teachers too. Anyone can teach. Is there any more rice, Madar? Soria said, after the general excused himself to meet some friends in Hayward. Khaled Jamila tried to console Soria. He means well, she said. He just wants you to be successful, so he can boast about his attorney daughter to his friends. Another medal for the general, Soria said. Such nonsense you speak. The Kite runner. Successful. Soria hissed. Let laced. I'm not like him, sitting around while other people fight, though Shorawi, waiting for when the dust settles so I can move in and reclaim his bush. Little government posy. Tian teaching may not pay much, but it's what I want to do. It's what I love, and it's a whole lot better than collecting welfare. By the way, Khaled Jamila bit her tongue. If he ever hears you saying that, he will never speak to you again. Don't worry, Soria snapped, tossing her napkin on the plate. I won't bruise his precious ego. In the summer of 1988, about 6 months before the Soviets with Drew from Afghanistan, I finished my first novel, a father-son story set. In Kabul, written mostly with the typewriter the general had given me. I sent query letters to a dozen agencies and was stunned one August day when I opened our mailbox and found a request from a New York agency for the completed manuscript. I mailed it the next day. Soria kissed the carefully wrapped manuscript, and Khaled Jamila insisted we pass it under the Quran. She told me that she was going to do Nazar for me, a vow to have a sheep slaughtered and the meat given to the poor if my book was accepted. Please no Nazar, Khaled Jan, I said, kissing her face. Just do zakat. Give the money to someone in need, okay? No sheep killing. 6 weeks later, a man named Martin Greenwald called from New York and offered to represent me. I only told Soria about it, but just because I have an agent doesn't mean I'll get published. If Martin sells the novel, then we'll celebrate. A month later, Martin called and informed me I was going to be a published novelist. When I told Soria, she screamed. We had a celebration dinner with Soria's parents that night. Kala Jamila made kofta, meatballs, and white rice, and white fernie. The general, a sheen of moisture in his eyes, said that he was proud of me. After General Tahiri and his wife left, Soria and I celebrated with an Khaled Hosseini expensive bottle of Merlot I had bought on the way home. The general did not approve of women drinking alcohol, and Soria didn't drink in his presence. I am so proud of you, she said, raising her glass to mine. Kaka would have been proud too. No, I said, thinking of Baba, wishing he could have seen me. Later that night, after Soria fell asleep, wine always made her sleepy. I stood on the balcony and breathed in the cool summer air. I thought of Rahim Khan and the little note of support he had written me after he'd read my first story, and I thought of Hassan. Someday, Shala, you will be a great writer, he had said once, and people all over the world will read your stories. There was so much goodness in my life, so much happiness, I wondered whether I deserved any of it. The novel was released in the summer of that following year, 1989. And the publisher sent me on a 5-city book tour. I became a minor celebrity in the Afghan community. That was the year that the Sharawi completed their withdrawal from Afghanistan. It should have been a time of glory for Afghans. Instead, the war raged on, this time between Afghans, the Mujahedin, against the Soviet puppet government of Najibullah, and Afghan refugees kept flocking to Pakistan. That was the year that the Cold War ended, the year the Berlin Wall came down. It was the year of Tiananmen Square. In the midst of it all, Afghanistan was forgotten, and General Tahiri, whose hopes had stirred awake after the Soviets pulled out, went back to winding his pocket watch. That was also the year that Soria and I began trying to have a child. The idea of fatherhood unleashed a swirl of emotions in me. I found it frightening, invigorating, daunting, and exhilarating all at the same time. What sort of father would I make, I wondered. I wanted to be just like Baba, and I wanted to be nothing like him. But year passed and nothing happened. With each cycle of blood, the kite runner. Soria grew more frustrated, more impatient, more irritable. By then, Khaled Jamila's initially subtle hints had become overt, as in Ko Daga. So when am I going to sing Allahu for my little Nawasa, the general? Ever the Pashtun never made any queries, doing so meant alluding to a sexual act between his daughter and a man, even if the man in Quez Tian had been married to her for over 4 years, but his eyes perked up when Khaled Jamila teased us about a baby. Sometimes it takes a while, I told Soria one night. A year isn't a while, Amir, she said, in a terse voice so unlike her. Something's wrong, I know it. Then let's see a doctor. Dr. Rosen, a round-bellied man with a plump face and small, even teeth, spoke with a faint Eastern European accent, something remotely Slavic. He had a passion for trains. His office was littered with books. About the history of railroads, model locomotives, paintings of trains. Trundling on tracks through green hills and over bridges, a sign above. His desk read, "Life is a train, get on board." He laid out the plan for us. I'd get checked first. Men are easy, he said, fingers tapping on his mahogany desk. A man's plumbing is like. His mind, simple, very few surprises. You ladies, on the other hand. Well, God put a lot of thought into making you. I wondered if he fed